Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for being here. It is wonderful to be back in Austin, but it is especially wonderful to be at this beautiful venue. And I'll tell you more about it today. But can we give a round of applause for Barr Mansion, please, and all of you for being here? Before we start, I need to share a quote. The folk singer and activist Woody Guthrie said that all of my words, if not well put nor well taken, are well meant. And that's what I need you to know, all of you in this room and outside who are coming in, to know today. I might not be at my best today. I might need a little grace. I might need a little patience. So Woody Guthrie was one of my mother's favorite singers, along with Johnny Cash and a bunch of other folks. And Joyce Nierenberg passed away 8 days ago. And she would have wanted me to be here and brave enough to be out in the world and out of my house and away from my husband and my cat, who have provided great comfort. She taught me very early on that girls could do anything. And I was always excited that I have done exactly what I wanted to do, which is be with all of you. She loved me, she loved my husband, my stepkids, who she treated like her own grandchildren. She loved my friends, her friends, and really, really good food and wine. She taught me to be a feminist. She taught me to be an environmentalist. And I will always be grateful to her and for her in my life. And I feel like she deserves just this one little piece of honor today before we begin. So thank you, everyone. So now I can thank you all again who are here in person and watching online for being here for our annual All Food Things Summit at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. Let's give that a round of applause. I'm Joyce's daughter, Dani Nierenberg, president and co-founder with Bernard Pollock, who's sitting right over there, of Food Tank. For those of you who don't know, Food Tank is a research and advocacy organization devoted to storytelling that highlights how food can be the solution to some of our most pressing environmental and social problems. We hope to inspire, motivate, and activate positive transformation in how we produce and consume food. And again, we're so excited to be back here in Austin for another South by Southwest to celebrate the intersection of food and culture. So thank you all for being here. It's such a delight, and you'll see so many of your friends and new faces throughout the day. Again, I want to thank Barr Mansion, especially Food Tank member Melanie McAfee, for hosting us today. And I love, love, love this venue. The Barr Mansion team will be organizing tours later today, and I hope you take advantage of exploring the property and seeing all that this special place has to offer. Tours will depart from the front lawn, and you can find those times of the schedule in your program. I also want to thank our longtime partners, Houston-Tillotson University and Dr. Amanda Masino, who we are honored to partner with once again on today's summit. The university has been such a fantastic co-conspirator, collaborator, and partner throughout the years. So thank you to them. Let's give them a round of applause real quick. A huge thanks to Driscoll's, especially Alejandro Sanchez, for supporting our summit as a partner. Today would not be possible without their support, so I need to remind you of all that. I hope that everyone had a chance to enjoy the brunch. We have some incredible in-kind partners to thank for the delicious food, including Nature's Touch, Oatly, Parlor Coffee, Traditional Medicinals, Vital Farms, Applegate, Strong Roots, Nature's Find, Nature's Path, Impossible, the Aquaculture Stewardship Council, and Acme Smoked Fish Company. I also want to thank Copia for collecting food that would have otherwise gone wasted today. And Texas Disposal Systems for volunteering to process any waste from today. Round of applause, please, it's important. I really hope that you feel nourished and energized by what happens on stage today. We have a really packed agenda, including conversations with more than 60 speakers, film viewings, live performances, night sky tours with NASA. Can you believe that? Isn't that amazing? And a delicious and really fun reception with lots of food and drink. And I hope a lot of you plan to stay. It's going to be so much fun. Before we begin, I have a few quick housekeeping notes to make sure we end on time. And if any of you know a food tank event, we will end on time. The conversations today will be very fast-paced and dynamic. If I cut panels short or a moderator does, no matter how vibrant they are, I hope you will understand and forgive me later. There will be plenty of time to connect with speakers and your fellow attendees and continue the conversations at the reception and throughout the day. We do not have breaks built in, so you have to take care of yourself. And we do this for the best experience for our live stream audience who is watching, and we're so grateful that they are joining us from around the world. So please get up for those snacks, bio breaks, etc. And you will have plenty of food, especially coffee, to enjoy all day long. And I also hope that everyone will share today's conversations using the hashtag the hashtag food tank and the handle @foodtank on all social media platforms. We will do our best to respond in time to your comments and questions and critiques, etc. throughout the day. I now have the pleasure of welcoming Dr. Amanda Masino, an associate professor of biology and chair of natural science at Houston-Tillotson University, who will say a few words. So thank you so much, Amanda.
Good morning. It is my honor and my pleasure to welcome you on behalf of Houston-Tillotson University. For those of you who don't know, Houston-Tillotson is an HBCU, historically black college or university, located right here in Austin, Texas. And a couple of years ago now, my colleague and friend Karen Maggot at the university forged this partnership with Food Tank, and it is a real pleasure to be able to continue that by continuing to collaborate on this event and ones like it. Let me tell you why I am happy that my university is collaborating with Food Tank. I've been at Houston-Tillotson about 14 years. 10 years ago, we began re-envisioning what our environmental studies program should look like. We had an interesting major, at least from the professors' perspectives, but the students really weren't connecting with it. And so we started reimagining everything that we could do in the environmental sphere and aligning that with our role as a historically black college or university. These are institutions that were founded before 1964 to educate the formerly enslaved and their descendants. And this is a mission and a legacy that we take very seriously at Houston-Tillotson. We're a relatively small university. We have about 1,100 undergraduates, but most of them are African American or black, 67% or so, 30% are Hispanic. Most of our students come to us from school districts where they didn't get a lot of preparation, and so we are all about elevating the academic experience, preparing our graduates to succeed, and ensuring that we give them economic and mobility upon graduation. So aligning that with environmental studies, aligning that mission, requires that our program is not an environmental studies program, but an environmental justice program. And that is exactly what we did. We were guided by a lot of student input from our students in Green is the New Black, an environmental justice organization that we helped co-found with them in partnership. We began a conference series called Building Green Justice, where we would bring experts and thinkers on environmental justice to campus to help us to understand the issues and incorporate them into our curriculum. And as of a few years ago, we introduced an environmental justice major, making us one of the only HBCUs in the country to offer this at the undergraduate level. Thank you, yes, it was. So we're serious about this, very serious about this. And if you have the chance to visit our campus in central Austin, east of downtown, you will see a massive mural on the side of our science building called Harvesting Hope. It is an environmental justice mural. So we are committed, we are excited. We are very excited about the partnership with Food Tank because of the opportunity to continue to advance environmental justice. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for caring about food. Thank you for caring about food justice and food equity. And I hope that you have a wonderful time today. Thank you again for being here on behalf of Houston-Tillotson.
Another round of applause for Dr. Masino, please. And for all the great students who attend HT, I've had the pleasure in the past of meeting so many of them who are so committed to environmental and food justice, and they are just an amazing part of this community and deserve a lot more honor and respect than some of, I think, the other universities that are located here in Austin. So, sorry. Anyway, everyone has to give me some patience today. I am so excited to be sitting here with my friend A-Dae Briones, the Vice President of the First Nations Development Institute and the Principal at Manzanita Capital Collective for our first conversation today. She is a rock star. Please give her a round of applause. So A-Dae, we always have great conversations where I learn a lot. I am so excited to see you today. And so I think the first question should be just maybe a very general one about what is the state of our food system today from your perspective? We are in a post-pandemic era. We talked a lot during the pandemic. Things are changing, but where are we?
Before we get into that, I do want to step back a little bit and talk about the HBCUs. I think there's a lot of history that we don't recognize within our food system, and one of those is the role of the HBCUs. So when we think about like how we're in America, we've had education. The HBCU system was created for a very specific purpose, which was to educate Black freed slaves. But people don't know that during that same time, there was a lot of removal of indigenous people from their lands to other places, and one of the goals of that removal was assimilation. And so the government had to figure out, like, what does assimilation mean? How do we educate these Indian people who are considered wild and uncivilized? And the HBCUs were actually the first institutions to take in indigenous people, and the goal was to teach them farming. And so the HBCUs created a whole generation of not only indigenous American farmers, but Black American farmers. And really that's the start of like the food system education, and we see the results of that today.
Yeah.
I think when we talk about the state of the food system, like everything is connected, right? Our history is connected to present day. Our beautiful ancestors become the soil that eventually feeds our future. All of these things are connected, and we all enter the food system at some point in the cycle. Indigenous people, Black slaves from the HBCUs who went to get education in farming, like that was a disruption in how their very sophisticated food systems had already been built. It was a disruption. And we continue to see disruptions in the food systems that we're trying to make up for. So like when we think about where we are in our food systems, we all have to eat. We all have to interact somehow with the food and commodities and people that grow the food. What is missing is that not all of us really understand the history of the American food system. And that wholly influences like how we interact with it.
we are so disconnected still. I mean, after years of books like The Omnivore's Dilemma and all of these other books written by white folks, we are still very disconnected from our food. What is your advice for helping us understand the history that has disconnected us from our food system? Most of us, even me in this room, feel very disconnected from the food and the hands that produce that food, that we eat every day.
Yeah, I do think it's a very intentional disconnection. When you live in a capitalist system, the idea is like consumerism. So how do you create consumers? You create a system in which they can enter and they can buy things. And so when we think about how we interact with our food system, we should all be questioning, where do we get our food? And you see like local movements, organic movements starting from there. Some movements have taken it further by saying like, not only where do I get my food, but how is my food grown? And so you see like regenerative ag, you see the workers' rights movements, because they're questioning even how it's grown. But now I think as a whole, as a community, we should all be self-examining what we know about our food system, how we interact with it. Like, is it intentional? Do we have like clear ideas about why we go shop at our favorite local store? Do we know who's growing our food? Do we know like the history of that commodity in that package?
Right.
Do we know like where the waste is going? All of these questions are like self-examining. But when you're part of a community and you can have those conversations together, it creates a much more beautiful and impactful system.
Absolutely.
Just by eating.
Right. I want to come back to community in a minute, but we live in an environment where policy plays a very important role, and policy has often gone against, as you mentioned before, Black folks, Indigenous folks, brown folks, workers. How do we keep policy in the conversation here? How do we keep policy in the conversation in a way that is impactful, that will help the folks that need it the most?
I am trained as an attorney, so like I get asked about policy all the time, and quite honestly, when people ask me about policy, I feel like it's the black hole that people want me to go into and like never come out of. Because policy is so, it's like, what is that? Is it law? Is it like legislation? Is it like the policy that comes after the law? Is it the conversations that lead up to changing the, like, policy is such this like very opaque idea, but some people love it. That's not necessarily me, but some people love it, and we need them, and we should be supportive of those who are supportive of the policies we like, but it's so hard to like sort through what that means.
Yeah, especially when we're talking about things like the Farm Bill and how Indigenous rights fit or have not fit for so long into that. And I don't know if you just want to comment on that. I know you're not as deeply into policy as some of the folks in this room, but I think it's worth mentioning because we may or may not have a Farm Bill this year. It looks like not, but we may, and certainly will soon-ish. So what would you like to see from the next Farm Bill when we're talking about Indigenous folks and growing food on reservations and sort of the entrepreneurship we're seeing from folks like Chef Sean Sherman and Natives and all of these other great organizations?
Yeah, there's a couple wonderful organizations that are working on the Farm Bill. The Native Farm Bill Coalition is one, and they were able to get over 60 provisions specifically related to tribes into the last Farm Bill. But really, I think the question, there's very few bodies of law that govern how food is grown and eaten and consumed in this country. Right. There's very few agencies, USDA one, FDA one, we have the Farm Bill, and really those are like the major legislations that apply to our food system. But when we think about our food system, that's something we do every day. That's something that, that either supports our communities or don't. It's like the basis of economic development for a lot of local, rural, even urban communities.
Sure.
we see a lot of discrimination and we see a lot of racism within our, so the question we should all be asking ourselves is, why are there very specific bodies of law that apply to food when really it's something that impacts almost every part of our daily life?
Yeah.
And why are we not seeing some of these conversations in other parts of policy and law? And I think like that's the space we really, as a community, start to question.
Yeah, everything has been so siloed. So going back to this idea of, how do you build that local power at the community level? Because that's truly what and I don't mean to speak for you, but I think that's what you consider resilience, that power at the local community level built by communities themselves. And I feel like for so long, people who look like me have told communities what they want and need rather than asking them what they wanted and needed. And what they need is capital, right?
Capital is one thing, but back to community, I think, so I'm a food nerd like many of you are, and that takes you so many different places. And so when we look at soil, and soil is a big thing in food conversations right now, when we look at soil, you have so many different organisms in soil. And the more organisms you have in the soil, the more resilient and healthy it is. Like, isn't that a beautiful model for like how we should be viewing our food systems?
I love that.
If it's diverse, if it's complex, it creates a resiliency in our soil, but apply that to our communities. And so when we have conversations that are wholly within just one community, or you walk into a room and you see just one shade of color in that community, or you walk into a field and you only see one crop being grown consistently for miles and miles, like that to me is a sign that there is a need for resiliency and diversity and complexity, and we should be figuring out as individuals how to increase that in all of those spaces.
Yeah, we really do need diversity at all levels of the food system, whether it's diversity of people, plants, seeds, soil, etc. We just need more and more diversity. I want to talk about different kinds of funding models that would work better for Indigenous folks. I mean, I think funding and philanthropy is trying to change in a lot of ways, especially since the pandemic, but there are also, when applying for funding is any organization, there's a ton of paperwork. If you don't have the sort of mindset or skill set to understand, like, wow, I don't know how to put together these financial documents they need. What are different funding models do you think that can work?
That is a very deep question, because there's so many places to take that one. Like, philanthropy is a result of a capitalist system, and we should be questioning, like, why that distribution ends up in philanthropy and is not within the system itself. And then two, when we think about philanthropy, it's tied to a cash economy. And the cash economy, the cash economy didn't enter my community until 1956 with the first road. Yeah. So like my community hasn't participated in capitalism or the cash economy for that long. And yet we're having to figure out this system very quickly because otherwise we're subject to it. But because of that inexperience, like you can see places where capitalism and funding and the access to capital is very much a way to marginalize communities.
Right.
And in that marginalization, most people consider it a really bad thing. But when I look at my community or communities who have been left out of capitalism and haven't had access to capital, like we figure it out. We figure out systems so that we can take care of our people, so that our people eat, so that like we have access to what we need. It may not, and there's something to be said in that character. Yeah. But that doesn't excuse capitalism from not distributing resources in a way that is wholly considerate of the community as a whole. When we look at capitalist systems, one of the most troubling things to me right now is funding and the way you own land and the way you own businesses does not, like the structures we have right now, they do not know how to deal with community-owned resources. They don't know how to deal with collective resources, or more, there's, think about the land system, for example. Like if you had community-based ownership, what does that mean? How is that dealt with legally? And it's like really complicated because capitalism doesn't know how to deal with community, it only knows how to deal with individuals.
Yeah,
Yep.
gosh. Can you repeat that last line one more time? I think it's really important to like reiterate.
Yeah, capitalism doesn't know how to deal with collective resources or like communities.
Yeah.
It's all tied to like individual ownership, which supports consumerism.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So when you're looking at models of resilience in communities that have historically been marginalized, what lessons can we learn to sort of fight that sort of capitalist structure that's in place? What models have worked best from your perspective? I know you deal with many, many communities, but what are some of those models, those really concrete examples?
Concrete examples. One is that when we're looking at a problem, there's always like the main conversation happening, the main people, like how do we get capital to communities? But on the flip side of that, communities usually are having their own conversations,
Right.
and to me, that's where all the lessons need to be learned. That's where all the action is happening. That's like where we all want to be, and it's a matter of trying to figure out how to hear and see the conversations that we're trained not to see.
Right, right. How do we get into how can people like you and the work that you do, which is so important, get into those conversations?
I do think there's like serious self-examination that needs to happen. When you grow up in America, you have like a standard education.
Right.
And in that standard education, there's so many things left out. Indigenous people, African American people,
Sure.
our farm workers, like all of these invisible communities are left out of standard education. Like that is troubling, and it teaches us to invisibilize
Right.
people and invisibilize conversations, and we have to retrain ourselves. And part of that is learning the history of the
Yeah.
American food system. Part of that is learning who's in our community to understand and change the way we view and hear things. It's
Yeah.
like, it's a very self-examination sort of thing that hopefully plays out like institutionally. Like really that's where we need to see the change.
Yeah, it's so interesting. It's like these personal revolutions that need to happen within all of us to really realize the truth. We've all sort of been blinded for too long. I don't know if I can pronounce it. Invisibilize. Okay, I got it.
I might have made up that word.
I like
probably
it.
did.
And I don't even know how to say this question, and I am not trying. There's so many folks in this room who work on regenerative agriculture, and I think you and I have had this conversation before where I feel that, I'm a white person sitting on this stage. I sometimes feel that the regenerative agriculture movement feels like it's this new sort of thing that was invented that by white farmers mostly and community groups and others, but it's been around for centuries. Are we invisibilizing the work of indigenous communities by using the term regenerative agriculture when it's something that indigenous communities have always, 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 always done?
That is a fascinating question. And I do think, like, I see this like in the American food system, like the labeling of movements. Like we're in like the fourth revolution of agriculture, right? We had mainstream says we're in the fourth revolution. We have mainstream hunter-gatherers. We had the invention of the motor and tractors. We had the invention of GE and like the biochemical companies. And now we're in this like fourth evolution. And to me, I see like competing groups, like trying to kind of monopolize whatever we call this. It could be the organic movement, it could be the regenerative agriculture movement, it could be the technological movement. Like we see all of these groups sort of in this space, but really they're trying to differentiate from a larger mainstream agricultural system.
Yeah.
And so the regenerative ag movement is in there, and I wholly believe in the health of soil and wholly believe
Sure.
in community. But what I see is that it's really in a response to like mainstream practices. In indigenous agriculture, I feel like we predate all of those, and that we are solely put in the hunter-gatherer category, but really that category should be throughout all of the evolutions,
Yeah.
because that's like listening to the land, that's
Right.
responding to our
Right.
environment, that's responding to our soil and responding to our people, and all of those would be labeled regenerative ag.
Yeah.
And the last comment I'll say about this is there is a young man named Sam Barr in the Pacific Northwest, and he works with soil, and he works as a tribal historic preservation officer, and I tell this story all the time, so if you've heard it, forgive me, but I'm gonna tell it again. He works with farmers in the plow zone, which is like maybe the 18 inches of soil that farmers plow, and that's where you find a lot of artifacts, you find a lot of indigenous stuff in the soil. So when farmers go and plow, it comes up, and they call him to ask him, like,
Oh.
what is this?
Yeah.
And his response and his story to me is that they find the things that haven't disintegrated or haven't decomposed. And people, when you think about indigenous people who've been here for generations, their bodies have already decomposed. So they're digging up the artifacts that haven't decomposed, but really the indigenous people are the soil.
Yeah.
We are the land. And so when we think about healthy soil, I think about indigenous people and the longevity of those people on those lands. And when we think about regenerative ag and soil, there needs, to me, it speaks to the commitment that we all have to take to a place, to a land, to increase the health of that soil.
It's really beautiful. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you. In the few minutes we have left, I want to talk about the First Nations Development Institute and how you oversee the Stewarding Native Lands program, which is investing in lands for Indigenous communities. Can you just talk about it and explain what it is, and then tell people how they can get involved and donate money?
Yes. First Nations Development Institute, visit us, firstnations.org. My job is to work with tribal communities, whether there be tribal governments or tribally led nonprofits throughout the mainstream continental United States, Alaska, and Hawaii. And we work solely on food and agricultural projects. A lot of them are not market-based agriculture. A lot of them may be considered like environmental justice, economic justice, food justice, but it's all about building community and food systems in tribal communities. So visit us.
So important, so important. Call of action for this group of folks and the people who are listening online.
Yes, we did a movie called Gather. Please watch that. I think it's still on Netflix. There are so many, there's a resurgence of indigenous food systems. There's a lot of short films, buffalo, corn,
Great.
salmon, all of these things that have been considered outside of mainstream agriculture are such an important part of our food system. So learn about it.
Then I lied that it was not my final question, because I want to talk about what's happening here in Texas with the Texas Tribal Buffalo Project. Can you talk about how the reintroduction of buffalo is helping local ecosystems and really creating that resilience that we talked about before?
Absolutely. Yes. So when we think about Austin, Comanche people, Apache people, Tonkawa people, even my people, the Kiowa people, all have ties to these lands because of the buffalo. Do we see buffalo running around? No, right? Because of all of these other systems that have displaced them and indigenous people. But the Intertribal Buffalo Project is not far from here. They're reintroducing buffalo, and their environmental achievements are amazing. so read up about them. Yes.
Thank you so much, A-Dae. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. You can leave that right there. I just want to remind us all of what A-Dae said about learning real history, and that takes a lot of personal work on all of our behalfs. We need to do more of it. It needs to be something that's consistent. It's not something that happens one day or one seminar or one week or 1 year of our lives. It's a lifelong journey to learn more about the real history of the land and the United States and other countries as well. So we're now going to turn to a different subject, aquatic or blue foods, and how we can make seafood more sustainable. So joining me for this conversation, we have Chris Ninnes, the CEO of the Aquaculture Stewardship Council. Round of applause as I say people's names. Daisy Berg, the Seafood Category Manager for New Seasons Market. And Abe Ng, the CEO of Sushi Maki. So I want to acknowledge before we begin just a few more of our in-kind partners who will create a fantastic lunch that is coming up very soon. So a big thanks to Farmer's Fridge, Tyndall, and Salad and Go. Round of applause, everyone. So Chris, if I can start with you, nice to see you. Nice to see your sucker. It's that time of year. I'm hoping that you can provide some background for everyone in the room. For those of us who might not be familiar, how important are blue food systems for the global food system itself and nutrition security?
Absolutely essential. If you look at it from an international perspective, seafood is one of the most traded commodities known. Over 3 billion people rely on seafood to form a major part of their animal protein consumption. Mm-hmm. So it's huge. And the discussion that you had just now is fascinating because, in a way, it captures what's happening here in the US, but that in itself is just a microcosm of all of the community impacts that international trade and that seafood development actually can have. And all of the questions that were discussed are equally relevant globally.
Right.
And when you think that on the farming side of things, over 100 million tons of seafood is actually farmed. We consume more farmed fish than we do wild. By some estimates, in terms of the global system of by 2050, the estimate that you will need double the seafood for everybody on the planet. Remember, we've a growing population, growing affluence, and all of that drives seafood consumption. So it is a huge, huge challenge for all of us. And if we don't get to producing that food in a more sustainable way, where we take into account environmental impacts, but most importantly, those social impacts, then the future looks very, very poor.
So when I was being trained in agriculture and environment and food systems in general, what I learned was farm seafood bad, wild seafood good. And what you're telling me is farmed is the future. Can you explain what has changed and why we're at the place we are now?
I think the perception is misguided. I think that farm seafood is healthy, it's nutritious, and it's absolutely an essential component of the global food system. It does attract negative press, and we've seen some so-called documentaries that really expose some awful practices. But those practices don't represent the norm. They don't represent how seafood is produced globally. Yes, we want to eliminate those practices. It's absolutely essential. But done right, then farm seafood is not only a necessity, it should be a staple of how we think about producing a much more climate-friendly protein.
Yeah, which is needed right now. He's talking about seaspiracy. I can say it, he can't. Daisy, Daisy, I feel like you and I have a lot in common and I can't see you, and I'm sorry. It's all right, it's my fault. You described yourself as a farmed seafood convert, and I'm wondering what made you change your mind.
First off, I think we went to the same school. Farmed seafood bad, wild seafood good. I work for a grocery chain in Portland, Oregon. We have been open since 2000. It's called New Seasons Market, and I oversee the seafood program there. And when I inherited the sourcing for the company for seafood 10 years ago, although I've been with the company for 17 years, we had from the very beginning, from day one, said no farm seafood, and that really applied to salmon and shrimp. Those are the two that everyone thinks about when they say farm seafood is bad. Fast forward some years, new ownership, new leadership comes in. They keep asking me to look for a fresh salmon year-round, and I say we don't need it. We have a beautiful wild-caught coho. I know the fishermen. We have them freeze it. You will never know that it's frozen when you see it in our cases. I said no over and over and over again, and finally they said, you can't say no anymore. I was like, fine. I will do some work. That was in 2016. I spent some time researching. I basically said to them, look, I'm going to put in my due diligence. I'm going to look for a farm, but if it doesn't fit our criteria, I'm moving on, and we're not having this conversation again. Then I had those conversations with those producers, and I was blown away. The innovations in farm seafood were massive. There were changes in the way that they were raising the fish. There were changes in the feed. There were changes in the marine components that went into the feed so that there was less wild fish going into the feed to help grow these really nice, healthy fish. At the end of those conversations, there were 5 farms that I wanted to collaborate with. I landed on one, and then the hard part happened. I had to convince our staff, I had to convince our consumers that this was the right direction to go. Keep in mind, I'm in Portland, Oregon. You cannot swing a cat or a catfish without hitting someone that is touched by the wild salmon harvest, whether they're involved in it in processing or they're a fisher. And so I had to convince them, and these people are my friends,
Right.
that this was the right direction to go. I got the blessing of of the direct sourcing of the fishers, and then I got the blessing of the staff, and then the consumers that have accepted it as well.
That didn't happen overnight, though.
No.
Can you
there
talk
was a
about that
lot of work.
process?
Yeah, the process was a really, big campaign between me educating staff. That was the biggest part. Educating myself as well, and admitting that I was wrong. That's tough when you're in a position like mine, I've been in this business since I was a child in the desert. It doesn't make sense, but I've learned a ton about seafood. And I had to convince myself that I needed to open up my mind and see that there were changes, that the environment was not being hurt by these farms anymore, and that the fish coming out of these farms was as healthy and sometimes healthier than wild seafood.
It's so hard to change your mind, and it's hard to change other people's minds, but it's like the best thing that humans can do, right? Like it always
Absolutely.
gives me so much hope that we can change. Abe, I mispronounced your name earlier. I apologize deeply. I'm sorry. I'm wondering if we can turn, so now, like, when we're talking about restaurants, it's very hard to source correctly, to source in a way that you feel good about, that you know your consumers will feel good about. How do you do that, and how do you manage all of those sort of competing interests?
Yeah, so our perspective, I'm a small restaurateur from Miami, Florida, and we have restaurants, we do catering at high-end venues like this, and we actually work with Whole Foods Market and university food courts and airports. So we have kind of a wide range, all in South Florida. And I'm a small business person, and things have to pencil out for it to work. But when we became multi-unit, we needed relentless repeatability or standards in seafood. And I'm not a chef by training, and one of the big stakeholders are our culinary team. And they, too, used to sniff at anything that wasn't what they were working with for generations. So, but when we started looking at certain items and that we had to start slowly, and then we started working with organizations like MSC and ASC to find product that was very consistent and was at a high quality standard, and not dissimilar to Daisy. You know, you have to tell the story to your own team members and express to them that it costs more because it's worth more. You know, and all along the way, you know, specifically with farm-caught salmon, like the fat content is better for sashimi and nigiri, and it holds up a little bit better rather than smoking or other types of preparation. So we're very fortunate that for what we do with raw salmon, it was the right and spectacular choice. All of our salmon is from Northern Europe, Scotland, Faroe Islands, Norway, and but that kind of moved into other fishes too. So 2/3 of all of the fish that we serve at Sushi Maki is sustainable, whether it's wild-caught tuna, or our shrimp, and our salmon is aquaculture. And our kanikama crab is pod and pollock and cod that's used as the artificial crab meat. So we're super proud that we can really say that our heroic goal of leaving the world a little bit better is enforced by our seafood supply chain.
Yeah, it costs more because it's worth more. We can talk about this in a minute, but that's a hard story to tell. But it makes me think of certifications. And so Chris and Abe, please jump in on this. The certifications like the Aquaculture Stewardship Council help eaters and restaurateurs make better buying decisions and more sustainable buying decisions. Can you talk about that certification process and how it tries to hit the whole supply chain? Because you have to make sure it's like getting to everyone, all of us on this panel.
Absolutely. Well, it starts with a rigorous standard, which is, if you like, a rule book by which the producers have to comply with, and it covers the main environmental impacts and like I said before, really importantly, those social impacts. Mm-hmm. It also requires that all of the businesses handling that seafood from the farm all the way through to the end buyer is actually also certified, so that you can track the traceability of the product. So, you know, for the buyer, you need assurances that what you are actually buying is actually certified product, and that's basically the process. And for us, we have a B2C logo on our pack, which signifies for the consumer, for the shoppers, a message really that, you know, this is a label that you can trust. There's credibility, there's integrity underpinning it, and it makes that buying decision easier.
Yeah.
But you know, there are hundreds of pages in our standards. There are hundreds of pages in our chain of custody standards.
Right.
So these things are complex, but at the end of the day, it's distilled down into that buying choice that businesses make, but also that consumers make, in and around the integrity of the program that we run.
And I wonder, those hundreds of pages, there's probably a lot of evolution that needs to take place. It's more of a living document in some ways, right?
Of course, it's got to change as situations change in the marketplace with the innovation and use of technology at production. We try to set the standard so that it's promoting the best practice in the industry. So those that can achieve it is something that others have to aspire to if they want to reach those same standards and get those market benefits.
Absolutely. Abe and Daisy, I'd love you to both to jump in.
Yeah, so we're in the middle of our third-party certification right now, and I think it's a pain, it's costly, but it reminds our team members about what we're doing. And I think, you know, we have 300 team members, and one way we justify it to ourselves is that this is a differentiator for us to attract and retain fantastic frontline team members. I do new team member orientations, and when we talk about benefits like 401k, health benefits, their eyes glaze over. They lean in a little bit when we talk about our sustainability efforts, and if that kind of helps us retain our frontline team members, you know, that's where the magic happens. At the table or at the counter, when somebody says our sushi tastes great, not only does it taste great, it is also sustainable. So, like, that is the hardest thing to do. It's so, you know, it's what makes the challenge so great, and me coming to a venue like this kind of re-energizes me, because I feel like I'm having the same conversation with my team members, but it's just a different team member, like every 3 months. So that's my life.
You brought up an interesting point to me because you're creating a different skill set, a higher skill set for workers. So, I don't want them to leave your restaurant, but when they do, they can take that with them.
Yeah. Restaurants are the best first jobs, and you're right, like you got to latch on to something bigger, and this generation is so suspicious of business. They have such high expectations for business, and if we can kind of narrow it a little bit, I think it's kind of what makes there to be a little bit more meaning. And a lot of this was inspired by our work with Whole Foods and John Mackey and These Woods about the force for business to be a little bit better, or be a force for good.
Thanks so much, Abe. Daisy, I'd love you to comment as well.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things. One is I don't do this alone. I partner with an organization called Fishwise. They help me weed my way through the certifications, the assessments, the audits, all of that, because as Danny said, it's ever changing. There's always something that is going to advance forward, and there's always an audit that needs to take place. I did it alone for a lot of years, and it was really difficult. And I don't doubt that it's difficult for many of you in the crowd and many in the world that are looking to buy seafood and have seafood on their plates.
Thank you for bringing up those points. This is for better or for worse. I know more about terrestrial agriculture than I do about aquatic blue systems. And I know for farmers working in fields, organic certification, regenerative organic certification, these things can be difficult, they can be costly, they're time consuming. They're not like, a farmer's forte. This is not her area of expertise. Is there a way to make this certification process easier to do, but still as like sort of hardcore as it needs to be?
That's a tough question. I mean, it's always a balancing act between the robustness of the standard and the scale at which it can be adopted. And certainly, I think for programs like ours, a big challenge for us into the future is to answer just that very same problem. But how do we make this applicable to more people? Because if you think about the context, say even in the U.S. market, 90% of the seafood that everybody here consumes is imported.
Right.
2 million tons of that comes from farm production.
Right.
And so the buying choices people make in the room will help drive those systems forward as well. And it really is an international one. What's consumed here has an impact internationally. And we need to think about this system in a global context as well, which really means having scale to get to have it more impact.
Right. What you say brings up for me, it was a note I wrote, I think when you were first talking, that we talked about resilience a lot on the last panel with A-Dae, and that resilience is created by communities, it's created by restaurants, it's created by coastal communities and small fishers and foragers and others, and by retailers. It's a complicated and complex way to get you all to work together. Do you feel like that's happening?
I believe so. I think that while the sense of community might be more displaced here in the U.S., when you go further afield, that sense of community is still there. I mean, a lot of production is done by small-scale producers, either farmed or wild-caught, and for us, that community engagement through the certification process is a really, really fundamental principle of what we do. So we try to embrace, of course, all of the human rights issues, but we also look at the community impacts of that production as well, and bring community into that decision making.
Daisy, when you were explaining to your friends who are like part of this, did they feel like sort of that immediate no, this is going to affect my household?
Yeah, they definitely did, and I thought the same thing, but really there's a consumer for all of it. I, in a year, don't want to have this conversation about wild versus farmed anymore. I don't. The truth of it is that they can coexist, and they can be responsible, and they can be sustainable, and it is the way forward. And we need to embrace both. We need to embrace our fishers, and we need to embrace our farmers.
I love it. I love it. Abe, where does the restaurant fit into that? And so, I mean, my last question for you all, and I think we could spend hours talking about this, is the storytelling. It's constant, it's repetitive, it's telling different stories. Restaurants are such a big part. Chefs and workers at restaurants have such a big responsibility that they might not necessarily, again, have the forte for.
No, so, we have the responsibility and the opportunity. From Miami, we're just not as progressive and thoughtful as maybe the West Coast or Western Europe. It's a party town, right? It's about health. It's about the way you look and wellness. So we have to make it cool. And our challenge is to find vocabulary that's that's simple, clever, and creative to make it come alive, like on our social, to make it come alive, like on the menu. We even think about, how do we not sound preachy when we're talking about kind of the amazingness of our supply chain. But even gobbledygook like business talk about supply chain, that doesn't work for a consumer-facing brand.
It's not sexy? What?
Yeah, I get told that because, again, I'm the business guy in the room, and you hire the creatives to kind of find that language that resonates, and we have that target kind of market, and kind of the coolness kind of filters like a little bit above and below. So we find that, and we spend a lot of time with our university locations kind of trying to find that right pitch.
I love that you brought up semantics and the vocabulary and the creativity that's needed to weave these stories together. Daisy, you have to do that all the time in retail.
Yes, I do, and it's I have a responsibility to the fishers, the farmers, the consumers, the waterways, and the fish. And my goal is to get more seafood on your plate. And it's not for profit reasons. It's because it is the healthiest protein that you can eat. And it has the lowest carbon footprint. And so anything that I can do to help you get there, please let me help you. Please let a fishmonger help you. Please go and create a relationship with somebody behind the counter or at a restaurant to help you navigate how intimidating and confusing it can be. I understand that it really is, but really the goal is just to have you eat more seafood.
It is intimidating, and I know people are very scared of seafood at home sometimes, so that work is very important. I love that you said that you have a responsibility to the fish. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I've cut a lot of fish in my days, and I know this sounds really dumb, but every time I look at that fish, because they always have eyes, they don't have eyelids, I thank them for being there. I love that they're there, and I love that they're feeding us.
Chris, I imagine that gratitude for communities, for the fish themselves, for the folks that you get to work with is always there. How do you communicate that story sort of constantly?
Well, it's a key part of what we do. And, we're all in this room because seafood and seafood sustainability means something quite integral to what we believe in. But for many, many consumers, that's not the case.
Right.
It's not a topic that's top of agenda. It's about 2 seconds in the store and a quick purchase decision. And price, absolutely. Price is so important. So we've got to try and make this, we've got to bring wider appeal as to why you need to do that. And inside the organization, we have our own team of communicators and marketeers, and they work really hard with our clients about just how we do that. How do we promote this story? Because this story needs to be told.
And it's a beautiful story.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful panel. Thank you all so much. Round of applause for them. Thank you all again. Thank you so much. We're now going to shift gears a little bit and talk about the connection between our food systems here on Earth and outer space with a conversation about the search for life in the universe. I'm really excited about this. So joining me for this conversation, we have Dr. Gary Blackwood, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory Program Manager at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. That's a mouthful. And Dr. Carmen Blackwood, the founder and CEO of EarthRise, LLC. Big round of applause for them. So before we dive in, I have to tell you that my co-founder, Bernard Pollock, I'll point him out in the back of the room, has a huge interest in what we're about to talk about. In 2021, height of the pandemic, he took a musical to Fringe called We Came to Dance. that was commissioned at the UN Climate Change Conference that year in Glasgow. And that musical tells the story of aliens who travel from an exoplanet to warn Earth, to warn us of what can happen if we don't change course. So I'm going to give him a round of applause. He's super creative. So Gary and Carmen, I can't wait to dig in. This is going to be fun. This is very different for me, right? This is not my usual area. So some folks in the audience might be wondering how research in space is connected to our food system. So I'm hoping we can talk about that first. And I know they have slides, everyone, slides. So please go ahead and tell me what the connection is.
Well, thanks, Danny. In my career at NASA exploring the universe, I've come to appreciate how special this planet is. And what we're excited to do today, and we'll try to do today, is convince you and your audience how NASA space science and the search for life in the universe is actually very related to food systems on Earth.
Yes, and so I look at Earth from space, and you talked about the interconnectedness in the first talk, how everything's interconnected, and now with what we're doing in earth science and climate science, we're realizing more and more the importance of this interconnectedness within the systems. And you know, food systems play an integral role on our planet, and by looking at it from space, we can see how it's impacted by the environment, but also impacting the environment, and bring us to an imagination of what future Earth could look like.
I love that, a future imagination of what would Earth could look like. Could I ask everyone in the room, I know you all want to have discussions, there's plenty of time for that, but if you could just keep the volume in the room down a little, that would be great and helpful to our sound folks who are amazing. So this conversation is obviously focused on the exoplanets, but can you explain what they are for people who may not be familiar? What is an exoplanet? And our slides up on the screen behind us, thank you.
Sure, well, thanks for asking. What's an exoplanet? Basically, it's a planet that orbits another star, right? We all grew up and learned about the planets in our solar system, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, etc. That's all we knew for millennia. But our sun is a star. Every star is a sun. Our sun has planets. Why shouldn't other stars have planets? I mean, where did Captain Kirk take the Enterprise? To exoplanets. So scientists have discovered thousands of planets around other stars by looking at a tiny fraction of the galaxy. And by extrapolation, they now know that there are more planets than stars in the galaxy. Not everybody knows this. This is not well accepted, but it's true. And when you look at the night sky, on the clearest night, you might see 6,000. In our galaxy, there will be over 100 billion. And when we look at an artist's concept of the galaxy from imaginary place outside of the disk, our sun is in the suburbs of the galaxy, and we show here with these stars, those planets found around other stars, a tiny fraction of our galaxy. This is just where we looked. But they are so far away. The distances are so great. Light years. 1 light year is 6 trillion miles. That's a 6 with 12 zeros. That's a pretty big number, and those are the closer ones. So we're not going there anytime soon unless one of you invents the warp drive. So till then, our artists actually imagine travel to these planets. This is the Exoplanet Travel Bureau. This is produced by the same people who built that message in a bottle on the Europa Clipper that was at South by Southwest earlier in the week. It's the same group. They imagined travel to a world with 2 suns. Real planet, Kepler-16b. Kepler-16 is the name of the star, B is the planet. That's the land with 2 suns. That's the Tatooine world, right? Real planet, real star. There's stars around small, dim, red stars. Those are the ones you hear mostly about in the news. And we actually found planets that don't orbit any stars. They are drifting throughout the galaxy, kicked out of their solar system, drifting through space under their heat. And so the planets that we're finding are all over the galaxy, all kinds of strange solar systems that don't resemble our solar system at all, planets smaller, larger. In fact, the most common planet in the galaxy appears to be between the size of Earth and Neptune. What's on that planet? We call them super Earths or mini Neptunes. Kind of an interesting place. So this is all part, Danny, of NASA's search for life in the galaxy, which I will try to persuade you, is tied to food systems on Earth. We have a little bit more to go on that.
We will get to that, I promise. I do want to know, so this process of NASA finding other planets, like what does that look like? Can you tell me what that looks like and why it's...
Well, sure. In a word, astronomers all over the world do this, not just NASA. NASA has telescopes in space for this, but on the ground and in space, one looks for the indications of the planets. The planets are tiny. They're essentially invisible, but we can often see their effect on their star. If you look at a star and the star is wobbling, that's because a planet is going around it. Or we can look at a star and it dims slightly. That's because a planet passes in front of it. And so those are the two common ways. Signs, yeah. Shadows and wobbles, pretty much.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I do want to talk now about how exoplanets relate to food and agriculture and what that means for all of us on Earth.
Okay, so we'll just, here's the transition. NASA is now designing a telescope called the Habitable World Observer, the first one that will actually look for signs of life on planets outside the solar system. This telescope will look for planets in the habitable zone. Like people probably know what this is, right? The Goldilocks zone, not too hot like Venus, not too cold like Mars, just right for water, just right for life. So we're looking for planets that could host liquid water. We think nature will favor water. We think nature will favor carbon-based systems. We think that these will be exoplanetary food systems. And we all know what the habitable zone is, right? We've all gone camping. Where does everybody sit? In the habitable zone. And so this is actually a good analogy for the search. We are building a telescope that will look and look for a system similar to this, where the fire is the star and the faces are the planets. It's like looking for the faces next to the fire, but from across the country. That's how difficult it is. But NASA engineers have figured out how to do this. And when we look at the light on the faces of the planets, we will be able to spread out the light in the colors of a rainbow. And the rainbow will have missing colors, spectral analysis. And that spectral analysis of a planet will reveal the presence of a biological activity if there are other biological planets. And so here's the Earth spectra showing the rich chemistry of water and carbon dioxide and methane and oxygen. These are all the products that the food systems on Earth give away. We interact with our biological planet, and our food systems are given away in the signature of the atmosphere. And we can see that from great distances, not just of the Earth, but across light years.
Very, very exciting stuff. Carmen, what can we see from space when we look at Earth? What are we looking at?
Yes, so I'm showing a graphic here. I hope you can see that a little bit. So what Gary was talking about is basically the visible light that we see. So it's a tiny part of the spectrum that we have here, but with all the satellites around Earth, we can look at other spectral properties as well. We can look at microwave and infrared, for example, that we don't see with the naked eye. Now, what does that tell us? You know, different surfaces on Earth reflect light in a different way, and you know, we have measurements that are active, and everybody who drives the car and has gotten a speeding ticket might be familiar with radar. So we use radar from space to measure distances and height changes like sea level, for example, but then also surfaces emit radiation, like plants, for example. The reason why they appear green is because they reflect green light. But also infrared, which we can't see by eye, but we can pick that up with satellites. So we can then see how the planet is evolving over time. You see landscape changes there over time, and you know, we can look at the whole system and how it's interconnected, and then that leads us to food systems. And so we can look at what's the land cover like, what's the land use like, are plants in stress actually, what is the water availability, and what are the soil conditions?
Yeah.
We can look at soil health and soil moisture, for example.
So Gary, Carmen talked about how we're evolving, not always for the better here. So I'm wondering what we can learn from those exoplanet food systems, even though they're different and there's different light. And to be honest, I don't get it. But like, but there's, you know, and Bernie has explained it to me, and my husband has explained it to me, but I still don't get it. What can we learn from them? Are we turning into like a different kind of exoplanet?
Well, that's a great question. And so a lot of times we want to learn about ourselves by studying others. If we're worried about our future as a planet, we might look at the analogy of our future as individuals. We might look at our older siblings or our cousins or our parents to see where we're coming from. It's guiding, but it's not constraining because we have choices. And so our Earth is only about 4.5 billion years old. And this mission that NASA is designing now will find dozens of Earths around other stars. We think this is now very, very likely, and that we're just realizing now that arguably half of these planets will be older than the Earth. So if we're wondering about where we're going, we might find out where other planets have gone. And when we look at the Earth, scientists know that the atmosphere of the Earth was very different in the past when you look very far in the past. And we wonder, what might the future of Earth look like if life is allowed to evolve for another 1 billion or 2 billion years, and how might that be impacted by a technological civilization like ours, or maybe on another planet upon their planet spectra?
What do you both hope the audience who's here today, and me, because I'm clearly very ignorant about a lot of this stuff, what do you hope we take away from this discussion?
Well, so I think, you know, you mentioned regeneration, regenerative agriculture in the past. I think, you know, there's a lot of ways we could go. We can imagine what the future looks like, and there's, you know, just amazing regenerative agriculture work going on across the planet. So then if we think about scaling up the regeneration, you know, how would that look like? How can we imagine that? And where do we go in the future? Can we, as currently a technological civilization, be in harmony with our biological planet?
Yeah. Gary, do you want to add anything to that?
I just hope that when we do our search, we'll learn whether we're unique in the universe, or my hope that we're part of a greater cosmic community. But no matter what we learn, we need to take care of this planet because it's our home.
Carmen and Gary, you give me so much hope. Thank you both so much. I have one final question for you, and I'm wondering if you can talk about the sky tours that the attendees can be at later this evening.
Sure, I want to call out Michael Sang. He's in the back somewhere. There's Michael, he's in the front now. And Michael is going to help us tonight with NASA Sky Tours. Fingers crossed for some opening in the weather. We'll have a laser and telescope look at the sky, and I think we have some material over there in the main room for sky calendars in case it's cloudy tonight. Maybe on a later night you can take the sky calendar out and look at it and see something on the sky.
Thank you both so much. Again, a hopeful, wonderful, really informative discussion. Thank you both so much. Round of applause for them, please. Thank you. So I want to make sure again that everyone knows that later this evening, Gary and his colleague Michael, who's in the front row and now moving, will be bringing telescopes and holding an immersive stargazing experience. So they'll offer tours at 3 different times this evening, and you can find the details in your program. I hope you can join them. I think it's such a unique opportunity, and hopefully the clouds will lift and we'll be able to see a lot more. We're now going to have a conversation about sustainable small-scale livestock farming with a look at a company that is working to drive progress in the egg industry. So joining me for this discussion is, messing up today all over the place. Joining me for this discussion is Andrea Chu, the Director of Impact at Vital Farms. Please give her a round of applause. And I hope that many of you who were here for brunch were able to eat breakfast tacos. Thanks to our friends from Taco Deli featuring eggs from Vital Farms. Round of applause for those folks. They've been working very hard. So, Andrea, simple question. I love your t-shirt, by the way.
Thank you.
But simple question. Explain Vital Farms for folks just real quick. Give us an overview of the company.
Sure. We were founded in Austin more than 15 years ago, and we sell pasture-raised egg and butter nationwide. We are B Corp certified, a public benefit corporation, and publicly traded.
And you work with a lot of different kinds of farmers.
Yes, we have a network of more than 300 farmers who raise hens for us, and we process and pack all the eggs and distribute them to your grocery stores.
Great. Well, and I'm glad you brought up grocery stores. I don't think we can have a discussion about eggs without the rising cost of eggs that we've seen over the last year, 3 years now. I don't eat eggs personally. My husband, I'm allergic. My husband and my family do, but I only buy Vital Farms eggs. And so, like, I saw that increase very personally from, $7.99 in some cases to then to $10.99. Still bought them, just didn't cook them as much. And so, can you talk about what? It's very costly. These are good eggs. They're grown the right way. The chickens are treated the right way. The farmers are treated the right way. But it's a lot of money.
So if you think about the conventional egg that you find in your grocery store, it's treated like it could more or less be a widget. There's little origin, very little about how it was raised other than the bird was probably in a cage. And at Vital Farms, we think of an egg as, a full entity. I think A-Dae this morning talked about when you buy things at the grocery store, thinking about where it came from, how it was raised, and all the steps it took in the journey to get into your grocery basket. So at Vital Farms, we're thinking a lot about all the stakeholders that were involved in bringing that egg into your home. So everything from the farmers we work with, the feed mills that produce feed for the hens themselves, how they were raised from chicks, and thinking about all of those externalities of the environment, the soil, the people who raise and work on the farms. We're bringing that all together. And yes, it is more expensive at the grocery store shelf when you see it just in that one moment, but when you think about all of the long-term effects of conventional agriculture, industrial agriculture, and what that means for the long term.
As a company, you've really taken true cost accounting into account. Sorry for doubling up there, but I think this word you used, widget, you really took the factory out of the farm in a way that I think so many of us who care not just about animal welfare, but farmer welfare and the welfare of the land can appreciate. And so if you can just talk a little bit more about the farmers, the producers you work with, because there are stories, and you can find those stories in the cartons.
Yes, if you open every carton, we have a little newspaper in there that we call Vital Times, so you can learn. There's always a hen of the month, a little story about kind of what we're doing at the company and about our farmers. And we think that's a really important way of keeping our consumers informed about what is actually happening and what we do. Transparency is number one for us at Vital Farms. We have a slogan that we like to say, we're bullshit free, and we really try and uphold that every day and be honest about what we're challenged by, but just as much where we're succeeding. So I think one of the really unique things about Vital Farms, and if I can talk at length about the problems of mainstream protein industry, but one of the things that's really unique is that we will buy every egg that our farmers produce. So most protein companies work with their farmers and purchase by volume. And so if a farmer has a particularly successful year, but they've only contracted for so much, they're not actually they have to be responsible for finding a buyer in a market for what they've produced. Whereas we have exclusivity, so that gives us both equal investment. Farmers are invested in our success, and we're invested in theirs. And we have a full farm support team of 30 farm support advisors that are out there working closely with our farmers every day, offering things from nutrition advice to how is the forage and grass looking, to how we're swabbing for food safety and all of these different things. And so we have a really, really close-knit relationship,
Yeah.
which really sets us apart.
Amanda, you've said two really, sorry, Andrea, why did I do that? Sorry. Andrea, who I've known and loved for a long time, I apologize. You said two really important things. One is you give farmers a lot of confidence, right? They don't have to go and find a new contract every year. That is key. That is more important than anything else I think a company can do. And that you have this farm support team. So in a world, in the United States, where extension services are lacking, they have not gotten the support and funding that they need in a lot of ways. Those are two really important things that the private sector is taking on that the government used to.
Yeah, and not just extension, but if you think of NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service, which is an arm of USDA that used to have reps out there in the field bringing new research to farmers, that's becoming less and less. And so while we'd love to see that office get funded fully and staffed to its full potential, as I think the future of U.S. agriculture depends on it, we're trying to really fill that gap in the meantime.
Yeah, it's so important. Thank you for doing that as a company. I'm wondering if you can talk about your approach to what we've talked about a little bit this morning, which is regenerative farming or regenerative practices.
Yes, and I think it's a really important call out that a lot of regenerative agriculture practices are grounded in indigenous practices as well, and a lot of what Vital Farms standards is grounded in that as well. So all of our farmers are required to practice pasture rotation. Our hens are rotated every certain number of weeks to let the land have time to regrow and the nutrients to kind of replenish in the soil. Additionally, none of our farmers spray pesticides or fungicides on the pasture. So the birds are out there foraging, and it is a natural ecosystem occurring. But on top of that, we're working with our farmers to figure out how a lot of them have diversified operations, so how can they rotate other species on their pasture? So hens are eating low to the ground, sheep and goats are browsing twigs. So it creates just as much as you need to mow your lawn, you also need to trim back hedges. So it's kind of an equal amount of maintaining that pasture to a full ecosystem. In addition, we're always making sure that bare ground is always covered, and so that our farms are more resilient to adverse weather conditions like drought or floods.
Yeah.
And then also planting cover crops so that our birds have diverse forage. They're not just eating bugs and grass, but also maybe clover and sunflower and different types of grasses as well.
It's very cool, and we talked about that diversity of people and animals and everything that needs to go into farming, but it also provides a diversity of economic resources when you have more going on your farm.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say almost all of our farmers aren't just solely Vital Farms hen farmers. Some of them may have a cattle operation, as I mentioned. Some of them actually grow their own feed on their farm. So being able to have that autonomy for farmers to find different income streams is really important.
Yeah, it's so important. Andrea, when we last spoke, you talked about the importance of pragmatism when it comes to developing sustainability strategies. And I say this every time I'm on stage, I can't help it. We've all seen those companies that say, hey, by 2050, we're gonna reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. Too late, everyone, okay? So I'm wondering how you balance that practicality with the urgency for change, and I mean this in the best way, the need for marketing, that you have environmental practices and benefits that you want your customers to know about. Those are really three things that you sort of have to balance in that storytelling.
Yeah, for sure. And you'll notice we just launched our latest impact update this morning, so you can kind of dig in online. But we intentionally set our targets no more than 5 years out. That gives us a sense of urgency, but also a sense of transparency to our stakeholders about where we're going. So I think one thing that I think a lot about is, for a lot of companies, supply chain related emissions, what's happening upstream from the farmers or suppliers that they source from, they often don't know what's what's
Yeah,
going on.
yeah.
Whereas we have that direct relationship and can really help our farmers continue to raise the standard of what they're doing. So we have a target to scale regenerative agriculture, additional regenerative agriculture practices across our network of farmers. And yes, we know there's gonna be greenhouse gas emissions reductions related to that, but for us, it's not about setting a specific number. Measuring is really important, but it's not the whole thing, right? A lot of this work is behavioral, community-driven,
Sure.
and we really want these to be long-standing shifts in our food system. And so working on the ground with our farmers to show them that this is actually really good for their business, for the longevity of their farm. If they want to pass this farm on to their next generation, they need to keep the land going and
Yeah.
productive. And so really tying it to that long-term stewardship is what matters.
Andrea, what if you can't make your goals and you've put them out in this impact report that came out today? What if you can't make them? What will you tell everyone? Don't
We're
cry.
gonna tell you that we miss them. That's definitely the first thing we'll say. It's scary putting it out into public,
Yeah.
what we're gonna commit to, but we have to, people are expecting more from business these days.
Yes.
And Vital Farms, its whole kind of founding and how much we've grown is a testament to the ability for business to do good by being good. And so, as I said, we're bullshit free. We want to be really transparent. So we're going to tell you if we can't make it and why, and also how we're going to do better.
Right. It's an example that many other companies should follow as well. So hopefully they're learning from you. There has been huge support for small-scale fruit and vegetable producers over the last a decade and a half maybe in the United States with farm bill changes, but that doesn't seem to be the case for small-scale livestock producers. For big producers, there's certainly a lot of funding going on. What do we need to happen sort of locally, regionally, and federally so that, you know, your farmers, the farmers who work with you, get the resources that they need, like those big livestock producers?
Yeah, it's making that funding available and changing some of the incentives that structure programs like EQIP and conservation programs out of NRCS, that there's just an inherent weighting system that precludes smaller scale producers from getting those contracts and getting the cost share to adopt better environmental practices. Even shifting to higher animal welfare systems is so costly. It requires so much upfront capital, and you know, everything's more expensive these days. Building bigger houses so that hens have more space is more expensive. So there are a bunch of really great animal welfare organizations like ASPCA that is pushing for appropriations to help offset some of that cost. So much of our current USDA system incentivizes commodity crop agriculture, really large-scale agriculture, and we've done a really good job over the last 50 years of really optimizing for that one thing, which is output and yield, without consideration to all the others. And so there's a lot of room for kind of reshifting it to optimizing for multiple things.
I wonder what your call for action in the last couple of seconds we have left is for this audience.
First, buy our eggs. I promise you they're really delicious, and hopefully if you got some breakfast tacos this morning, you saw that for yourself. But also, really important to support your local independent news sources. Just not to mention Food Tank, but I would also call out Civil Eats, the Food Environmental Reporting Network. They're telling stories and doing the investigative journalism around our food system and a lot of the companies that control our food system that mainstream media isn't telling. So be curious about those things and support your local news.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Bullshit free, everyone.
Thank you so much.
We're we're now going to have a series of conversations focused on the health and well-being of future generations and policy, an important theme that we have been highlighting through our programming in support of the Biden-Harris administration National Strategy on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health. The next couple of conversations will look at the legislation and programs that can increase the access and affordability of healthy foods, especially for children and their families. And for this first conversation, I'm a little verklempt because it is my honor to welcome Admiral Rachel L. Levine, the Assistant Secretary for Health at the Department of Health and Human Services. Admiral, it made me so happy and cry, honestly, tears of joy when you said you were able to join us. So thank you for being such a heroine, such a trailblazer, and thank you for joining us all today. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here.
Thank you so much. So to start, I'm really hoping that you can tell me what drew you to this work that's really focused on developing healthy, nourished, which is a word I love and use a lot, communities.
Well, thank you very much for that question, and the focus of this whole symposium is really fantastic. Well, healthy food, nutritious food is a human need. Actually, it's a human right. Thank you, yes. And we can't address hunger, nutrition, and health without viewing them all holistically together.
Right.
That's absolutely critical. You know, I've seen this firsthand. I know storytelling is something that's important to you all in my travels. So one trip was to East St. Louis, which is actually in southern Illinois, where they have a significant nutritious food desert.
Yeah.
They have a very poor community, underserved community, lots of different environmental challenges, and they have no grocery stores. They have no access to fresh fruits and vegetables. They have corner stores which have been taken over and sell primarily fast food.
Right.
And they have lack of transportation, trouble with housing, and they have no access to nutrition food. And we have a round table there with Jackie Joyner-Kersey, who I remember very well from the Olympics and who is from that community. And they were talking about the challenges. And a couple of the kids that were in the round table were young people, and I'm a pediatrician by my original training, and they really challenged us. Like, how could you live here? And this is unsustainable. And really hearing those young people talk was very meaningful to me. The second story I'll tell, though, was in another part of the country, in Alaska. In rural Alaska, up near Utqiagvik, which is the top of the world, and other remote Alaskan native villages, where they are having significant impacts to their native food because of the impacts of climate change and pollution. Their native foods are so important to them from a nutritional aspect, from a health aspect in terms of avoiding chronic diseases, but also it is intimately part of their culture, and it's threatened, and we heard from the communities up there. So I see this in all the travels that I go on.
It's so exciting that there's this groundswell, and it's from the ground up, it's from communities themselves. What's exciting to me is that the government is taking this holistic sort of viewpoint. That's a revolution in the federal government. Can you talk about that?
Well, we are trying to be really transformational in the federal government, in the Biden-Harris administration. And in my department, under Secretary Javier Becerra, the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health happened in September of 2022, coming off part of the acute phase of the pandemic. And it showed the real importance of this transformational change. And it showed how all of these different issues are related. Many of the different challenges that we have are related in terms of aspect to healthy, nutritious food, but then the transportation necessary to bring people to that, housing, education. I just saw, no food without farms outside, rural areas, agriculture, all of it is related together to form what we are calling now thriving communities. Thriving communities.
What is also exciting to me, and you mentioned this just a few moments ago, is that you're making these connections. It's not just about food and nutrition, it's about climate change, it's about pollution, it's about all of these other things, which I don't think that the federal government has made those sorts of, connecting the dots before. That's great. That makes me feel patriotic.
I agree. And so we have a new initiative called People and Places Thriving that I'd like to highlight in that regard.
Please.
And it is really across the federal government. It is not just the Department of Human Services. There are actually, looking up, like 47 different agencies and departments involved with this initiative. And to me, this is an evolution of the social determinants of health. And it relies upon working on what we call the vital conditions of health, nutrition, well-being, and justice. Health, well-being, and justice, and nutrition is an absolutely critical aspect of that. Not just food security, but the USDA has coined it nutrition security. And this is breaking down silos across the federal government. It used to be called equitable long-term recovery and resilience. Didn't flow off the tongue as well as it could. It had an acronym, of course, ELTRR, because everything in the federal government has an acronym. So now it has been reimagined as People and Places Thriving. And we're really excited about this transformational initiative.
The word thriving is very important too. It's not just about surviving. It's not just about getting enough calories. That's a very particular, we talked about semantics in an earlier panel. That's a very particular word to use.
It is a particular word, and it's drawn with intention, that we want people and places to thrive. I think that only happens when we're working together in communities, in families, in communities, in states, and across the country. We have to break down these silos that have developed and to really all work together to achieve this state. Now, this is a whole of government approach.
Yeah.
Again, 47 different federal agencies involved. It is really addressing health equity and the fundamental aspects going way upstream, as we like to do in public health. And this is not something that we're going to achieve in the next year or so. We're looking the long game. This is a 10-year initiative.
That whole of government approach and those 47 agencies, that can't have been easy. I know the lead up to the 2022 event, the hunger conference with the White House, that had to be a massive sort of mobilization of getting all those folks to finally break down some silos and talk to one another.
It has really been a labor of love, and it has originated actually in the first year of the pandemic, kind of stealth, with career employees who saw that, we need to look eventually beyond the acute phase of the pandemic, and to look about how we pull together and recover, and then develop resiliency within our communities. And that has led to this ground-up effort from our fantastic federal employees. Yeah. It has gravitated to a couple different offices, but when I came in 2021, it had landed in my office, and I have tried to really nurture this transformational initiative.
Well, you mentioned the pandemic, and I think that has been so important to this sort of food as medicine idea, gaining so much momentum, and it's really only growing. And I'm wondering if you can talk about how the Department of Health and Human Services sees food as medicine as a policy driver now.
So it absolutely is a policy driver. It is critically important to, again, our Secretary Javier Becerra, looking at it as a health equity issue. And again, you cannot separate the battle against hunger from food as medicine from a health equity perspective. They are really intimately related. So we're working in all the different divisions at HHS. For example, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services is incentivizing providers to screen patients for food and nutrition security, as well as other challenges, housing instability, transportation difficulty, interpersonal safety and violence. It really is part of health to screen for these specific issues. CMS has announced approval of 1115 Medicaid waivers in Massachusetts and in Oregon, and we're starting to do that in other states, which really is part of this initiative to end hunger, but also to end hunger, reduce chronic diseases that are related to diet and nutrition, and to eliminate health inequities. They are all intimately related together.
And I wonder how you're working to educate communities about those 1115 waivers, because that's part of this process.
That is, and so we have a Food as Medicine initiative at my office of the Assistant Secretary of Health that is working with these communities, trying to advance this concept of food is medicine. And we're trying to create an integrated virtual platform that will sort of allow communities to understand the landscape and how the impact is, and to work with states, with communities, and the federal government collaboratively together, which I know is radical, but that's the way we do.
So important to get that information out there. So the HHS just hosted its first Food is Medicine convening in Washington, D.C. I was very excited to be there. I was excited to be in that building. I'd never been in there. I'm wondering if you can talk about the inspiration behind that conference and why it was so important, and why it was so important to have it in that building.
Well, it was really the first conference of this size. It was the largest conference that HHS has ever had. We had 500 people in the building, in the Great Hall, which I'd never seen full before this effort. And we had 2,000 people online, and the inspiration came from our secretary, that we wanted to have a landmark conference, bringing stakeholders from throughout the country together, right to the Hubert H. Humphrey building, in all of its brutalist architecture wonder, and right there in the Great Hall to discuss about this important initiative, this important health equity initiative. And I think that it was landmark, it was inspiring, but it's just a start. You know, you have a conference. The conference is not the end of things. The conference is the start of things.
Right. And it wasn't just federal agencies that were there. There was very bipartisan support. There were members of Congress on both sides who were there really excited about this work, promoting it, drinking milk on stage, doing some weird things that I never would have thought of. And it just wasn't Jim McGovern, a hunger
That's
hero.
exactly right. So we do appreciate Congressman McGovern's work on this from Massachusetts. But you're right. This is a bipartisan initiative. What could be more bipartisan than food, than nutrition and health? To me, these are all bipartisan issues. None of this should be political in any way.
Absolutely. Thank you for saying that. Admiral, we can't talk about these issues, I think, without talking about scale. How do we scale up the food as medicine work? How do we make sure that other federal departments, and I know you're all trying to work together on so many things, really, support it and get the momentum behind it?
Well, so you're right. This has to be a whole of government approach, because there are transportation issues, there are housing issues, there are educational issues, there are labor issues, there are obviously agriculture issues, and we all have to work together in terms of this to be successful. I think that we need to break down silos. We need to make this bipartisan. We need funding. So more funding is absolutely critical. So right now, with our People and Places Thriving, we're working with existing resources and existing capabilities that we have. But in order to continue to move the needle in terms of dealing with food and nutrition security, and to end hunger, and to advance food as medicine, we're going to need more support and more funding as well.
Sure.
And, I'm a positive and optimistic person, and I think that's going to happen.
Bravo to that. You said that funding is so critical, and I'm not sure if you can answer this question. You can tell me no and walk off the stage if you'd like, but this is an election year. And how do we get that bipartisan support that is so necessary to make all of this possible, to increase the thriving and well-being of so many Americans who need it desperately?
Well, the president and the vice president and our secretary and others are really trying to do this every day. So we want to make this a bipartisan effort, even in lean fiscal times. We have to address public health challenges that we see, and we have to address these issues of nutrition and food, nutrition security, food as medicine, and public health. So I will remain hopeful that as budget talks continue, that these issues will remain fundamental and can draw bipartisan support for more funding.
Yeah, if this issue can't do that, nothing else can.
Well, we're going to stay positive and optimistic that it can.
I will stay with you right there
Okay.
in that optimism. I'm wondering what your call to action is for everyone in this room, and what do you want everyone to take away from this conversation?
Thank you. You know, this really is a call to action, and it's not just a call to talk. It's a call to action. I think we all have to work together. You know, the COVID-19 pandemic, it's hard to imagine that it was March 2020 when all of our lives changed. It was 4 years ago in terms of the acute phase of the pandemic. But the challenges of the last 4 years have taught us that we are all interconnected, is that our health and our well-being fundamentally rely upon us working together and that spirit of connectedness. And I really believe that spirit of connectedness is what makes our country great. And it's what we have to work on now more than ever. And this topic that we're talking about today, about food and nutrition security, ending hunger, food as medicine, addressing chronic illnesses, public health, really is the perfect example of how we can come together to really create that thriving community, that thriving nation, and really this thriving world that we all need and that we all deserve. We must do better. I truly believe that we can do better, and with all of your help, we will do better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Admiral.
Thank
what
you.
an honor to meet you. Thank you. I am so grateful that Admiral Levine could be here with such a busy schedule. We are now going to stay, yes, round of applause, everyone. We're going to stay with some of the topics that the Admiral brought up in our next conversation on access, affordability, and healthier food environments. So joining me for this session, I'd like to welcome Will McEntee, the Senior Advisor for Public Engagement at the White House Office of Public Engagement. Round of applause for Will. Kellyanne, they're getting the chairs ready, but anyway, Kellyanne Blazek, the Special Assistant to the President for Agriculture and Rural Policy in the White House. Round of applause. Dr. Judy Moreau, the President and CEO of the CDC Foundation. Round of applause. And Hartina Flornay, an American political advisor who served as Chief of Staff to Vice President Kamala Harris from 2021 to 2022. I have said this many times about the folks you're about to see on stage, but they are true American heroes. And like Admiral Levine, they make me feel very patriotic. So I'm hoping they can join me on stage. I'm not sure what's happening. Oh, we have a video. I'm so sorry. So while we're waiting for them, again, I'm not perfect today, so I appreciate everyone's patience as I continue to mess up. So. We have this special video shared with us by U.S. Congressmember Lloyd Doggett, who represents the 37th District of Texas. He could not be with us in person, but he was still excited to participate in today's summit.
Important endeavor. Thank you for caring about the unfortunate reality that too many Texas neighbors don't know whether they can afford to put food on the table. It's just totally unacceptable that 1 in 7 Texans go hungry, and it's certainly preventable. I'm encouraged that Food Tank has convened today's summit here in Austin, the only place I've ever called home, and brought together national, state, and local leaders to advance ideas and solutions to a crisis that affects so many of our vulnerable neighbors. Prioritizing sustainable food and agriculture systems that really work for people, animals, and our planet is the key to ensuring we increase access and affordability for nutritious food choices. Outrageously, the indifference of Governor Abbott and his administration has only worsened the hunger crisis as Texas families have been denied federally approved and funded food assistance through SNAP. Texans having to wait for months, some nearly a year, to secure this federal help. Over the last few months, I've worked with the U.S. Department of Agriculture to try to bring the state of Texas under a corrective action plan that will slowly resolve this unfortunate and unnecessary backlog of SNAP applications while implementing some new protocols to prevent this from happening again. For families across Texas, failure is just not an option. The state's mishandling of our SNAP program and its refusal to accept $450 million in new federal money to help families get through the summer months is just appalling. As Texans use their taxpayer dollars to fund 3 months of summer meals for children across the country, from California to Arkansas to Vermont, nearly 4 million eligible Texas children won't get the food they need because the Abbott administration just doesn't care and refuses to participate. His administration was so busy denying families access to a family physician through Medicaid that they said they didn't have time to help hungry children. Overburdened food banks are struggling to fill this void as they see increased demand and experience shortages in food, money, and volunteers. And here in Washington and Congress, the fight to overcome Republican obstruction continues. Most of us here know that the climate crisis gravely affects agriculture and crops. For farmers and ranchers, it can be catastrophic to their livelihoods. As we prepare to reauthorize the Farm Bill, which will expire at the end of September, we've got to stand firm in rejecting House Republican proposals to cut SNAP and programs to fight the climate crisis in favor of getting more subsidies to giant agribusiness operations. The same hot and hotter temperatures, the hottest in recorded history, that we're about to experience for what's likely to be about 6 months of summer this year, mean longer droughts and greater challenges for crops to grow. We're already experiencing a genuine climate crisis, and the climate deniers and the obstructors are costing agriculture money and burdening all of us. The good news is that those of you who are here today, and many more, are ready to find a constructive path forward. Thank you for your leadership. Let's create healthier, more affordable food environments for everyone. I look forward to continuing to partner with you toward that objective. Very best wishes on your meeting.
What a brave member of Congress. I love that video. So I'm sitting here with some people, again, that I really admire. So, Will, I get to start with you, which I often do. And I'm wondering if you can go ahead and set the stage and tell folks why the National Strategy on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, why it was imagined, what it is, what it does, and why are these issues so important to the current administration?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll start by saying it's really tough to follow Admiral Levine because she did such an incredible job laying out why this is such a priority for President Biden and for this entire administration, and really the excellent work that HHS has done in this space since the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health that President Biden hosted in September of 2022. So folks may know that that was the first time that the president has hosted a conference on these issues in over 50 years. And we convened that conference in September of 2022. In addition to that conference, the Domestic Policy Council, my colleague Kellyanne Blazek, is our special assistant to the president for rural and agriculture policy, worked with all of the agencies across the federal government to develop a national strategy on hunger, nutrition, and health that really provided a roadmap for some of the federal tools and resources that could be utilized to help achieve President Biden's goal of ending hunger and reducing diet-related disease while addressing disparities amongst communities by the year 2030. So an ambitious but achievable goal. But obviously that's not a goal that we can achieve with just federal action alone. We need all of the people in this room. We need state and local officials across the country. We need the private sector, food and health sectors, community-based organizations, nonprofits, farmers, agricultural workers, farm workers, everybody working in tandem and lockstep to help us achieve this goal. And so that's why ahead of the conference, the White House worked with the CDC Foundation. Dr. Judy Monroe, who joins us here, and her team did incredible work alongside the White House and HHS, USDA, so many agencies who worked with many of the stakeholders we just talked about, both to help inform the national strategy that we put out, but also to develop external commitments to help us achieve the president's goal. And so ahead of the conference, we announced over 60 external commitments aligned with the president's goal. Post-conference and after releasing that initial round of commitments, we heard from so many different stakeholders who said, hey, if we had a little more time, we might be able to provide a commitment. We might be able to do something a little bit more. And because we wanted to give folks more time, we announced the White House Challenge to End Hunger and Build Healthy Communities in March of 2023. And over the past year, up until a couple of weeks ago, when we hosted an event at the White House to announce those commitments, we've worked with so many folks here in this room. We've worked with Food Tank. We've worked with so many excellent stakeholders across the country to develop more commitments, to really galvanize additional support and additional actions that folks outside the federal government could take to help us achieve the president's goal. And just 2 weeks ago at an event at the White House with the second gentleman and Secretary Vilsack, Admiral Levine, and so many others, we announced 141 new external commitments totaling about $1.7 billion. Thank you. And so we were really excited to announce those commitments and lift up that work. Again, we did this work with the CDC Foundation, and Dr. Monroe will talk a little bit more about kind of where those commitments go from here, the work they're doing with commitment makers to foster those commitments. And of course, and Admiral Levine spoke to this as well. Kelly, I'll leave Kellyanne to touch on this too. We've been working really hard to implement the national strategy on hunger, nutrition, health that we announced, that we lifted up at the conference. Yeah. And I know Kellyanne will touch on that as well.
Well, one thing that excites me so much is you do have this roadmap now, that is the legacy, part of the legacy of this administration, and it's so exciting to me. And again, I want to thank you all for putting that in place, because it will help future administrations, no matter who they are, do this kind of work. So thank you. Round of applause for that, please. So Judy, if I can turn to you, Will mentioned that, the White House Challenge to End Hunger and Build Healthy Communities was launched. They've worked closely with the CDC Foundation to encourage new commitments in support of the challenge. What is the challenge? What do you want folks to do? What comes from this call to action?
Yeah, so thanks, and happy National Pie Day. I don't know if anybody said that yet. I thought it was very clever to schedule it on today. So the White House had 5 pillars with the challenge, and so under each of those pillars, we worked closely. The CDC Foundation worked very closely with the White House and partners to rally commitments under each of those 5 pillars. Are you going to go over the pillars? So let me quickly, just so you know the pillars. So it's improving food access and affordability. Second is integrating nutrition and health. The third is empowering all consumers to make healthy choices. Fourth is supporting physical activity. And fifth is enhancing nutrition and food security and research, through research. So we started, we think of it as a big tent. It was cast broadly for commitments, and commitments started to come in from large national organizations all the way to small community-based organizations, and everything in between under each of those pillars. And so there's some pretty exciting, and I think remarkable commitments that have been made, but a commitment is just a commitment, right? A commitment really translates when it is delivered upon. And so one of the things that the CDC Foundation has done is we've been tracking and asking folks to report back on what their commitments are. So that's part of the area. But we've got commitments. So, example, like the Rockefeller Foundation and American Heart Association committed. I think they're going to raise $250 million for research. Food as medicine has really taken off. We can talk more about that maybe later. And so we need the research there. But there's commitments in innovation. I think we'll talk a little more about that. But we've got data systems that are being unlocked, partnerships that have never been thought of before. So one of my favorites is the National Association of Chain Drugstores. They found the Milk and Feeding Change group, and the two of them now are forging a massive, large-scale effort to get pharmacists to be involved in food as medicine and the prescription. So we could talk all day. There's a lot.
Well, I do want to stay on this point of partnerships and collaborations. None of this would have worked without partnerships and collaborations, and the CDC Foundation has been a huge leader on that point. Not good, not easy work.
No, it's not. And so if you don't, the CDC Foundation, we're an independent nonprofit created to support CDC and public health. And so we work across administrations. I mean, we're here throughout. And our tagline is "Together our impact is greater." And we were actually formed by Congress to forge public-private partnerships, but it is not easy work.
Can I just pause and say, Judy seems very nonchalant about the work that the CDC Foundation does. They are incredible partners. We would not have been able to pull off the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health or the White House Challenge to End Hunger and Build Healthy Communities without this partnership. They are doing incredible work. So I just want to acknowledge Judy and Sharon and Colleen on her team. They have been truly incredible collaborators to us, and we would not have been able to do this without them. So
it's incredible. Thank you, Kellyanne, for mentioning that. Tina, if I can turn to you, I'm really excited. I'm very personally excited about how the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition is helping to support the national strategy. And I'm wondering if you can talk about it, because it brings some really cool athletes and young people together, and how that's promoting the health of communities.
Well, first of all, I wanted to say thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. First time I've attended one of your conferences. So
thank you.
I see a lot of enthusiasm here, and it's great to see. For some of us of a certain age, you're probably familiar with the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition. In the first meeting I attended, I was not aware. It did not happen in my school when I was growing up, that the challenge that a lot of people, a lot of kids participated in. On my flight here, I was preparing for this because I'm still a student, I guess, and I'm worried about exams. And someone noticed what I was reading, and he said, "Oh my God, I remember taking that challenge as a kid." So it's something that's in a lot of people's heads. The challenge, the council is appointed by the president. It's close to 30, full capacity is 30 members. We have 29. The co-chairs are Jose Andreas, and I want to stress Jose Andreas because
shout out for Jose.
That will give you a sense of why we focus so much on nutrition. And Elena Deladon, who's a fabulous WNBA player, MVP, et cetera. And if you saw the people who are on the council, it is made up of chefs, nutritionists, physicians, Olympians, Paralympians. It's people who care about fitness and health and understand that fitness, health is all tied to food, nutrition, how you treat it, how you look at it, how you involve it, how you incorporate it as part of your life. So when we were organizing ourselves and talking to Will, we looked at sports, and I did in particular because I'll admit it here, my life is sports. Even though I don't play a single sport, I'm a very avid watcher and participant. And we thought this is an instance in which the sports leagues, which individually are doing things around nutrition.
Right.
One of our members, a former pitcher for the Phillies, said to us on a call when he started in baseball, not many of the teams had nutritionists. They all do now. They all talk about food. They all talk about health and how that makes you a better athlete. And so we thought we would approach the leagues, who were always involved with the President's Council in one way or another, to actually formally join us in promoting nutrition. We didn't ask any of them to reinvent the wheel, but we say you all do programs that involve young people. You have youth programs. Can we make sure we're incorporating information about nutrition, that we're having nutritionists there, that we're talking about this, that we have a way that kids learn that to be their best on the field is they have to fuel their minds and minds and bodies. And I will say that one of the leagues in particular said, we're doing this work, we really care about it, we want you to also incorporate a discussion of mental health, which I thought was great, because this is something that so many young kids deal with. And that's something we've been able to do. I will mention one thing in particular at the meeting that Will referenced. I don't know if you remember a young woman, her name is Monet Davis. When she was 13 years old, she was playing Little League baseball, pitching. She was the first woman, first girl, to pitch in a Little League game, and they won in a shutout. She's the first girl to do that. She spoke, and she spoke so eloquently about how much sports had meant to her and for her, but also what she learned about what she needed to do about nutrition, what kind of food she needed to eat, that she spent so much time eating fruits and vegetables, that she wanted to be the best she could be as an athlete, but that required her to know as much as she could about the food she was putting in her body. And she actually introduced the second gentleman. And I will tell you, she wants a career and is pursuing a career. She knew at 8 years old. She said maybe baseball broadcasting. And she's now at Columbia in their School of Journalism. But it's those kinds of stories that we want to work with the leagues and everybody else who will work with us to promote nutrition, to promote the understanding of taking care of your body as an important part of being the best you can be in whatever job, whatever pursuit you have. So it's been really great. All the leagues have been great. And I will mention the NBA at their All-Star weekend. They did a 24-hour, round-the-clock. You signed up for times to pack meals. They packed 1 million meals to give out to the community there for that weekend.
If I could jump into, Tina touched on this, but this is really the first of its kind partnership between the President's Council on Sports Fitness and Nutrition and all the major sports leagues and players unions. And really, again, incredible thanks to Tina for her leadership on this and the rest of the President's Council. The President was very, when he appointed the President's Council, he made sure that, as Tina mentioned, we had athletes, but we also had chefs, nutritionists, folks that were public health experts, folks who get stuff done like Tina Flournoy, and we're already seeing that paid dividends for us through this partnership. So we're really excited to see how this continues to foster as the leagues continue to work with the President's Council.
Thank you very much, Will. And I wanted to mention that we now are we have 16 MOUs signed by the leagues, and it was very important to us that we had the leagues and their players represented, their associations. So we're pretty excited about it.
It's fantastic. Thank you. Tina, if I can just stay with you for a minute, one thing that struck me about being at that White House event a few weeks ago now is that some of the athletes who spoke came from marginalized communities, yet they realized the importance of nutrition and what they needed to do and how to get it. It's really, really important for young people to see people who look like them, people who came from the same places they came from, to have that as an example. And so I just want to commend you. I don't know if there's a question there, but I'd love you to comment. I just want to commend you, though, for bringing those folks in.
Well, thanks to Will and DPC and everybody who participated in it. But there is, in life, really, if you want to achieve anything, there has to be a degree of intentionality. Especially when you want to make change, there has to be intentionality. So we were thrilled about that, thrilled to hear their stories, and that's why I wanted to mention Monet Davis and say, first of all, it's still a big thing. She's the only girl who's ever done this, and all of them, the entire council, they're all very dedicated and focused.
And I love that she's going into journalism when she ended on that point. That was the greatest. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Kellyanne.
I was just going to add, I think, I just wanted to mention from the beginning of the process of this administration putting together the White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, and the White House challenges being mentioned, we made it a big priority to ensure that individuals with lived experience were guiding all of these efforts. So even before the White House Conference, we had meetings and roundtables with folks with lived experience to really understand what their priorities were and to listen. This president is very focused on listening and learning from folks in underserved communities and really folks across the board. And so that was a big priority. We partnered with different organizations at the White House Conference to ensure participation from folks with lived experience, and that has continued on through our work with the White House Challenge. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you so much. I think listening and intentionality have been huge sort of markers of this administration. Kellyanne, I want to stay with you because in addition to the challenge, I want you to talk about a little bit, if you can, some of the policies that can help us achieve the goals that are laid out in the national strategy.
Yep, so Admiral Levine mentioned a whole of government approach. How many people know what whole of government approach means? We say it all the time in DC, but essentially we're just bringing the full force of the federal government, right? So we have over 20 federal agencies that we work with all the time on these issues. I wanted to really hone in on our work to advance healthy school meals for kids. How many folks ate school meals when they were growing up? Okay, most people in the room have their hand raised. Keep your hand up or put your hand back up if you enjoyed school meals. You thought they were tasty. Okay, we had some hands come down. So we're really working to change that. There's over 30 million kids who eat school meals every day, and so it's a big, big opportunity for us to impact the next generation. USDA actually has a forthcoming final rule coming out this spring that's going to advance higher nutrition standards. That proposed rule actually had what would be the first ever added sugar limit. And so we're really trying to make sure that kids are off to a healthy start, that they can get healthy, tasty food in schools. And so we're looking forward to that final rule coming out this spring.
So I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about some of the programs that are in place to make sure that kids get fed healthy, delicious stuff. Some of the other things that have been laid out by the administration. What can we do to make sure that those things are protected no matter who's in office?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I think WIC is a great example. So the administration had been pushing for full funding for WIC for the last, I would say, 6 months, and making sure that in the FY24 appropriations package, and I'm saying this and I realized that this morning, I think we started the day with someone saying policy is a black hole, and so I'm trying to make it demystify it a little bit here, but I apologize if it gets wonky. But we were pushing for full funding for WIC. There was an incredible advocacy campaign from stakeholders that supported our request for full funding. That was included in the package that recently came together, but we could not have done that without the support of stakeholders. The president's budget just came out earlier this week for FY25. In that is a WIC funding request for $7.7 billion. And so we look forward to continuing to work with Congress and all of you to make sure that we get full funding for WIC again.
Thank you so much, Kellyanne. Tina, if I can come back to you for a minute, I think one of the things that excites me about the work that you're doing with major sports leagues is that it brings these different audiences, right? People who are Republicans and Democrats and everyone in between, but who love sports and want to follow the examples of sports figures that they idolize. It's a really ideal setting for that kind of message, but it's also a little bit political, and I wonder if there will be challenges for you and others as that sort of, as things evolve and change.
Well, to make a blanket statement, and I think everybody in this room knows, whenever you take on something, there are challenges. Thus far, in working with the leagues, and I know that some of their representatives are, some are of a different political party than I am, but it has never come up as an issue. Thus far, it's never come up as an impediment to anything. I think, first of all, they want to have more people involved in what they're doing, and they want to be successful. And doing this and doing it well is part of being successful.
Yeah.
You know, so things kind of align, but there's been no pushback, no disagreements, and anytime we've called them, you know, they're going to be involved in the Easter egg roll, you know, at the White House. And I mention that because that's the largest event the White House does. It attracts 40,000 people.
Sure.
So as part of that, you know, you see the Easter egg roll on the South Lawn, but there's a whole back part that deals with physical fitness, and they're going to be involved in that. So, you know, for some of them, the role may be a little different, but nobody said no. They said, let's figure it out.
Sure. I mean, I think I asked the question in a clumsy way. It's such a great example that, you know, other folks, you know, should be following, that it doesn't matter, that this is something that all of us can get around, no matter what sports team we like or what, you know, political party we like.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I'm going to give Monet Davis more press than she's probably ever wanted. But I think this kind of sums it up, and it actually made me think of why you're all here and the work you do. As she said in an interview, this world is huge, and there's so much space for everyone to do something great. And that's true. You know?
Thank you so much. Will and Kellyanne, it's not only these external partnerships with the private sector, philanthropy, and civil society that are important. I wonder how, if we can go back to the different federal agencies that Admiral Levine mentioned before, why it's so important that they're now working together in a way that they never worked together before, which is so exciting to me.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. And a lot of this work is happening very behind the scenes. And so I wanted to mention a call that Will and I put together monthly with stakeholders who care about hunger, nutrition, diet-related diseases, and public health. We try to get a rotating cast of characters on that call from across the federal government. And so sometimes we have partners from SBA or National Park Service or Department of Transportation. And so please come and say hi to Will and I after this. We're happy to get your contact info. We have an open door policy, so like, please come up, say hi, and hopefully we can learn more about what you do. But I did want to mention, actually just yesterday, the president was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Do we have any Wisconsinites in the room? Thank you, Michelle. I knew you had my back there. I'm a Wisconsinite, so I appreciate that. But he was in Milwaukee yesterday announcing $3.3 billion in new awards through the Department of Transportation's Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhoods program. And that program is funded by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. And some of those awards are actually going to support critical infrastructure in communities to help improve food access, so to help folks get to grocery stores, to help folks be physically active in their communities through walking paths or bike lanes. And so that's not a traditional, you know, USDA or HHS program per se, but it is really important in the context of the entire ecosystem that we're trying to build here to support the president's goal of ending hunger and reducing diet-related diseases by 2030. So that's just one example. The national strategy has equities across 20 federal agencies. The Domestic Policy Council is actually tracking each one of those commitments that the federal government made in the national strategy and working directly with those agencies to ensure that there's progress. And so I just wanted to mention that, because again, sometimes it's all happening behind the scenes, but we're trying to do a better job about highlighting some of those agencies that, you know, may not be the usual suspects like USDA and HHS.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Will, anything to add there?
Yeah, I would just add, because I know Admiral Levine covered everything, all the amazing work that HHS is doing. Just a couple work streams that USDA has led on that are really critical right now. So Kellyanne mentioned the Healthy School Meals Rule. In addition to that work, they've done a lot of incredible work through the president's leadership to expand access to meals to both during the school year and outside of the school year. So they've worked to expand community eligibility for free and reduced meals through the schools. They've finalized a rule that expanded school meals to 3,000 additional school districts. And then because it's so critical for students during the summer months when they're not getting those meals to have access to food at home, The president signed into law a piece of legislation that actually allows for a new program that has been set up by USDA in recent months that allows for a new benefit for students during the summer months to access electronic benefits transfer funding, so EBT funding during the summer, an additional allotment that allows them to buy groceries during the summer months when they're not getting those school meals.
So important. Everyone, round of applause for that, please.
Absolutely. And so already this program has been taken on by 37 states, every U.S. territory, and 3 tribal nations, which will help benefit 21 million kids this summer. But every state is eligible, and we would love to see all 50 states utilize this funding. And so some states are looking already at 2025. USDA has been doing a lot of work with states and with tribal nations to ensure that they're able to apply and can access this funding for 2025. But this is kind of, I think, an important thing for folks in this room to keep in mind as you're talking with folks in your communities. Texas is one of the states that has not taken this benefit for 2024, and so we hope that they will look into this for 2025, because there's 3.8 million children who could benefit from the summer EBT program if Texas were to apply for 2025.
Right.
Can I just add on? I appreciate everything you said, Will, and I'll just add on kind of like a hopeful story or something that makes me really hopeful. So the USDA worked closely with states to, increase uptake of summer EBT for this summer in 2024, the first summer that it's being offered permanently. And there were some states who in the fall said, absolutely not. We're not in a place to do it. There was a 50% admin match, so states had to chip in 50% of the administrative costs to run the program. The federal government is paying for all the benefits. So some of the states were like, we just can't figure it out on this timeline. Some states politicized it. This should not be a red or blue issue. Feeding kids in the summer is just a no-brainer. But I'll just mention that some of the states that said, no way, we're not offering it. One was Nebraska, and the governor said, we're not doing it this year. And there was an incredible campaign led by advocacy organizations and stakeholders, community-based organizations in Nebraska that stepped up to the plate. And even though the governor kind of drew a hard line, they went in, they talked about how important it was for kids in their community. Kids themselves who were experiencing hunger went to his office and talked about their lived experience. And he actually completely changed course. And so about a month or two ago, he announced publicly at a press conference, he said, I was wrong, and this should not be a politicized issue, and we're gonna opt in for 2024, which honestly made me incredibly optimistic. I know there's some dark days in DC where we're all like, what are we doing here? But your voice really matters. Like, that's the point of that story, is that everyone's voice in this room matters. You can make a difference, even when it looks like there's a hard line on something and somebody in leadership is telling you no. There's always a chance they can switch gears. And so I just wanted to share that story.
It's such a great success story. Thank you. Gives me so much hope. It's so exciting. Judy, if I can come back to you, because the CDC Foundation really focuses on innovation and the importance of innovating. And I feel like that, for all of this work, needs to happen more and more. What does that kind of innovation look like for you?
Well, for starters, I would say you've heard a lot about whole of government. We need whole of society. And we need innovation to activate and unleash whole of society. Because everybody has a part in this. As we've said before, food is so important, right? Food is love, food is culture, and so we all need to lean into that. So innovation to me is quite broad. At the foundation, when we think about innovation, lots of folks immediately go to tech, right? We go to the tech innovations, but there are innovations in human relationships and human interaction and interconnectedness. And so at the foundation, we look very holistically at innovation. A couple of things that are coming out of the commitments that have been made. Universities here in Texas have taken a look at food insecurity in their students and faculty, and what they found is a SNAP gap, so there's an innovation now taking place in universities to help students understand access to services and benefits that they qualify for that
Right.
before it never happened. So to me, that's an innovation, right, that's taken place. So it can be high tech, low tech. We need high touch for sure in innovation.
It's really exciting. For my final question for you all, and I know I've done this a lot this morning with panels, I do want to know what your call to action is and what you want everyone in this room and communities around the country and folks who are watching online, what do you want them to sort of take away? What should they do? So Tina, if I can start with you.
Well, you know, it starts, you don't have to do a big thing, but everybody can do something.
Right.
I've recently gotten a new friend. She's 9 years old, and she's a big sports, you know, women's soccer and now football. I won't tell you why, but you can imagine why. Football has become. But she is now, her grandfather said she's of an age, she's making her own breakfast in the morning, but she has a list, and she has it in different categories of here's a protein, here's this, here's that. You know, it seems very small, but at a very young age, she's being taught a very important lesson, one, how to make your own breakfast, but what foods you should be eating, and she's now going to tie that as well to, I want to play soccer, I want to do this, I want to do that. So it really is doing it at the beginning and as early as you can, teaching kids about this, and then it's finding partners, finding people who share the same sense of what's important, who are willing to work for you. And don't look at a partner and think, or a potential partner and think they may not be a partner. You know, give everybody the opportunity to be a part of improving things.
Fantastic advice. Thank you, Tina. Judy, call to action.
Yeah, call to action. So the CDC Foundation has formed, we're the backbone of a national action collaborative for hunger, nutrition, and health. So you can come to impacthunger.org. You can see commitments that have been made. You can see the pillars. But what we really want to do is have folks inspiring one another. We want to lift up the work that everyone is doing. You know, I think of inspiration as the fuel for action. And so that's our call to action.
I love
Come
it.
be inspired. Come join us.
I love it. Thank you. Kellyanne.
I will again say that we would love for you to join our monthly calls. We would love to stay in touch. Please feel free to reach out anytime. We learn an incredible amount from folks who are actually doing the work on the ground every day. I mentioned I'm from Wisconsin. I grew up on my family's farm there. I frequently go back to Wisconsin and learn an incredible amount of information and just success stories, what's working, what's not, that I bring back to DC. And so this only works if we're getting stories from the ground about challenges and opportunities. So please just stay in touch. And then a special call to action for young people throughout this kind of entire process at the White House Conference, at the White House Challenge event. We've made sure to engage young people because they're the future and we really need your ideas and creativity and inspiration. And so I hope that young people get engaged in this too.
Thank you so much, Kellyanne. Will, you get the last word.
Awesome. Well, first of all, we're just blown away to see the interest in these issues here, and thank you for being here and being present, and we look forward to learning from you, as Kellyanne said. We hope you'll sign up for our newsletters, our calls. I think if you go to whitehouse.gov/Hunger Health Conference, or whitehouse.gov/Hunger Health Conference, the email update link is still live there. We can also push out information through Food Tank, but just wanted to echo what Kellyanne mentioned earlier about the importance of advocacy and advocating and really educating your communities, both on the work that is happening and the benefits that folks are eligible for. So if you're in one of those states that's eligible for summer EBT, ensuring that folks in your community are aware of that option, as well as WIC and SNAP and some of the other federal opportunities, but also continue to educate and advocate within your communities about some of the tools that we know can help address hunger and reduce diet-related disease. One of the pieces, Kellyanne mentioned the president's budget that was released earlier this week. So that's kind of his budget and the requests he's made to Congress, and outlines his budget priorities. He often says, if you want to see someone's priorities, let's see their budget. And in his budget, as Kellyanne mentioned, increased funding for WIC to ensure that women, infants, and children have access to food. and nutritious food. And also another area we haven't talked about on this panel yet is the child tax credit, which we know reduced child poverty in half when it was implemented during the implementation of President Biden's American Rescue Plan. He made an additional call to action for that through his budget request, and that's another area that we'd love to be able to expand and permanently expand that child tax credit, which we know reduces poverty in our communities.
So important. Thank you for that. Of course, Tina.
I didn't want to leave without saying that nothing that we did on the Sports Council that we could have gotten done without Will and Kellyanne and the DPC. And when we talked about policy, when we wanted to get something done and at the leagues or whatever, they're the people we called. So it wouldn't have happened without them, of course, with the CDC. It really is a team effort.
I want to say that Tina kind of stole my thunder because I feel like these two individuals are so brave and so smart, and I've learned so much from them over the last couple of years, and they have done the really, really hard work of bringing so many people together. So I hope that you will reach out to them because they are the change makers in the administration, and I love them with all my heart. Thank you all so much.
I'm going to take the last word here and just give an incredible shout out to Danny, Bernie, Elena, Kenzie. The food tank team is so incredible and amazing, and we just appreciate their partnership and collaboration. So thank you, Danny.
I just have to say a few words before our panelists leave us. As Food Tank continues to, in our work to support the National Strategy on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health, we will be heading to Atlanta, Georgia in partnership with Spelman College and Emory University. We will be taking a deep dive into many of the themes that we've already explored here in the last two panels and much, much more. If you are in the Atlanta area, I hope you can join us in person. I don't remember the date. April 14th, thank you. And you can go to foodtank.com/events. So for our next panel, thank you again, panelists. Please give them a round of applause. For our next panel, we're going to continue talking about the state of food policy in the U.S. Leading this conversation is freelance journalist Saba Rahimian. And joining her, we have Rick Whitted, the president and CEO of U.S. Hunger, Luis Guardia, the president of the Food Research and Action Center, also called FRAC, and Clayton Tucker, a rancher, the owner of RX Ranch, and co-founder of Killing, sorry, I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, Killing Creators Community Gardens. Please give them a huge round of applause.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for joining today. My name is Saba Rahimian. I am a freelance journalist. Prior to writing about food, I made food in professional kitchens for 8 years. So this has been a big part of my life, and I'm really honored to be here with these three panelists. Deeper into the black hole of food policy. So each of them is working in directly understanding a lot of the data and the statistics and what's going into these policies that are being created, and they're helping provide insight. So I would like to turn it over for you guys. I would love for you to introduce I will introduce you. We have Rick Whitted, who is the president and CEO of U.S. Hunger. And then next we have Luis Guardia, president of Food Research and Action Center. And then we've got Clayton Tucker, who is the owner and rancher at RX Ranch and co-founder of Killing Creators of Community Gardens. So without further ado, I would love to let you all introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about your respective organizations and how you are coming to understand what policies we are currently working with and what some of those roadblocks are that we're coming up against that are actually propelling us back into pandemic era challenges of addressing hunger nationally.
Yeah, so I'm Rick Whitted with U.S. Hunger. We are a nonprofit who started in response to the Haiti earthquake of assembling food and getting it out across the country. A decade in and 150 million meals throughout this country and parts of the world, the pandemic occurred. I happened to become the CEO on March 2020 when all of that went away for almost 2 years, and we immediately turned to data and technology. We realized as a nonprofit, well, we didn't have a lot of that, but it was all we had, and we began connecting our systems and making them talk. It's funny when you do that and you've been working on hunger for more than a decade, it's amazing what starts to pop out. And so we have continued that process, and now since the pandemic of March 2020, we have surveyed more than 210,000 homes across the country, individual level surveys around health-related social needs and really understanding the root cause. As we got down that journey, it became really clear we needed to really, before we continued focusing on how do we get food to folks in situations of famine, that we first asked the question, why are they hungry in the first place? And so we have really transitioned, thank you, we've really transitioned our entire program around data through health-related screening to understand that very question. What is at the root cause? What are the upward pressures that are creating the downward result of hunger? Surprised, it's not food. It never starts at food. So,
thank you. Luis?
Great. You know, now I get the connection between the NASA people and this. It's the black hole policy. So that was so important. Much like what we've been hearing before, we've been focused a lot on similar issues. So again, I'm Luis Guardia, president of the Food Research and Action Center. We are the leading national advocacy and policy research organization focused on ending hunger at scale through the Federal Nutrition Program. So we do this in partnership with hundreds of state and local groups across the United States, some of them here in Texas and in every state in the country. We do that by advancing bold and equitable policy solutions to address poverty-related hunger. And so one of the things that we've been seeing, and Saba, you alluded this in the introduction, is unfortunately, we're back at pandemic level eras of hunger. Imagine that. We are back at those levels. A lot of things have contributed to that. Some of the things that you've been mentioning, you know, we need to address the root causes, but certainly the end of some of the pandemic era benefits, as well as rising food prices. And one of the things that gives us a lot of concern is some of the things that we learned during COVID. We saw just how impactful these programs that you heard about even in the last panel, how impactful they can be to people's health and well-being. And we did a report about this. You can find it on our website, frac.org. And it talks about the connection and what we saw between people's health, both physical and mental health during the pandemic, and how it was connected to and improved with some of the benefits people got. We saw people's stress and anxiety level go down. We know that hunger is related to so many diet-related diseases, high blood pressure, obesity, diabetes, you know, the list goes on. So, and I think the other thing I would sort of tease out in some of the conversations that you've heard about is sort of, you know, you heard about it with our, you know, our friends from the White House in terms of the all-of-government approach. There's this all-of-community approach to hunger lives because we have some of the issues that we talked about in terms of what's driving people into poverty, but we also know how important it is to think about it from the aspect of climate, how important it is to think about it from the aspect of health, and from community empowerment and economic mobility. It's all really connected.
Thank you.
So first, let me thank y'all for being here and inviting me to speak. And also, most important, I want to thank each of y'all for being here. Food policy is so important, and I'm really, really glad to see y'all taking an interest. So thank you. So I come with a little bit of a unique perspective because I am both a producer and an organizer. It is a fun combo. So we have the ranch. It's a family ranch. I'm the third generation at it. We raise cattle, and now we're diversifying into goats because the climate is changing, and goats are a little bit better for arid climates. I am also a political organizer, so I'm a proud member of the Texas Farmers Union. I do a lot of work with international trade and a whole bunch of other good trouble causing. So I would say, and again, I'm coming at both the perspective of a producer and an organizer. Let me put it this way. In the 80s, 70s and 80s, for every $1 we would spend at a grocery store, we say you spend $1 on beef, I would get between 30 to 50 cents of that dollar. Anyone know what it is now? It's 7 to 8. Whoever, yep, there we go. And it ain't because food's getting cheaper. I think we all know that by going to a grocery store. To me, if I had a magic wand and I could change one thing, not to fix everything because there's no silver bullet here, but what would do the most good is to break up big ag, is to break up the monopolies that are crushing folks. They are crushing small farmers and ranchers because right now, 4 corporations control the meat industry, 2 of which, by the way, are not even American. One company controls 90% of our soy. We lose our soy, I mean, there's a problem. And even the chicken industry, one of the speakers was talking about innovation, and I love innovation. I think innovation is great. But for these chicken farmers, they can't, these corporations, they tell you when to feed them, what to feed them, how many hens do you keep, when do you turn the lights on, when do you clean. There's no innovation there. They actually do some innovation, where they'll innovate on the farmers without telling them and drive them out of business. So that is my number one thing, and if you learn anything from me or remember anything from me, just remember we have to break up big ag.
I think one of the really interesting things of today, all the panels that we've heard, is that we hear this contrast between how effective policies are, how are they working, where do we find that tangible connection to it, and then you hear a lot from individual actors who are taking individual action. And so the next question I have is, to what extent should the government be involved in helping us create food policies? How realistic is it in terms of their outreach? And to what extent do we want to bolster and support local actors in being part of the bigger, maybe not bigger, but a big part of the solution to kind of addressing issues within our local community?
Well, I'll tell you, to solve the problem, there has to be collaboration. It's very interesting hearing this panel because we could not represent this whole ecosystem anymore. So kudos to Bernie and Danny for the assembling here. I come from the perspective of what happens downstream, the individual, the person that ultimately their lived experience is a result of things upstream that they can't drive as much. What I find through that data, through listening to now 200,000 plus Americans share both, evidence-based survey responses, but also we ask a simple question: how will a full cart box help you? And that's turned into a lived experience testimony. Some are short, some are 3 or 4 paragraphs. And so we're using technology to take both the quantitative and the qualitative and really align that with Z codes, which is just a part of the medical coding system that documents these social determinants of health, these things that these socioeconomic factors that impact insecurities overall. Why do we do that? Because we have to make that level of information actionable. As heartbreaking as a story is, it's not actionable. We can't integrate that into the work that Frack and others do, right, to really drive change. So at the consumer end, I can tell you this, that what you think hunger is very different 7 out of the 10 of the people that came to us last year, 73 people came, 1,000 people asked us for help last year. 7 out of 10 are employed, right? 7 out of 10 are employed. 8 out of 10 have health insurance. 40% of that number, it's private and commercial insurance. These are frontline workers sharing these stories. So hunger doesn't look like what it used to look like. And I think there is a silent group out there of working class Americans that won't go to a pantry, that won't go to a place to ask for help. And so we overcome a barrier that the system talks around but really doesn't address as often, which is shame, right? And so we're discreet and we're private. And so when I think about that, and I look at, kind of the top block codes that we see, number one, 7 out of 10 is housing and economic insecurity. No surprise. Number two, 15% of the time it is employment or unemployment. Number three, it's environmental, social environment related things. Number four is education and literacy. And so, I'm not the food guy on stage here. I'm the guy who's listening to people without food because of all of these other pressures. And so I think collaboratively, we need to bring together seamless, actionable data that's not imputed, right? It's not 10,000 people asked for food help, so food is an issue. It is 10,000 people shared their lived experience, and housing is an issue, and these other things are an issue. And I think until we connect that on our end, we won't really understand kind of the pressures that he is facing and what that's putting on people, right? And we need that kind of collaborative connection, and we need that kind of real data. That's, I don't think we can really solve this until we understand and we have actionable intel on what's going on and how it's impacting America.
Rick, can I ask a quick follow-up question to that? So one of the things that I read about your organization is it really focuses on getting food to the individuals and then getting that data back from the individuals. Can you tell me a little bit about how you conceived that infrastructure and whether or not you feel like that's something that's scalable that can be applied to policy?
Oh man, I wish I could say I was brilliant. I wasn't. Pandemic happened, we had nothing else. We had to figure it out, to be quite honest with you. So we just started talking. Our pillars are dignity and discretion. The greatest form of dignity? Giving people voice. And we just start listening. We start listening, asking, and documenting what they would say in their own words. And so I think it is this platform that is discreet that enables us to have a real conversation overcoming those barriers of worry and shame that come. Asking for help publicly is very public. And in this area of social determinants of health, you're talking about very intimate things that folks often feel like they failed at. Because I could not feed my kid, because I could not help my parents, because whatever it is. And so I think it's that platform of discretion. I think the other piece is we really try to think about how do we feed all. What we are learning in our model is that meeting people where they are, sometimes an emergency food benefit is more effective, than food for all at the moment. Because when you get to that point, you start to understand why they're here. And you'll realize the next intervention is most likely not food first, or it's a combination of food and. And I think we're not hearing the food and. And so if we don't hear the food and, we can't really, harness the power of food as medicine sustainably. And I think that's what we're learning.
Thank you.
Yeah. Going back, government has a tremendous role to play. And I think one of the interesting things, Clay, you were talking about in terms of thinking about things as a system, right? And hunger, when people are hungry, that means the system failed. The system's not working if people are hungry. And, it's an outrage that 44 million people in this country are in households where they don't know where their next meal is going to come from. 44 million. And during the pandemic, and even now, we're seeing Black and brown families 2 to 3 times more food insecure than white households, 2 to 3 times. And during the pandemic, that was even higher. So when we think about this, and we think about the role government plays, for us, because we look at this all the time, it does kind of get our blood pressure up because we see these solutions in plain sight. We see some of the things that people talked about in the last panel. And it's important that everybody understands how these solutions play. SNAP is our first line of defense against hunger. It provides immediate nutrition assistance for families in need in the manner that that's most culturally relevant and best appropriate for them. We also talked about school meals. We need to see healthy school meals for all provided for every school child in this country. We need that. We saw the benefits of that during the pandemic, and there's no reason we can't do that. They also talked about programs like WIC that are helping moms and their babies get critical nutrition assistance. And we spend a lot of time criticizing the government as advocates, but we also need to give props when props are due. So getting WIC fully funded this year, that was a big deal, and we should be very glad to see that happen. But we also want to make sure, and it was mentioned in the Congressman's video remarks, to make sure that the program that was made available just after the White House conference, Summer EBT, and he made reference to it. That is giving every school child that is on school meals access to food over the summer, because for a lot of these kids, summer is the hunger season. A lot of people think, oh, vacation, let's go play. A lot of kids, no, it's the hunger season because they're missing out on school meals. So Texas, we need you guys to join us on that. Yes.
And I just...
So, and other programs as well, like the child tax credit, super important. Two top things people use child tax credit for: housing and food. So, super important.
And just a quick follow-up question. I want to be mindful of time, but I'm curious, how does your organization, I know we mentioned before coming up here that you've actually worked with some of the previous panelists, so how does the research that you do inform some of the policies that they are talking about?
Yeah. So we share our policy with anybody, our research that anyone's going to hear, and sometimes even if they don't want to hear it, we'll share it with them. So, but we do that working with people at the federal level, folks like who were here before, folks at USDA, folks at some of the other agencies that are also realizing their important role in playing a part of this, and also our state and anti-hunger advocates across the country. So people right here like Feeding Texas, Every Texan, many of the food banks here that are doing great work to making sure that food assistance is available, because we know that for every one meal that food banks are providing, SNAP alone provides 9. So it is such an important thing for going back to the original point about the government's role. This cannot be completely outsourced to the charitable sector.
Thank you.
So we are going to need a combination of decentralization in the food system while also having some nationalization or national standards. So what do I mean by that? Well, this is going to surprise no one, as I already said it, but we need to break up these monopolies and get back to not corporate farming, but family and small producers. Whether that's farms, ranches, whether it's in rural areas or even urban areas. Urban farming is a growing trend, and we should encourage that growth. But some things are going to be, we're going to need national. You know, I've talked to a lot of folks, particularly my age, and they said, you know, I really want to get into farming, but I'm scared about not having health care. And yeah, I've had a horse break my arm. I've definitely gotten kicked by a couple animals, and ranching can be pretty rough. So we do need a national system like that. But we also need some national standards, because, I mean, they always say, vote with your dollar. You know, that's how you vote with these things. But some of these corporations, they're getting so big they have become the market. So two case in point. Raise your hand if you or your child or someone in your family likes to eat a bowl of cereal in the morning. So decent amount, folks. So almost every cereal has glyphosates in them. That's Roundup. And the #1 chemical to defroth milk is Windex. So every time you eat that bowl of cereal in the morning, you are eating Roundup and Windex. Here's another last example. Raise your hand if you like drinking tea. Keep your hand up if it's loose leaf tea or tea in a bag. So one company controls 90% of the tea bag industry. Every single one of those tea bags has bleach in it. That's why they're white. So again, some of these things we can't vote with our dollar on. We have to have a national system of national standards and tell them, hey, don't put Windex in my milk.
Thank you. So we are coming close to the end of our time. As all the previous panels, you each bring such a different perspective, and I wonder if you can share the different forms of call to action that you are each plugged into and just kind of help our audience understand where to go, where they feel called to help and support.
So I'd say go to ushunger.org and explore. We do a variety of things as it relates to the fight against hunger and food. I think if I could leave you with one call to action, I would say it is the way we have a conversation about the lived experience of the food insecure. What we find when we have now read 200,000 of those stories and hearing sometimes very heartbreaking things, we see heroism in that. I remember growing up poor thinking, well, you know, I didn't know that. I just didn't. All I remember was my family was together, and when I got older, I realized my mom was a hero. And so U.S. Hunger, the way we talk about the food insecure is through heroism and bravery. And we find that a lot of them coming to us are ashamed. And a lot of time it's because of how we talk about them. And we want them to be helped. We want them to reach out. We want them to engage. But if they feel ashamed about their current predicaments, I just encourage us to really reframe the conversation of the food insecure in language that is heroism, because many of them are in spite of, not because of, and they're making it. So that'd be my call to action.
Two quick words: speak and give. Speak, use your voice. You heard the story from Kellyanne last session about how Nebraska changed its course in getting summer EBT to its kids. It can be done, but it requires people to lift up their voice. And give, it is so important. I talked also about how a lot of folks look to the charitable sector. Well, we also have to look to the advocacy sector, not just us nationally at FRAC, but also your state and local groups, whether they're anti-hunger groups or they're anti-poverty groups or they're housing groups, they all have a role to play. And sometimes as we, because we don't look at that this holistically, sometimes that important work gets overlooked. So these groups, they need your help, and they need it now.
So I would say two things. First, don't be afraid to call your member of Congress, your state house, your state rep, your senator, and tell them you want them to fight corporate consolidation. The rules are there. We have the Sherman Antitrust Act. We have the Clayton, which I love that name of that act, for some unknown reason. But we have the tools, they're just not being used. Now, granted, they're not complete. We still need to revise them. But the tools are there. We just have to, just pretend like you're taking a cattle prod and you're just trying to get them to do the fight for us. The last part is I would encourage join an organization that's dedicated to this. The reason I became a member of the Texas Farmers Union is because their number one thing is fighting corporate consolidation, fighting these monopolies, fighting big ag. I just actually yesterday got back from their policy meeting where we had to go through 227 pages of agriculture policy. So I now know a lot more about cotton policy than I ever thought I would know. But yeah, I would encourage join groups like that, because there's power in numbers. And again, thank you all so much for being here. It's so incredibly important that y'all are here and that you take an interest in this. So thank y'all.
Thank you all so much for the work that you do. You are three heroes in the bunch that you were mentioning, and I'm really honored to have chatted with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our moderator and all of our panelists. Thank you so much. So I just want to reiterate a couple of things that I heard that I think are important. One, Luis said, the system is failing if people are hungry. We can do better. And Luis always makes me feel like we can do better as a nation. So please support FRAC. Rick said the greatest form of dignity is giving people a voice. And we need to think of food and. So please donate to U.S. Hunger. And I think Clayton just launched some sort of political campaign. So anyone who wants to get on board with him, I think they'll know where to find him. So from here, we're going to take a look at how we can feed our optimism in a conversation with Karuna Rawal, the Chief Revenue Officer and Chief Marketing Officer for Nature's Fine. Please give her a round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Always fun to talk to you. I also want to thank you for the Nature's Fine delicious breakfast items that were brought in. I think there's yogurt, pancake Sammys with meatless pie. Am I pronouncing that okay?
That's right.
And dairy-free cream cheese and bagels.
So hopefully people got to try some of that this morning, yes?
Okay. That's great. That's great. So I want to start off, obviously you're producing great products, but Nature's Fine, for me, it goes beyond that. And I'm wondering if you can explain it to the folks in this room.
Yeah, so first of all, amazing to see this crowd, and thank you for having me. We're delighted to be here and so excited that so many of you got to try products that we've all been working on for a while, so it's exciting. But just to tell you a little bit about the company, so Nature's Fine actually started as a research project for NASA, who you heard from earlier. So the company really was on a mission with NASA to look at how life could thrive on environments outside of Earth. I think you heard a little bit about that earlier. And that actually took them to Yellowstone National Park, where they discovered a fungi, so not a plant, not an animal, the third kingdom, a microbe, which turned out to be pretty remarkable. So it is, as they studied it, they discovered it was over 50% protein, 30% fiber, has vitamins and minerals, and most importantly was thriving, another word we've used a lot today, thriving in an environment with really minimal resources. So you think about the hot springs in, any of you have been to Yellowstone National Park, not exactly a comfortable space to grow in, but it's, it was able to continue to grow using very, very few resources, which is actually what we as a planet kind of need to learn how to do, right? So, so that led to additional work that led us to really think about how to grow that protein so we never have to go back to Yellowstone. We took a tiny sample and think about it kind of like a sourdough starter. So now we grow net new protein for the world every 3 to 4 days. And using that protein, we're able to make both dairy-free and meatless foods. And you got to try our first 3 products, which I'm very excited.
It is so cool, and it is so interesting to think of these kinds of collaborations and collaboration and partnership we've talked a ton about today. And so I'm wondering, one is, you discovered so much through this collaboration, and you're continuing to use that research to develop new things. What does that mean for the future of the company? And then I have a follow-up about what that means for the future of other companies.
Yeah, I think, what I love about our story as a marketer, it's a pretty good story, right? But I think what it really speaks to is this idea of partnership, as you just said. So, obviously Yellowstone National Park, being, and NASA being, part of the government, and really figuring out how do we bring all of us together, because ultimately it's going to take solutions from a wide variety of resources to actually solve the challenge we're in. If you think about our population is growing, we're headed to 10 billion, and in the face of climate change, we're running out of land and water. So we've got to figure out other solutions. And I think the implications, as you talked about, is there's so much opportunity for us to kind of come together, different parts of the ecosystem working together to solve these big challenging problems, because none of us can do it alone. But I love the story of nature and science coming together, which is our story. We really started in nature, but it took science and NASA and all of their capabilities and just all of the work that was done by our scientists to really uncover what we could do with this. And initially, the company actually was looking at biofuels, and then as we started to look at, okay, this is really interesting. These properties actually lend themselves to food, and we have a huge food challenge.
Yeah.
And protein, as we think about, all of the challenges we're going to have in the coming years, we're going to have enough carbohydrates. We all have more than enough fats, but protein is going to be the challenge, right? And as you think about, areas of famine, as you think about, other parts of the world, one of the things that we're working on, we have a grant with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that allows us to create a decentralized protein fermentation system so that we can literally go into areas where there, is a need for food and use local inputs. That's one of the great things about this fungi. It is not a picky eater. So we can be in other parts of the world and leverage whatever resources are there in order to grow new protein. So it gives us optimism and hope, right? That we can solve some of these challenges. Again, it's not going to be done by any one company or any one entity. It's going to take all of us working together.
Yeah, these big wicked problems that we're talking about, whether it's food or fuel or anything else, really need to we all need to come together in different ways. I'm wondering, there's so many companies now and so many entrepreneurs and innovators interested in mycelium and as a meat substitute and for other things. I'm wondering how important you think these proteins, I know you think they're important in the face of the climate crisis, but there will likely, hopefully not in the next couple of years, likely another pandemic, likely another kind of shock that really hits us. How will mycelium, as a food product, help us sort of get through those shocks?
Yeah, I think it's kind of what I was saying earlier. Because they require such minimal resources to grow, can grow in 3 to 4 days. If you think about it, being able to generate new protein in a very short amount of time could be really helpful in times when we are, strapped for food. And it's a very healthy, that's the other thing I want to reinforce. It's a complete vegan protein. It's got all of the amino acids. And so you are able to get something that's highly nutritious, that's highly sustainable. In terms of land and water, we use 99% less land, 99% less water, emit only 6% of the greenhouse gas emissions in scale. So a fraction of the resources that traditional agriculture takes. So it really allows us in those times of need to be able to do something that allows us to feed people pretty quickly.
And can you talk a little bit about the cost compared to other proteins?
So right now we are, probably comparable to, what you would see in the plant-based area, but the goal long-term is to be, equivalent to animal-based protein. So that is the work that we are doing. Obviously, that takes scale. We are very early in our journey. And so it's going to take some time. If you look at legacy meat and dairy industries, they've been around for a long time. They get a lot of support from the government, and we're working actively, as we're looking at the new, My Plate work that's being done in the government to really include fungi-based proteins as an additional source of healthy, nutritious protein.
You mentioned earlier the grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation about decentralized fermentation and sort of that process. I want to dig a little bit deeper into this because I've had this wonderful experience to travel all over the world, 70 plus countries, 26 countries in sub-Saharan Africa in particular, where the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation invests heavily. How do you imagine this looking? How does this work with communities who might not have heard of this before, are used to growing subsistence crops plus commodity crops? How does this all work?
Yeah, so I think a lot of it is education because we are so new. I mean, a lot of you are probably hearing about fungi-based protein for the first time. So a lot of the work that we have to do is about education. But I think the great thing is, as part of that grant, we're working in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia with smallholder farmers. So we're really trying to make sure that those farmers have additional resources and additional means in order to improve their livelihoods, because it is really challenging to be farming in a lot of those parts of the world. So this is something that is going to take some time for us to help educate that we can now grow a protein in a completely new way. We're talking about using potentially shipment containers. Right now we grow our protein, if you think about it, it's like a vertical farm. So if you came to our facility in Chicago, you would see we grow, it's 4 stories high, and we grow in trays that look like if you walked into like a cheese or a cheese chamber, and there's racks and racks of trays that are growing new protein every 4 days or so. So we're going to take that and miniaturize it and be able to take it to different parts of the world to help grow more protein. We're probably going to talk about NASA in a minute, but we've also been able to really miniaturize it, and actually we sent a small protein factory on SpaceX 25 in, I think it was July of 2022, and demonstrated that we can actually grow this in space. And the cool part is when we analyzed the protein, it had all of the same nutritional and other properties, which is also very exciting because if you think about going to space for a long space journey, you're not going to be able to take a cow or a chicken with you. You're going to have to figure out some other way of having protein when you end up colonizing Mars or wherever it is we're going.
Yeah, it's really
that
a big
exoplanet discussion was fascinating.
It's so fascinating, and it is a big innovation to think about. The lab, there's been cultured meat grown in space. Now there's all this sort of opportunity, and I wonder, as a company, you know, as you get more opportunity in this space with mycelium, other companies are going to want that as well. Do you see a lot of competition happening?
I mean, there is some. I think there's, you know, mycelium is becoming one of those areas that I think more and more companies are looking at because of all of the things we've talked about. But I kind of come from the consumer lens of more choice is better.
Right.
And we should all be in this to try and give consumers as much choice as possible and meet them where they are on their journey. And I think, you know, we discussed that earlier because not every, you know, you don't need to be 100% vegan. You can start with one meal. You can start with, you know, whatever it might be. And every single one of us has an opportunity 3 to 5 times a day when we eat to make a different choice.
Some of us more.
Some of us more. Yeah.
Are there any other products? I know you're really focused on the protein food, the protein part of this right now, but there's so many cool bags. I'm looking at everyone's bags in the audience. Bags can be made out of this leather, you know, leather-like products. Do you think about that as the company grows?
Yeah, we are, as a company, we are really, you know, just looking at what are all the opportunities that this opens up. And you're absolutely right. I mean, our focus right now is on food, but there's areas well beyond food. I mean, mycelium have been used, as you said, in materials. They've been used for construction. There's a lot that we don't know, and we're still learning about mycelium. So yes, our company, we have a lot of scientists who are exploring all these different areas. And, you know, who knows? We may be coming to you with some new stuff in the coming years.
I can't wait. So, like, tell me about the future. Is there anything you can sort of share with us about the future of Nature's Fine, what you expect for the company, you know, next year at this time or 5 years from now?
So the exciting thing for us is this is the year we are now available nationally in Whole Foods with all 3 of our categories. So please support us, which would be great. There's coupons, lots of places too, if you'd like to grab one of those. And then, you know, we are starting with the natural channel because that's where we really are finding our core early adopter consumers. Our goal, obviously, is to go beyond that and expand into retail because if we're going to, you know, deliver our mission, we're going to need to, you know, get more people to change how they eat. Food service is another area we're really interested in. We were, you know, very focused on building a consumer brand and educating consumers, which is why we started in consumer retail, but now we're going to be able to take our core ingredient, which is called Fi, and if you look at all of our packaging, you'll see there's what I call an Intel Inside badge that allows us to now take that into food service. So we have a lot of food service opportunities we're exploring. And we really believe there's a huge opportunity with, you know, if you think about college campuses where a lot of young people are really adopting new and, you know, eating habits and learning about food. We think there's a huge opportunity there. So you're going to see us, you know, go into a number of new areas. But we also have a lot of other, I mean, hundreds of products that we've made using Fi. So if you think about our Fi protein, there's kind of 3 different forms. It grows in a sheet that's like almost like, think about it like a tofu skin or a chicken skin. And we use that to make our meatless products. We can also take it, blend it with water, create a milk, which we use to make our dairy-free products. And then there's a 3rd form, which is a dried powder or flour, which we can also use to make shelf-stable products like pastas and breads and a whole range of other things. So lots of exciting stuff. If you ever come to our kitchens, you'll get to try.
Yeah.
But we're just, you know, we're trying to be disciplined about, we have to build some consumer momentum, and surviving on retail shelves is one of the biggest challenges. Getting on there is half the battle. The bigger battle is making sure that people end up buying.
Staying there for sure.
Yeah.
And talking about that innovation, and because we'll be talking to a group of chefs later on today, can you talk about the role of chefs in this process?
Yeah, absolutely. So actually the culinary team that we have is fantastic, and they actually, you know, sit in my organization. So we're very closely partnering together to figure out, you know, how do we educate and how do we create foods that, number one, the most important thing, you know, I've learned in my 25, I guess almost 30 years now of being in the food and beverage business is it has to taste delicious. As much as we keep hearing consumers say, I want to buy food that's more sustainable, there is a gap, right? We call it the values gap between what they say and what they do. So my focus, that's why culinary is incredibly important, it has to taste delicious. And so we started out with kind of making that the gold standard. In fact, our culinary advisor is Chef Eric Repair from Le Bernardin, 3-star Michelin chef, and he's put phi on his menu at Le Bernardin. So if you go to New York City, you'll find our protein on the menu. So we've set a very high bar. Culinary is super, super important. And then it comes health and then sustainability. Unfortunately, I would love for it to be the other way around, but it starts with taste. And I think people will try us because we're novel and unique, but we need them to come back and buy us again and again. And hopefully what you tasted this morning allows you to do that. That's the whole goal.
Absolutely. Karina, I can emphasize that statement more. It doesn't matter if it saves the world unless it tastes really good.
Yeah, people do not want to suffer for or sacrifice. So we're trying really hard to get to products that don't involve a sacrifice or a trade-off. So the way I like to think about it, I know we're close on time, is I want to move people from saying, why would I eat this, to why wouldn't I? If it tastes great, it's better for me and better for the planet, why wouldn't I eat it, right? And that's ultimately our goal.
Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you. I love that conversation. It's a really good product, and I don't often say that. There's some products out there that I've eaten at Whole Foods that have not been that great. I love Nature's Fine. Please find that coupon so you can try them out too. We're going to continue discussing interventions from the private sector in this next panel as we look at the solutions that address affordability, accessibility, and wellness. So joining me for this session is Charlie Morrison, the CEO of Salad & Go, and Nicole Portwood, Salad & Go's Chief Marketing Officer. Welcome. It's so nice to have you both here. Thank you so much for supporting this event. We really appreciate it. Charlie, I have to start with you because you have a really interesting origin story, and I need to hear it, and I need this audience to hear it.
All the way back?
What was the company you were involved with before?
Yeah. All right. So, hi, everyone, and great to be here. Thank you for having us. My story began in the restaurant industry. I have been in and around what I will refer to as fast food or really enjoyable, craveable foods for my entire career. That includes places like Wingstop, which I was most recently at, Pizza Hut, another pizza concept called Pizza Inn, and many others. And so I've made a career out of being involved in restaurants in some way, shape, or form and feeding hungry people.
Yeah.
But to my story, 2 years ago, I actually quit my job and came to this great concept that I had never heard of, became a board member first, and then asked if I could be the CEO of this great venture called Salad & Go. Which our food truck's out here today.
Yeah.
Hopefully many of you got to try one of our products and enjoy that great salad. The reason I left, everything we're doing about transforming the idea and the negative stigma around quick service restaurants and how we can make fresh, nutritious food affordable and convenient for everyone.
Yeah, that's really the inspiration behind the company, to make it accessible for everyone. But I want to talk a little bit, and then Nicole will come to you. Enjoyable and craveable food, people don't always associate that with salad.
Absolutely. I do get that question a lot. How can an inexpensive salad be so flavorful and so craveable? And I think the proof is in that first bite, the first experience you have. What we've been able to do at Salad & Go is completely change the dynamic of how restaurant concepts are built. We start first with a central kitchen. That central kitchen actually is where all of the product that is sourced directly from the growers comes in.
Right.
It's washed, it's cut, it's prepared for our stores and distributed in almost the feeling of a vertically integrated model. Not perfectly, but along the lines of that. What that allows us to do is take very fresh fruit and bring it straight to the consumer. But we don't stop at the produce. We actually make all of our dressings from scratch recipes with no additives, no preservatives. So what you're eating is a very clean food. And then we also pair them up with a lot of drinks. We have lemonades and teas that we produce for the stores, and those are also made available through those central kitchens. All of that allows us to unlock a real opportunity, which is the complicated challenge of food today is
Yeah.
the cost of labor.
Yeah.
We're actually able to pay people more than most restaurants ever do by centralizing a lot of that the production in our central kitchens and then simplifying the store itself. And so for that, we can actually produce that salad that many of you had today and produce it for you for less than $7 with protein, either chicken, tofu, and a little add-on for steak.
Thank you so much for explaining that. And I want to come back in a little while. You can clap. Thank you. Clap more.
Thank you.
I want to come back to growers and employees in a little bit. But Nicole, if I can turn to you, you have said that the restaurant industry has been involved in some not so great things over the years. We've seen it. There's been worker abuse. There's been lots of unhealthy products. But you also really look at restaurants as part of this solution. And I think we've seen a lot of that happen since the pandemic when, again, so much was unveiled. We saw how restaurants were treating workers if we didn't know about it before. We saw, some of the unhealthy practices and toxic masculinity that was just so ingrained in restaurants. And I wonder now, what's your vision? Like, I ask a lot of restaurateurs this, what's your vision for the future of hospitality?
Yeah, hospitality is such a great word for it because food in so many ways is this fundamental way of showing love to our fellow man, right? It's a nourishing
and woman,
thing.
And
fellow
non-binary.
Fellow people. Thank you. No, thank you for that. But it is this unifying fundamental need that we have, but it also is a way to bring pleasure and community, bring us together and sort of elevate the way we connect with one another. And I love the word hospitality, even when it comes to a drive-through concept like ours, because there is still that sense of service that is at the heart of what we do. And I think what excites me about the future of the restaurant space, particularly with the way we're approaching it, is that there's a disruption at the heart that's being driven by the demands of the guest. I don't like to say consumer, even though that's really what we all are.
Eaters.
Us eaters, all us eaters out there, right? There is this feeling of we're mad as hell and we don't want to take it anymore.
Yeah.
And you get that coming from people, the people that we serve every day. You get that coming from team members who are sick and tired of the drudgery of working over a fryer, working in unsanitary conditions, feeling like the food they're preparing is not food they want to eat.
Right.
And then you contrast that with the feeling of going into a salad and go store. It's clean, it's bright, it's light, it's cool, because we don't have fryers, we don't have flat top grills and things like that. We're doing, as Charlie mentioned, central preparation and then assembling the salads. But what I think is the fundamental disruption that we're hoping we can be sort of a catalyst for across the industry is this idea that nourishment, wellness, full spectrum wellness of the whole person, that is financial wellness, mental wellness, physical wellness, I said financial wellness, but that's a big one, that all of those can be served through these channels. The pressures of a modern life make it very, very difficult to be the person who goes only to the farmer's market, only to the organic produce section, to come home, cook a meal, serve your family and those you love. I think often, all the time, that's who I think about, is who is it that we're serving?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of conversation about underserved communities when we discuss food justice and accessibility. In a lot of ways, the restaurant industry has underserved us all. Higher prices, less holistic nutrition, and even in kind of historically, dependably inexpensive channels like traditional fast food, the food wasn't necessarily great for you, but it was dependably affordable.
Yeah.
So there was some nourishment that could be had.
Yeah.
With prices continuing to rise across the entire sector, now it's kind of like, well, what's the deal, right? There's not a deal here. I'm not getting a great price, and I'm also not getting great food.
Yeah.
So we're aiming to completely flip that on its head.
I love it. But you're saying all the right words, right? Nourishment, wholeness, holistic, nutrition, holistic well-being. This is very difficult to achieve in sort of this fast casual, fast food, if I can say, model. And I want to ask a few questions that might be uncomfortable. One, about sourcing from growers and how that works both regionally and locally. And two, workers, the worker union movement in this country is growing among food workers the fastest and the biggest. And how you would handle that, or how you maybe are already handling that as part of your work.
Well, I'll try to address both of these. Let's first start with the food itself. One thing we have recognized is that it is very difficult to access healthy food. Now, not all healthy food has to be organic, has to be follow the strict guidelines around it, but can be accessed. So if someone wanted to go to the grocery store and replicate the salad that we serve to our customers, our guests every day, you would spend a lot of money to get that done. It's just not affordable. And so what consumers and our guests are left with is, when they're dealing with challenges of access, when they're dealing with challenges of affordability, they're left with very few options. And that's a real challenge. We want to unlock that. So what we won't do as an organization is promise the world, but what we will promise you is very fresh ingredients, that we know where they're sourced, that we know how they've been handled in our central kitchens. We will promise you that our food will be provided to you in a responsible way by not adding any unnatural additives or preservatives to the product, so that it is a true, clean, healthy eating. Our goal, first and foremost, is eliminating that conflict between accessibility, affordability, and wellness. And we think we can do all of that. And we don't believe that there's anyone out there that does that in fast food or fast casual restaurants today. On the team member side, the employee side of things, we're also doing it in a way that's responsible to them. We have a minimum starting point for the wage rate in our stores of at least $15 an hour or more. We want people to build and grow and have a lifestyle that is one that they can afford to live. And then when we take the if you will, the back of the house in a traditional restaurant where people are cooking and prepping and all of that, when we centralize that to our kitchens, we're paying well over $20 an hour for people to do that. So our goal is to avoid the challenges associated with unionization, although we understand why that exists, but we'd rather solve it with a responsible approach to doing it and still provide a price point to our customers that is well below anything else you can get. You cannot get a burger, fries, and a drink cheaper than you can get a salad and a drink at Salad and Go. That's the way the world should be. You should have fresh and healthy options available, and we should do it in a responsible way.
I just wanted to add to that on, in terms of our focus on accessibility. It is a true fundamental mission orientation of the company. And this idea that food that nourishes your entire well-being should be accessible to as many people as possible. And I think that as there's like innovation in nutrition and wellness, oftentimes the sort of investments that go into that make the resulting product or service inaccessible for a lot of people. And it tends to sort of widen that gap of accessibility, where you do have to have a certain level of income or disposable income to be able to access those. And it's understandable, because the research and development and infrastructure required to build those things does mean you have to price a product in that way in order to get it out in the world. You asked, like, it's hard to do that in the QSR space, and that's absolutely true, but we've figured out how to do that by centralizing specialized labor. That's really what's at the heart of it, is creating these work environments, as Charlie mentioned, where we're paying equitable wages, and I mentioned the stores and how comparatively lovely they are to be in relative to a traditional fast food place. But the accessibility component, when it's related to price and the value and the nutrition that you're getting for it, is really, really at the core of what we're doing.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that. I'm wondering, when you talk about accessibility, what does that mean for location and picking those locations?
A great question. So our strategy for real estate follows our mission, and the last two words of our mission is for all. And lots of restaurant concepts, especially when you're talking about healthy food concepts, they're very high priced. They tend to appeal to people who can afford their product, and that tends to limit the real estate access of their concepts. So you'll find them generally in the suburbs, where there's higher income, where there are people who will eat your product, and we don't do that. We actually go the opposite. You'll see our Salad and Go locations show up everywhere. When we go into a market, we go in with a lot of fury and excitement to get as many locations built as we can. That helps our model in a big way. And so you'll see us all over a metro area, every market we can be in. What we found is, no matter what your income level, no matter anything about who you are as an individual, no matter where you are, we want to find you. And so we've proven that over and over and over again in the 135 locations and growing today, and we're building about one a week. we're finding that no matter where we go, we found success.
Well, and I imagine that Gen Z and Gen Alpha are playing a huge part of how you think about where to locate these, what ingredients, that kind of thing. Can you talk a little bit about that in the minute you have left?
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's interesting because the rise of the drive-through has been this trend that we've seen, particularly among Gen Z and Gen Alpha. And there's a really interesting insight driving that, and that's this idea of a third space that really belongs to people outside of the parent's home, outside of school, outside of work. I guess that's an eighth space or whatever it is. But our model, the drive-through specifically, lends itself to that cultural phenomenon because it is a way to have a private space, engaging with a service, and then sort of like finding a place to park, turning up the music, and having a great time with your friends while you're eating.
Yeah, that's so great. Thank you for that. So finally, what did you provide for the attendees today? What deliciousness was on the menu?
So we had 3 salads that we brought today. These are salads that are on our menu. All of them come with a protein, either chicken or tofu. We brought our roasted autumn salad today, which has all kinds of amazing stuff like roasted Brussels sprouts and sweet potatoes and candied pecans. We also brought our barbecue ranch salad, which I hope some of you got to try. It's one of my personal favorites. That one you could get with or without our roasted chicken. And we brought a Caesar salad, which is sort of a great standby. And I will say that, you know, Michelin star chef is at the heart of our culinary strategy. He was one of those who said, this isn't right. I can make this incredible Caesar salad, and I'm working in a restaurant that's selling it for $35. That is wrong. And so I'm going to take the same way I made the dressing in that restaurant, and I'm going to make it accessible to everyone.
That's so great. Thank you both so much for sharing this
Thank
incredible
you.
story. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you. So you can leave that. This conversation about access to healthy foods leads into our next session as we look at food as medicine, which we've talked a little bit about today. I'd love to welcome our panel, starting with the moderator of this session, Kate Warren, the executive editor and executive vice president at DevX. They're a wonderful news outlet. You should all read them, subscribe, do whatever you can, so please do that. Our next is Joy Chevalier, the chair of the Austin-Travis County Food Policy Board and the founder of the Cook's Nook and a longtime friend of Food Tank. Michelle Nishon, my hero, who is the co-founder and executive chair of Wholesome Wave. Melanie McAfee is the owner of Barr Mansion, and I can't thank her enough. Please give her another round of applause. And Dr. Shrila Sharma is the director of the Center for Health Equity and, the Center, I'm going to say it all over again, pretend it never happened, is the director of the Center for Health Equity and a professor and vice chair of the Department of Epidemiology at the University of Texas, Houston. Kate, I'm so happy to turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'm so happy you read all of those titles.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Yes. Let the panelists come on stage. So I'm really excited to have this conversation about food as medicine with a really wide-ranging group of perspectives here. But first, Shrila, I'd like to start with you. What is food as medicine? Let's table stakes it. What does that actually mean? What is the definition of that?
Yeah, happy to share, but first I want to give a shout out to my University of Texas colleagues and alumni and students. So strong representation in the room. Great question to start with, and that's because as a registered dietitian, food has been part of the healthcare system for a long time, but food as medicine has taken it to the food equity space. And so food as medicine is largely defined as essentially providing access or improving access to fruits and vegetables or healthy food to prevent, treat, or manage disease, diet-related diseases, and it's integrated within the healthcare system. So I think those are the 3 anchors when we think of food as medicine, and it's gained a lot of popularity. And what's particularly exciting, you know, I'm a registered dietitian, and a lot of the work that we used to do within health systems was focused around education, right? But how many people don't know that fruits and vegetables is good for you? There's not one human on this planet that doesn't know that, right? So to me, this is exciting because we are addressing food equity and working with communities and families that need it the most and bringing fresh fruits and vegetables and healthy food into the hands of those who are actually struggling the most with these diet-related chronic conditions and food insecurity. So we are addressing food equity and integrating that into a healthcare system that has not paid for addressing these issues is the part that's most exciting.
So Joy, I'd like to bring you in with the Cook's Nook. You are working on this health equity issue and bringing food as both a source of food security, but also nutrition. I think when you hear food as medicine, you might see that as, oh, that's a good alternative to medicine, but you also might think, food is medicine? Yeah, you want food to be exciting and
Right.
good. But you really focus on cultural relevance. And can you talk a little bit about the importance of that?
Sure. Can I give a shout out to our Austin, Texas food ecosystem? There are so many of you guys who are in this room. From our hospital systems to our CBOs to our city. I see city and county folks walking around, and of course my own team. So thank you guys so much for being here. And you're absolutely right. The Cook's Nook is a nutrition solutions provider. And what does that mean? We actually help design and build programs that people want to stay in and be in. They want to not only have the nutrition that looks, smells, tastes, is representative of their life and lived experience, but done in a way, done as part of the program, done as part of this combination of, of food insecurity, but trying to manage or prevent some diet-related disease, which is, of course, about $13.6 billion in a $4 trillion system. That's preventable. And so to Dr. Sharma's point, us providing nutrition, providing tools for folks like her, folks who are in hospital systems, ACOs, MCOs, insurers, benefits platforms. How do these guys actually have the programs that meet people where they are? They are the ones who are on the ground in their community, and our job in the Cook's Nook is to manage that supply chain. We've heard folks talk about find that food, find that nutrition, create it. We create everything in-house and be able to get it out in a program that actually, the program itself is rooted in equity as well.
Right.
Yeah.
And Michelle, at Wholesome Wave, you partner with community-based organizations and provide seed funding and co-design and trying to make the case for more private-public sector investment in this. Can you talk about the role of government, private insurers, philanthropy in advancing food as medicine?
Yeah, the role for them is to get off their tuchus, frankly. So if for whatever reason I use some language that might be a little bit unseemly for some, I am a chef. I've been a chef for 40 years. Yeah, actually the role of Wholesome Wave, we started, so you all have heard about doubling SNAP for fruits and vegetables. So I co-founded Wholesome Wave with the late Gus Schumacher, after whom the Gus Schumacher Nutrition Incentive Program is named. We created doubling SNAP for fruits and vegetables when it was illegal. You could not provide, yeah. Well, Paul Newman funded it because it was illegal, okay? He just thought it was cool because he's like, how do you shake things up? And sometimes you need to shake things up to actually get the attention of government officials because they get stuck. And we hear these words, multi-stakeholder, de-siloing health and food. It's so much of what we see as culinary professionals is just common sense. Yeah. You are what you eat. I believe in food as medicine, the movement, because it's sticking and people are getting it. But as a chef, I don't think of food as medicine because medicine is not delicious. It will never be delicious. Break open a capsule, put it on your tongue. It's not going to taste good. But what it does for you, if you have the knowledge that you need to really understand how to incorporate healthy food in your life, it has profound power in mitigating, reversing the effects of these horrible, non-communicable diseases that are literally causing 70,000 amputations a year, which is 10 times more than the Gulf War and all the Afghanistan conflicts. So I think the role of government officials is to stop really demanding the evidence bases at large-scale numbers that they're looking for, because there are plenty of studies dating back tens of years And
studies going on now.
Yeah,
that tell
in
them.
Framingham
7,000 to
size,
be exact.
Yeah.
There's
yeah,
over
that-
7,000 studies.
Yeah, that demonstrate simply increasing your consumption of fruits and vegetables 3 servings a day is going to mitigate your risk of dying from a number of diseases without changing anything else. Then imagine the power to change everything else because you actually have the affordability to do so. So I think there's no question that food is cheaper than dialysis at $100,000 a year a patient.
But they keep asking us to prove it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was going to
They're
say, what
they're
is
asking us to prove it.
what
So-
is the response from
So
insurers?
I just
on
think often public officials kind of hide behind it, and I love what HHS did with the Food is Medicine Summit. But you know, when the Admiral had their panel with the heads of the 6 departments, all they talked about, what they really see and what they hope for, is to really see the evidence base build. I don't know about y'all, but I'm sick and tired of hearing about the evidence base. We know what happens when low-income families have access to good, healthy, locally grown food. We know. My shout out is Sustainable Food Centers here. They've been running SNAP
SFC.
doubling and produce prescription programs for over a decade now. It just, I think their job is to listen to the people that live in this nation, that care about their neighbors, that are coming up with these awesome ideas, and unlock the federal funding that makes it possible for low-income families to exercise their non-amendment, because it's in the Bill of Rights, right to feed their family well.
Can I add just a number
Sure,
to
yeah.
this?
That's what they
So
gotta do.
less than 5% of the $4.3 trillion in healthcare costs go towards anything related to prevention. 95% goes towards your medication and surgical care. $4.3 trillion. And we're just getting sicker as a nation. So, I mean, it's untenable and unacceptable for us to continue down the path that we have.
And so while we continue to run pilots, and we're all running pilots of some type, right? Whether it's in a hospital system where it is a particular doctor's study, or whether it's with the city, counties, and CBOs, right? We're not able to get your state and federal dollars unlocked in a way that makes sense, where food is medicine becomes a standard of care. Right?
We're going
And
to
an
change that,
expectation.
though.
Yeah.
We're going to change that, right? Yes.
Kale, yeah.
Well, I want to bring Mel into the conversation. And so, this requires a lot of big systems change, but also requires smaller level change and bringing in companies. So for those of you who know, she owns this beautiful place that we're at, so thank you very much for hosting us. Barr Mansion is a zero waste facility. I love your tagline, that saving the planet one party at a time. So what a party we're having here today. I've been downtown for South by all week, and it's a literal breath of fresh air out here. So thank you for hosting us. But as you think about as being a business owner, what is the business case for thinking about food in a sustainable, nutritious, healthful way?
Well, so I've been at this for a minute, but let me just say that it is such a pleasure to be working with Food Tank. They have been such an inspiration for me, and I think they are just leading the charge in the food world. So please, let's give them a hand. So with that said, I have been passionate about the environment for a long time. So I kind of came in from that angle and was so excited about the organic movement. So I became certified organic 14 years ago when I had to defend the kind of ugly vegetables and the high prices. So it was a brand new world, and people were resistant, but look where we've come. So I think that as a business, I was told over and over, it can't be done. It's too expensive, people don't want it, and it won't work. Well, I'm here to tell you. It did work and it can work. So my message to all of you is that wherever you are and whatever you're doing, that don't let the naysayers come get you, because turns out maybe our clients and our brides weren't necessarily looking for the organic menu, but we gave it to them anyway. And it turns out they liked it and came back with good things. So my next journey, and we'll see how this goes, is I really am worried about climate change. So we need to eat different. And I host lots of weddings. So they all want cream and butter and lots of meat. So my challenge is to inspire them that a plant-based meal can not only taste great, it can look 10 times prettier. So,
I was just going to add a little bit. I mean, the idea that we have to work very hard to demonstrate that whether you're a nonprofit or, in our case, a for-profit social impact business, is incompatible with the general structures of business in order to provide these solutions into space. It's just false, right? The question is always, are we hitting the target with the product in the market? In this case, and Michelle said it, right? This work was actually illegal, right? It's only recently that the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Studies has basically said, in order to move towards health equity, right, that these things should not be illegal. As a matter of fact, started changing regulations, and only in the last few years to actually say that you come out of the hospital for a couple of weeks, you could be provided some nutrition by somebody. That was an illegal act. Or creating a maternal health program like we do that's outside or on the edge of that reimbursement model. It was illegal to be able to do that, and that's changing. So where you saw companies doing maybe $500 million a year in post-operative or post-recuperative care, right? We know that there's other scenarios that exist other than post-surgery. And that's what we're talking about, is creating and developing those interventions reimbursed by Medicare, Medicaid, or commercial or not. These kinds of programs have to exist across the board. And there are more companies who are saying there is a way for us to be able to support that, to supply that, and do it also in the same spirit of equity, even as we go about it.
And we earlier heard from some representatives from the White House, and we think about the regulatory or policy barriers to this. Do you see this as a partisan issue? Is there room for bipartisan support?
Yeah, I
see some smiles here.
No, I want to speak to this.
Yeah.
It's so funny because in saying this, I feel like I'm coming out. It surprises people, but I'm a registered Republican. And I co-founded Wholesome Wave, okay? And it surprises a lot of people. Both my parents were Farm Belt Republicans. My dad was from Western Kentucky. My mom was from Southeastern Missouri. But when someone's house burnt down, the entire community came together and worked with them to let them borrow the car, find clothes that fit the kids. If a tornado ripped through somebody's field and they're specialty crop growers and they didn't have access to crop insurance, everybody came to their side to pick them up, to provide them with food, to make sure they remained a vibrant part of the community, because that could happen to any farmer, could happen to anybody. It's like the conservatism where it's like, don't be a drag on your community, but if a community member falls down, pick them up, because you never know when you're going to fall down or when your family is going to be at risk. That's just being a good neighbor, right? This food should be nonpartisan. We talk about bipartisan because that's like getting into the goat rodeo of getting people to compromise on shit that just should be everyday common sense available to everybody, right? So I think we need to start changing the way we have these conversations and setting tables where we can invite people to have conversations instead of setting stages that are good theater for media to create screaming matches. because the blame game is not delicious, okay? And another thing I want to speak to, because I think it's important, because when we mention deliciousness, there are people in our movement who are like, oh, that's so elite and boutique. It's like smothered jowls are delicious, you know? Osso buco. A lot of people think of osso buco as a gourmet dish. It's an animal shank. That peasants in the Italian countryside and in the Mediterranean figured out how to make delicious because they wanted their family to feel safe and secure when they had one meal a day at the end of a long working day, and that it made them feel like they could go to sleep and dream of a future, right? So deliciousness is not an elite thing. Things should taste good. Everybody, regardless of age, race, ethnicity, income in this country, deserve to put something in their mouth that makes them happy, but then when they swallow it, it makes them well. So that's what we're working toward, right?
That's great.
And I don't know if I went off topic, but
No,
and
that's great.
this is good business for everybody. I mean, imagine if Medicaid reimbursed fruit and vegetable purchases for low-income Americans. The grocery retail industry would boom. Especially, you want to talk about biodiversity? Imagine if corn
Supplier
or soy
diversity.
growers who are really trapped in a really low-margin business and have to borrow a lot of money to keep that 12,000-acre corn and soy rotation going, if they can diversify and plant specialty crops because the market just increased overall by 30% for healthy food.
Or you're bringing out things like there's 40 different types of lentils, and you're actually using sort of global diversity to actually create the nutrition and in an affordable way. Well, exactly, right? And that's exactly what we have to do. And to the bipartisan nature of this, I am always the practical realist, right? Who's putting forth your bills? How do your bills happen in your state house? How do your waivers happen in your house? And even you can even follow the money. Today, where is that money invested, and who has investment in keeping things the status quo, right? Because the ask here is that it looks very different, right? And that's always a thing.
Can I add something? So we actually have a robust culinary medicine program at the University of Texas. Very excited about. But as we think about bipartisan issue, we have to make sure that, especially when we think about healthcare, that our health systems are part of the solution, and we are bringing them along. I'll tell you guys a story. So when we started the Teaching Kitchen, we were working with our medical school students. And the very first year in our culinary medicine class, I think it was a second-year med school student who holds up this vegetable and says, "What is this? I don't know what this is." It was a cauliflower. Not an exotic vegetable by any means, right? But that's a true story. If you don't know what a vegetable is, how likely are you going to talk to your patient about it? You're not, right? That's not going to be part of your vocabulary. And culinary medicine, I am such a big fan of that approach now. I've learned a lot from that approach. But essentially, nobody wants to eat a sad salad because it's healthy. But our patients need to learn that from every which way that they can, right? Whether it's working the food that they're getting from Cook's Nook, or when they're in the doctor's office, or when their kids are in the school. It needs to be part of our fabric, and we've taken it out. It used to be part of our fabric. We have intentionally taken it out, and we need to put it back. Every physician needs to know that health is not just, medication and surgery. Your food has to be part of the solution and the conversation. The other opportunity we have, if we have to do this right, is think different from how healthcare has traditionally done it. So how do we teach our physicians? You're going to be an expert on the foot. You're going to be an expert on the ankle. We forget that it's the same leg, right? The same patient that is struggling with food insecurity is also struggling with paying their utilities, is also struggling with paying their rent, right? So as we think about these solutions, patients who miss the most appointments miss it because they have transportation issues. So as we think about the solutions, it has to be the whole person care approach, and it has to be everybody. I love what you said. everybody has to be at the table creating these. Yes, yes.
And that's one of the interesting things that CMS has said, right? I don't know if many of you guys, I talk about CMS, by 2030, right? Our system is supposed to move from a fee-for-service model, which is what our healthcare system is today, to a value-based model. That means it becomes incumbent upon your clinicians to actually understand that you have these other things that are affecting your outcomes. And CMS has said, we won't reimburse unless the outcomes start to change. Not just that I saw you and gave you a pamphlet, pay us. It has to have an outcome that actually makes some sense, where then clinicians are now becoming responsible for what we call the social drivers or social determinants of health. I can't just say that you're diabetic. Hey, Larry. I can't just say that you're diabetic and confirm that clinical diagnosis and give you metformin and give you a pamphlet. I have to understand why you may not be able to come and see us, or why you may not be able to afford that metformin, or that you can't change your diet, or you don't have access to do that. And so that's part of the work that has to be done. And they're trying to figure out, how do we do this? Oh my God, we're responsible for this now? And it's a thing.
It's a thing. Well, I think you've done a really good job of laying out a lot of the barriers and a lot of the opportunities, and we have just a couple minutes left.
We could talk about this all day.
I know. I really wish we could. I'm sure we can have some offline conversation. But I would love to hear from each of you, just what's one thing you would like those here in the room to think differently about as it comes to being able to advance the food as medicine movement?
Really? That, and we haven't talked about it here, but I assume you'll
go
start
ahead,
here
Joy.
on your
Yes,
list.
yes.
Okay, all right. That in order for food as medicine to succeed, we have to know our populations and our communities, and that the solutions are targeted. What is needed for a mother postpartum maternal health, as we think about the rate that Black women suffer maternal mortality and maternal morbidity, that solution is different, looks different than someone with a renal condition, and you need to change that diet because you're trying to avoid cost of care around dialysis. This is actually a targeted conversation. And so the system has to be able to support different kinds of solutions in each of these kinds of different communities and populations, but it starts with knowing what is in that community and population.
Great. Michelle?
Contact your culinary community. The next frontier for Wholesome Wave is gathering chefs from around the country who feel the way that I feel, and really helping them become a more active, informative, supportive part of the places that they call home, because chefs are business owners, they are employers, they are taxpayers, they're where people go to get married, where people go to mourn, business owners that serve these communities well. When we set the table, and a lot of y'all do tap into us, but you tap into us because you need us to do a course for a fundraiser, that's awesome. We will do that. We will help you raise money, but we can also, when we go to the Hill to talk about something, we don't get a staffer, we get the member of Congress. So, we can help you guys get your message out because we're trusted. We serve folks from the MAGA right to the AOC left and everybody in between. And it's like, they come to, in my restaurant, it was like, Michelle, my daughter's marrying a vegan, what do I do? Michelle, my sister got type 2 diabetes, can you help me? Is this organic thing real? They know they're going to get an honest answer from us that is completely nonpartisan. So we feed people, we care about you. We know that what we decide to make, it goes into your body, that has a profound impact on you. We have to sleep at night. So watch out, because we're coming. So please, look at Jose. Look at, there's so many of us out there, but we never really aggregated, and we're going to begin to do that now. So please be ready for that, because I think
You need to come hang out with me.
Yeah, I'm all over that.
I know, we already got the time clock ticking down.
Yeah.
So
anyway, that's a scene.
Sheila,
Yeah, and
real quick.
yeah, we should hang out too.
There you go. I'm ready.
I'm glad they did this panel.
So I guess what I would say is that I feel like the food industry has the best opportunity of really industry as we face climate change and bad health, that food is the answer, folks. So we all eat, we all like good food, so it's the least partisan to boot. So and it has a huge impact. So we have such an opportunity to move the needle forward and work together little bit by little bit, one party at a time.
I love it, one party at a time. And Sheila, real quick.
Yeah, so I agree with everything they've said, and I'm going to leave us with just one thought, which is that something that actually is a pet peeve of mine. It's quite upsetting to me. So when you go to your doctor today and you get diagnosed with diabetes, they put you on metformin. There's never a question asked by your health insurance company, how long are you going to be on that for, right? You could be on metformin for life, and that would be okay with your insurance company. The question we get asked in this food as medicine space is, oh, how long is your intervention going to be? Can we stop it at 6 months? How long? And the diabetes is under control because of the metformin, right? The diabetes is under control because of the food, right? So it should be a decision between the physician and the patient and not the insurance company that's driving these conversations. So I just want to point that out for something for us to, think about. Yeah.
And metformin's more expensive than food.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I'll hand it back to Danny.
Thank you so much to all of the panelists. I just want to reiterate what Michelle said. We all deserve, love you all. We all deserve food that makes us happy and well, and I couldn't think of anything better to say. I want to remind you all, as you're moving about, to take your bags with you so that as many people can have a seat as possible. That would be really helpful. And the next session, I'm going to demand that you quiet it down a little bit. Everybody try to quiet down, take seats. Everyone try to quiet down a little bit so we can start our next session, please, and take your seats. That means you folks in the front, you've got to keep moving, move outside. Thank you very much. Nobody's listening to me today. Everyone take their seats so that we can get started. All right, so we're going to go ahead and dive into a discussion that I'm really excited about, and that's the chocolate industry's supply chain and how we can make it more transparent and equitable and full of justice. Joining me for this conversation is Yoka Ertz, the Director of Credible Scaling for Tony's Open Chain, an initiative under Tony's Chocolate Only. I have to say, I have favorites. Tony's is my favorite here because it's chocolate, everyone. So please give Joka a round of applause. And I love all the companies that are here and that have donated so generously. I hope you've all had a chance. Look at this bar. Isn't it great? I'm so glad to be sitting down with you. Did I pronounce your name okay?
You did, yeah. It's spelled Joke, which was a difficult name to immigrate to the United States with, but it's a very Dutch name. Yeah, Yoka.
I have to credit Elena Seeley, our content director, for helping me at the last minute, just making sure. So thank you. I want to start with you. Thank you again for all of the chocolate. I hope everyone got some. It's so delicious. It's the best chocolate out there. I stole some for my stepchildren, so thank you for that again. But what Tony's is doing in so many ways is revolutionary. It's so important, the way the company is set up. What I specifically want to talk about for a few minutes is Tony's Open Chain and how it fits in with the company that is Tony's Chocolate Only.
Thanks, yeah. So I work for Tony's Open Chain, which is an initiative under Tony's Chocolate Only. And I will talk about that, but just a minute about Tony's Chocolate Only. It is indeed a chocolate brand, and it's a chocolate brand that started really out of outrage once the founder understood how many systemic inequitous issues there are in the cocoa supply chain. There is extremely prevalent child labor. There is extremely prevalent poverty. There is cocoa-led deforestation in a part of the world that is losing the last standing percentages of its forests. It's it's a system really that's built on exploitation of people, of forests, of children. And so Tony Shugolonely started as a sense of outrage out of that. We have a 3-pillar roadmap, and Tony's Open Chain is at the bottom of it, so I'll get there. It's around creating consumer awareness. Once you know, and once you know you can make a difference, you can take action. So there's creating consumer awareness. There's leading by example. Tony Shugolonely started a particular sourcing model. We call it the 5 sourcing principles. I'd love to talk about it, but to sort of directly fight against these issues in cocoa. And our 3rd pillar in our roadmap is called Inspire to Act. My jokey Tony's title is Inspire to Actress. Inspire to Act is really that Tony Shugolonely can grow as much as it can, but the impact has to be bigger than just our company. So Inspire to Act is 2 parts. One, it's Tony's Open Chain, which is this initiative where we explicitly invite other chocolate brands, competing chocolate brands, to join us in our way of sourcing cocoa. And the second thing around Inspire to Act is promoting legislation that will basically make this the new norm in cocoa.
This collaboration, this kind of proposing legislation is unprecedented in the chocolate industry because of those inequities. I'm going to use that all the time. I've never used inequities before. All of those inequities things that are happening in the chocolate industry. How does that, like we've been talking about collaboration all morning, this is not easy with some of these big chocolate companies that are not built on sort of dismantling the system that they've been exploiting for so long.
That's right. I mean, I think the larger chocolate companies are part of the system, and then it's hard to break the system. So part of what Tony Shugolonely is trying to do is that it can be done differently, and you can be a profitable company that makes delicious chocolate that people want to buy because it tastes good. Our story, I think what inspires the companies to join us in our way of sourcing is that we are actually making impact. We are making a difference. So if I could go to child labor, which is the biggest part of our origin story in Tony's. So 60% of the world's cocoa comes from Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. 60%, so it's very, very specific to 2 countries. There's about 2.6 million smallholder cocoa farmers who grow that cocoa. And in that area, about 50% of children are in child labor, doing hazardous child labor. That's a lot of child labor. And the cocoa industry has known about this for 30 years. They've been making voluntary commitments to eradicate child labor. People are doing interventions, but the impact isn't there and therefore can't be communicated.
Right.
We've showed that in our sourcing model, where we commit long-term directly to cocoa farmers, all of the cocoa is traceable. We pay a way higher price for cocoa, and we help co-ops look for cases of child labor and remediate cases of child labor as quickly as possible. I'm really proud that in the co-ops where we've been working for 3 years or more, because change takes time, instead of a child labor prevalence rate of 50%, we have a child labor prevalence rate of under 4%. Child labor, thank you. I am really proud of that. Child labor is a solvable problem, and the fact that we're still talking about it as this difficult thing to tackle is infuriating because it is tackleable. And I should note that child labor is not the fault of parents or farmers. Parents and farmers want the best for their children, just like all of us do. Why are children in child labor? Because of poverty. And we know that poverty reduces choices. And so we really have to tackle that issue as well. And then you get to the knock-on issues of child labor, which is a human right, a violation, and deforestation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for explaining all that. I wonder what the communication with other brands looks like and how, you know, because they're not down to 4% child labor. And you're right about these little incremental bits that they've been doing for 30 or 50 years. It's not enough. So how do you communicate, like, hey, get on board, or you won't be around that much longer?
I think Tony's role in the world is, again, to show that it can be done and that it's a shareable model and that we don't have to compete on this. So we don't compete on issues on the ground. That's something we tackle together because we're stronger together in collaboration, but we do compete on shelf. The larger chocolate companies, they are not going to join us anytime soon, but our job is to become a big enough movement that we can't be ignored. We have had success. We have 15 companies now. We've only been doing this for 4 years, sharing this program. We have 15 companies now that source cocoa along with Tony's. And we've had a lot of success with retailers who know that cocoa is a high-risk commodity. They want to make a difference, but they're not going to make their own program on the ground. That's a logical partner. Some of the more activistic brands, Ben & Jerry's joined our Tony's Open Chain 2 years ago. Yep, big up for Ben & Jerry's, with a commitment to traceable cocoa and paying a price that enables a living income. We have a lot of the smaller brands, but together we know that we can make a difference.
Yeah, part of making a difference is requiring traceability and transparency in everything that you do as a company. And I'm wondering if you can talk about the different things that we have to think about when we're talking about traceability and transparency.
Yeah, traceability means so many different things. I mean, when we think of traceability, we think of where does our cocoa come from, and that is definitely a part of traceability. I would call that operational traceability. But you also have social traceability. Where are you buying? Who are the families who are growing the cocoa that you're growing from? What kind of circumstances are they in? How are household incomes levels there? How far are they at a gap from a living income? Are children in child labor? So there's a lot of social traceability, and if you don't know those issues, then you can't help the communities tackle them. There's also environmental traceability. So where does your cocoa come from? There's actually legislation coming in the EU that will require that, and this, companies are freaking out, but we've been doing it for years.
Yeah.
Polygon maps of every single farmer that delivers to our supply chain. That means that we can help co-ops make smarter decisions about how many seedlings they need to figure out, right? They can do better business planning, but we can also check, is there deforestation? Is there risk of deforestation? We can actually do satellite look-back studies up to 20 years or more, whether there has been land use change. So there's so much knowledge to be had by helping co-ops select all this data.
It's really exciting, and I know that the company's intentions and goals are so important to you, but it's the impact that really, really matters. And I'm like, I guess I wonder what that looks like in practice for you daily.
It's a really good, I think that a lot of companies communicate what they're putting into their sustainability programming. We've paid this much in premiums, or we have done this many awareness training sessions. But I want to see companies communicate more about what the effect is of what they're doing. What is the impact? Has deforestation stopped in the areas where you are sourcing? Are farmers closing the gap towards a living income? How prevalent is child labor? Are children going to school? So it is important to talk about the how, but I think that we all need to focus on the why.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's great. I want to get back to this question of legislation and policy, and I'm wondering what international policies can the United States learn from right now that could be, implemented tomorrow?
Yeah, so on legislation, Tony's is a small company, right? But in the last 2-3 years, we've gotten a lot more sophisticated in our lobbying for better legislation. I'm going to use the Barr here, but we always say that Tony Chocolonely and its mission allies, that's what we call the other companies that join us in Tony's Open Chain, because they share our mission to end exploitation in cocoa. But Tony's and our mission allies, we show that it can be done, so we raise the bar, and then, Tony's, we always raise a chocolate bar in the air. We raise the bar, and legislation is really a matter of raising the floor, so leveling the playing field that everybody has to do the right thing. In Europe right now, I'm based in Amsterdam. I am Belgian. We're looking at a few legislation. We're looking at EUDR legislation, which is this issue of traceability, so all imports coming into Europe are going to have to be verified deforestation-free. Now, America doesn't have that legislation, but traders in West Africa will not be able to set up 2 different supply chains. So America experiences the knock-on effects of sort of importing. Europe imports the most cocoa, believe it or not, more than America. And another legislation that we're actually quite disappointed in right now is the CSDDD, so the corporate social due diligence. Oh, I always forget exactly what it's short for, but CSDDD, what we're hoping for there was that in your social due diligence in your supply chain, to acknowledge that earning a living income is a human right, which it is, but it's not in legislation yet. That legislation is in peril right now.
That's a shame. Is there anything we in this room could do to make sure that it's not in peril?
Speak up, vote. There's a lot of get out the vote campaigns all across the world. The world is trending more conservative, and then this type of legislation doesn't go through. So get out the vote, speak up, and talk about what you need. These larger cocoa companies are only going to start doing the right thing once it is legislated.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. You know, we've talked about certifications and, you know, labels a lot already today. And I know eaters are overwhelmed, you know, especially when they just want something sweet and a treat, right? And I wonder what advice you can give to them to help them choose products. You have a great label. I mean, this is a great label, but in general, at Whole Foods and wherever else, you have this wonderful label that explains things. But like, I was about to say, I used to think of my mom when she was at the grocery store. When I think of regular folks at the grocery store trying to make decisions, it's very difficult. And I'm wondering what advice you can give them.
So I come from the world of certification. I worked for Fair Trade. I worked for Rainforest Alliance. I think certification changed the game in the sense that it gave individuals a feeling that they could make a choice. And this is a group of very involved individuals. I bet you all understand all the certification labels, but most people don't. So I think also certification helped companies see that they can source differently. And I think that's a lesson that we're still working on today. But I think companies full responsibility even more towards them as opposed to making others in the supply chain take care of it. And I don't mean to be controversial, Danny, but I don't personally
that's all I want.
I don't personally believe that individuals should have to make the choice.
Right.
So again, I think that yeah, okay, thanks. That was the point. Yeah.
That was easier than you thought. Sort of just to wrap things up here, there's so many folks from the private sector here, and I hope you meet more and more of them. What's your advice to them? They're all working in different industries. We heard people from, you know, aquaculture. You'll hear more about seafood later. There's, you know, that amazing rancher farmer who is here. Like, what is your call to action for them?
My advice would be two things. One, collaborate with others. You shouldn't be doing this by yourself. It's stronger also for the farmer and the co-ops that organize the farmers. It's stronger for them when companies do this together, so they're not doing individual reporting to all these different companies. So it's also more affordable. The more people who participate in setting up a system, the more affordable it is per metric ton of cocoa. So collaborate with others. You don't have to do this on your own. If you're in cocoa, collaborate with us. But if you're in another industry, then find your collaborators. But my word of caution there, and my actual title at Tony's is that I head up credible scaling at Tony's Open Chain. So there is a tendency in collaboration to slide down to the lowest common denominator. Yeah. And so I would say hold that group accountable to stay true to your principles. It is difficult, but we're going to do it together. So we really want to, at Tony's Open Chain, we want to grow massively. We want to grow times 10 over the next couple of years. And my job is to make sure that we are keeping that high impact, but at a wide scale.
I love it. A spirit of cooperation doesn't mean you like bring things down. It means you bring it up. Exactly. I love it. You have been such a pleasure. Thank you so much, Yoka.
Thank you, Danny. And thank you, everybody. What an amazing event. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Yay. We're going to talk more about the importance of traceability and transparency later this afternoon as well, so you won't want to miss those important discussions. First, though, we have a chance to hear from an incredible group of speakers who are going to discuss local and regional food production in and around Austin. Please join me in welcoming your moderator for this panel, the wonderful food journalist, Erin Russell. Round of applause.
Okay, so I thought I'd start with a real hard-hitting question. Could you guys introduce yourselves and say what your favorite thing to grow in Texas is?
I couldn't hear you. Could you speak up a little bit?
Can you introduce yourself and say what your favorite thing to grow in Texas is?
Well, actually, just to clarify, I'm chef, and I also happen to own a farm where my husband is the farmer, and I will have to speak for him and tell him, and say that his favorite thing is tomatoes to grow. It's like, where are your tomatoes at right now?
Can everybody hear me good? Like all the way in the back also? Great. So my name is Larry Franklin. I'm the founder and executive director of a local nonprofit here in Austin by the name of Black Lives Veggies, the nonprofit. I'm also Boards and Commissions Food Policy, Boards and Commissions Joint Sustainability, and I'm very fortunate to be the co-chair of Austin-Travis County Food Plan. My favorite vegetable, I would say spinach. Pretty hearty, high in nutrition, literally can go at any time of the year other than within a freeze.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Gutierrez. Thank you. I'm actually, I'm a South Texas native, but I've been in Austin for almost 10 years, and I'm an urban farmer and an entrepreneur. I grow for a few restaurants in town called Suerte, and Bartotti. I manage a third of an acre in East Austin. And one of the crops that I grew there for the first time a few years ago that I absolutely love growing is corn. And I'm talking about ancestral corn, criollo corn, so corn for masa, for cornmeal. It's just a beautiful experience to grow corn, and our restaurants really focus on their masa too, so I love to eat it as well.
Okay, so Larry and Ana Maria, I know you guys are really involved with kind of bringing other people into the community of gardening. I'd love for you to talk a little bit about why that's important and what kind of strategies you've seen that have been successful to kind of get people more excited about farming.
Well, it's very important for, I think, everybody to get involved in farming in some sort of way. And by that, I really mean just like be involved in our food systems. Obviously, I found that way through farming. But I think learning how food grows, watching it, doing it with people, working the earth, that's all very grounding and essential. I mean, we're eating food all the time, every day. And some ways that I have found possible for people to get involved and learn how food grows is by offering volunteer days at the garden. The garden's open to the public all the time, so our neighbors can come and watch food grow. Volunteer days is how I got it started in farming. I used to volunteer at Sonia's farm a few years ago. And also offering garden tours. So I think just education is so important. I see people come in for a 45-minute garden tour, and at first they're a little like skeptical or like whatever, and by the time you finish, like they're open-eyed and they're like, oh my God, a fresh pecan tastes like this. So yeah, just having the public access and educational opportunities.
I think that it's important for people to experience growing their own food because we live in a systematic world. When you think about you going out and making a purchase, there's a merchant system behind your purchase. We live in a systematic world, and as we all know, every system breaks down. Every system has its flaws. Proof of that is within Austin, Travis County, about 14% of our people that are black and brown are considered food insecure. That's a breakdown in that system. And so for me, it's important to see people have the ability and access to grow their own food because there will be a breakdown. And within that breakdown, we need to be able to fill that gap through our own means until we can get some support if that's even needed. Some of the things that have worked for me in the past as far as raising awareness about growing food is really just exposing myself to the market and really having no. I mean, it beat me up, but I recognized that it was needed in order to have something of a solution. You have to meet people where they're at. Everybody's financial income is different. So because somebody has less money than the other, you can't deny that individual of educating them on how to grow vegetables or building them a raised garden box that they will really appreciate. And that was one of my strategies, is just having no-nos.
Yeah. And I think when we talked before this panel, one of the things I thought was really interesting was Sonia, I think it was you said your biggest competitor as a farmer is developers, or not as a farmer, but your husband's biggest competitor. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on that. I know the situation with Springdale Farm, but probably not everybody else is familiar. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be happy to. And in regards to what you're saying, I mean, we can't have a farm without land. And as everybody probably knows, is that the development of Austin is happening so quickly that we're losing so much farmland. So, I mean, and Springdale Farm is like the example of that. So basically in 2015, we went to the city council and we kind of had a vote happen where we changed some zoning, and we were zoned as an urban farm. Now, to us, we thought, oh, that means we're protected. Well, it wasn't. And the people who owned the farm, I don't know if Glenn and Paula they were in retirement, and they wanted to sell the property, and they sold it to a developer, and they ended up going bankrupt. And now the property that had 5 acres, and we were producing so much food at that time, is basically a giant hole in the ground. And we had to take the soil that was almost 100 years old, because it was a pecan grove for 100 years, and we physically moved it out of town to protect the soil. So I think that in order to protect the land, we need to write our local government and tell them that we want and need to protect our urban farms, because small farms, like small family farms everywhere, is how we're going to get out of the current system, in my opinion. So.
And you know, as co-chair of the Austin-Travis County Food Plan, I think that it's important to expose, you know, what's necessary. And one of the things that we recognize as a problem in terms of our city's growth, our city's growing in population. If our city's growing in population, that means we're going to need food to feed those people. And so one of the things that we're pushing for is like having a land trust, to where farming land can be protected, and figuring out ways to just really practice regenerative practice of agriculture there. And it's not like a one-time shot. It's like this is a thing that lasts forever.
Yeah.
And we have young farmers right here, so you're doing the work. So.
Yeah. What do you think are some misconceptions about farming or urban farming that, you know, people don't know about?
I think people think that it's easy. Like, you know, I could just imagine how somebody else feels, but as a black man, it's like, anybody could do that. No, you can't do this. Anybody can't do this. That's why you ain't done it. That's why you keep going to the grocery store. Like, and so, because I believe that because people think it's so easy that we become undervalued within our communities and our societies, you know. Like, we're not the ones that's making all the noise, but we're the ones that's fighting for you and putting food on your table, like, which is highly important, and we need to be respected, not because I say so, but because this is something that we deserve as being humans, and the work that we provide, the service that we provide to our communities. So it's not easy by far.
And you're not going to get rich by selling carrots by the pound. Like, it's a labor of love, and I think that a lot of people don't really want to work that hard, and it is extremely backbreaking. And as an urban farmer, you're going to experience more too, because you're in the city, and it's even more difficult, I think. So we need the help as urban farmers.
And you're right. Like, the urban journey is so much more different from, like, I'm going to call it someone that owns acres of land. See, when you own acres of land, you're outside of the city, so you're not subject to that growth boom. If anything, if the city grows, then you're going to make more of a profit because you can produce, you can grow, and you're not as bothered as much. But when you're in the city and you're urban, the most hardest thing to acquire, hold on to, and maintain is land. And so you're constantly under a certain type of threat. You constantly have to innovate. You constantly have to think outside of what we call the boxes. Yeah, it's not easy, okay? Y'all remember that. It's not easy.
Can you give me an example of some of the kind of the innovations that you've had to come up with?
Absolutely. So I think that when I first started off, it was amazing. I was having a great time. I'm from like the bottom parts of society. We call them like the projects or something. And so for us to like make a newspaper article, it's like, yeah, I'm on my way to the next level, right? So I was very happy about that exposure. And it was like a 3-year run. But then we went through some zoning issues with the land that we were producing on. So the land got took. At that point in time, I didn't have a way to continue to carry forward my mission, which is to diversify the local food system by providing opportunities for black and browns. And when I say opportunity, I just don't want to give you a seed. What I want to do is I want to give you a seed, give you hands-on experience, and then introduce you to the market. I want to introduce you to the economic aspect of growing food because, as we know, not only do blacks and browns suffer the most in terms of what we consume and intake, but we also suffer the most in terms of economics. And so I wanted to make sure that I capitalized not just on giving you a seed, but giving you the economic aspect. So when the land got snatched, I'm like, how am I going to fulfill my mission? Well, I began to innovate. I found a business partner. We didn't have success as business partners, but I was able to experiment with building my own hydroponic systems. And I was able to successfully build it and then put it inside of a local high school while I was teaching high school students about the plant grow harvest process and trying to introduce them to the market through hydroponics. And today we successfully have a deal with Houston-Tillotson University where we're doing the same thing. Like that's the journey. That's what you have to do when you're in urban areas.
Yeah, if I can add to that, I think that's what we need. You know, we need diversity in the farming field and in the urban scene. We need to provide opportunities for education, but I think really importantly, we need to like build community with each other. And that's the thing about like urban farming is like we have the opportunity to be in neighborhoods, and it's very important to utilize that to connect and know who your neighbor is, and create future farmers and educate people on how hard this work is. You know, they'll come and volunteer for 3 hours and be like, oh, I'm sore. And that's very important, you know. But then they also like get to put a seed in the ground and 3 months later pull that carrot and smell the soil on it, you know. Yeah, let's keep doing it.
Yeah, so it's interesting to me. I mean, again, I think y'all are heroes for what you do, because, you know, farming it's physically hard. You know, I'm sure it's psychologically hard if you're growing something, it just doesn't work out. And, you know, it's not a whole lot of guaranteed financial success, like you said. But what is it that, you know, kind of keeps you going? What gives you hope? What are you excited about? Like, yeah, what's good for you right now?
Well, I can just follow what you were saying. It's the community, it's the interaction with our neighborhood. And for us, with Eden East Farm, we moved from East Austin, Springdale and 7th Street, and we took that community that we built there, and we decided to kind of spread out. We moved to Bastrop, and now we kind of do the same exact thing in Bastrop, but it's a new community, and people are exposed even more to the idea of it being a community center where you can come and see the plants growing and buy transplants and volunteer and do all of the things that does help a community grow. So
Yeah.
I think spreading the love in a way.
Yeah, and obviously inspiring some.
Yes, thank you. I'm really excited about the just small scale stuff. I think that it gives me hope is all the community organizations that like Black Lives Veggies and that are putting together just utilizing small pieces of land and making them hubs for growing and for gathering. I know that there's some farmer co-ops happening, like my friends at Hot Spell Farm, and it's people sharing land and doing it together. And then just farmer starter programs, I think those are super valuable, like Farm Share, Urban Roots, which I was a fellow at. All those small ways that we can build relationships with each other. I think that's so meaningful, and I'm excited about it.
what keeps me going is, believe it or not, I found a sense of self in growing food, right? And then I remember some of my earlier moments where I got the opportunity to work with the youth that come from the same communities that I came from. And I remember the programs and opportunities that were available to me when I was a kid. And it was nothing like growing food. It was just strictly sports. And so when I exposed a kid to the planting process of a vegetable, and when I watched that kid take that vegetable out, the first thing that kid did was shared it with her sister. She immediately began to educate her sister. You can't, that's priceless. Ain't that what we want? One generation to teach the next about healthy practices. It's things like that that keep me going. It's being around people like you all, knowing that you all have an interest. We're not on the same level. Some of us are different positions, different fronts, but we're all here for one reason, and it's about food. And so when I get in the positions that I get in, things like this, I remember. And when times get hard, as they always do, things like this are just like me watching that kid take that carrot out the soil. It's impossible to forget, and that's my motivation.
Yeah. All right, and I think.
I'm sorry, y'all.
No, it's great. It's great.
Look it up, go.
We do have a tiny bit of time left, so I was just wondering, I want to give you guys the stage. You know, what is the one takeaway you want someone to take away from this panel? You know, what are...
I think, you know, you're all here, which is so incredible. And it doesn't matter what role you play in our food system, if you think that it's small or big, no matter like the scale or policy or hands-on in the ground, like it all matters and it's all essential, and it's like all us like linking chains to build this together and build the food systems that we want to have. So all of our work matters.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just gonna follow that because it's very much so true. It's not an individual task that can uphold this and push the mission forward. No, there's no individual effort. There's no individual energy. Even if you got like a bunch of money, still you're gonna have to deal with somebody. And so with that being said, no matter the position that we may sit in today or tomorrow, I want us to continue to try to collaborate with one another to push the same marker forward, which I believe is that everybody should have access to local, healthy, fresh food, no matter what side you come from, what colors you're wearing.
Well, and of course, just protect your soil in your urban spaces. That's.
Yeah, all right. Well, thanks, y'all.
For this panel, they stood up more. Come on. Thank you so much. Thank you. Erin is going to stay with you on stage. I'm sure you're tired of my voice. So she will be moderating this next session about the role of retail in improving food access and affordability. And joining her for this conversation is Stephen Jennings, the Stakeholder Relations and Brand Lead for Health and Sustainability at Ahold Delhaize USA. So Erin, back over to you.
All right. Good to see you, Stephen.
How do we follow that? I'm going to look like a smuck.
Never, never, never. All right, well, so again, I know this panel is about kind of the role of retail in access and affordability of food. Kind of a complex problem. How did Ahold Delhaize, kind of decide to take this on, and where do you start? How do you get started with that? Where do you decide you can make a difference?
Well, first off, do I have any East Coast friends in the audience here? Okay. Whoa, not that many. Okay. So
we're in Texas.
We are the largest East Coast grocery retail group. So we have brands that stretch from Maine down to Georgia and over to Tennessee, over 2,000 stores, supermarkets, and 200,000 associates, and we serve 30 million customers a week. So do we have the opportunity for impact and maybe nudging our customers towards better for you options? Absolutely. But what I want to bring to the table, and it kind of ties into some of the conversation we've been having, is it's bringing dignity to food affordability and access. And I have a lot of personal experience in that space myself, personally and professionally. And I'm going to tell you a little story about a little 15-year-old bagger. I've been with the company for 28 years. And growing up, my family's from rural Tennessee. They moved to the countryside of Philadelphia for jobs. And I will say I never went without a meal. But one thing I did go without was, or I should say, one thing I was understood was Kraft macaroni and cheese was a vegetable for me. Homemade mashed potatoes, now that was a real vegetable, but if anybody comes from the South, you know what it's really made of, right? Butter and a little bit of milk. So I never understood what nutrition insecurity was until I got my first job working at a grocery store and started realizing there's this whole produce department and there's all this green stuff that was really scary. I didn't even know what some of it was called. And even through that working in that lived experience is when I start to understand the value and maybe how I could change my taste palette. But it started directly with communicating with our customers. Because I would see this green scary thing, otherwise known as an artichoke, come down the aisle, and I knew that it hurt my fingers when I picked it up, but it was just asking questions like, what do you do with this? Like, what is this thing? You actually eat this, or is it decoration? So it's just those silly little things that help to change my palate. I did not have my first broccoli, this is a true story, until I was in my 20s. So I share that to say that we don't always know the face of whether it's food insecurity or nutrition insecurity. Just remember, the person sitting next to you could be going through something, right? So always just be a little patient, offer your own friendly advice when talking about food. And there's one thing that brings us all together. One thing. At birthday parties, at graduations, there's always food. Out here, food. It brings us together. So we want to change the narrative towards these better for you options without sacrificing your Kraft macaroni and cheese.
Yeah. So how did you decide to tackle this issue at your company as a grocery store?
So it's an interesting story. So I now work on the U.S. Health and Sustainability team. So I lead stakeholder relations, which is why I get to come chat with all you great people. But on the sustainability side, we have 4 pillars of focus. So it's healthier choices and personalized guidance. We'll come back to that. There's transparency, sustainable products. We heard a lot about that in sourcing from our chocolatier. It's that really tough one of climate action, but it's also around food waste. But more importantly, I would say fresh food recovery and getting food in the hands of people that need it in our communities. So we have metrics for everything. I know we've heard some pros and cons about measuring and proving, but you got to remember, we're also a business. So we do have to prove a lot of things and why it makes sense and is good for business. And what we found through this 2-year journey, and a lot of this came from the Food as Medicine panel that was up a little earlier, is that, you know what? There's a lot of money in this space because there's a lot of folks out there funding fresh fruit and veg, sometimes called produce prescriptions. You may have heard a little bit about that. They need somewhere they can go redeem these fresh fruit and veg benefits, or healthy benefit cards, we call them. And we have high quality, fresh produce, local within season, and we want to be the fulfillment arm of that. So selfishly, it started as a business proposition. We want to be the fulfillment of these benefits. But then what it turns into, and one of these is one of our commitments with the White House and Hunger Commitment, is education and awareness. So remember what I said about impact. 30 million customers a week. How can we possibly engage 30 million customers a week who are in the store, they want to get out as soon as possible, and they want to get the best price and everything on their list? So how do we engage? So part of our omni-channel approach is it's everything from digital, online, registered dietitians, cook-alongs, all these things we hear, but what you have to remember is it's not at scale. So herein lies the challenge. So our commitment is up to $1 million in focusing on children, nutrition, education, and awareness in all of our local communities. And it's a variety of ways that we do that, or that we're trying to do that, right? And it's for this year, for 2024. So some of it's around school pantry makeovers. So creating a healthier, better for you choices within school pantries. Some of it's around the digital options I mentioned, trying to meet people where they are. But I think the more important thing is we can't eliminate choice or shame people into buying more broccoli. Now, we would love for them to buy more broccoli, but we can't shame people into doing that. So this also comes up with the culturally relevant products. Everyone wants what they know and love. One thing I know and love, besides the mac and cheese, is meatloaf. I grew up with meatloaf once a week. I still love meatloaf. I make meatloaf. But I choose to pair it now with the broccolis of the world and green beans and other things so that I can make a meal that's still familiar to me. I don't sacrifice anything. And then I still get the benefits of adding fruits and veg to my plate.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, mac and cheese was a large part of my diet for probably through college. But yeah, like, what have been some of your like successes that you're proud of in your initiatives that you have started with?
Yeah, so keep in mind, we have to get buy-in top down, right? And remember, with 200,000 associates in the store, how do you get to all 200,000 associates, them to be excited about the same thing, and all moving in the same direction? For us, we started top down with that business proposition that I mentioned, right? That there's money to be had here. We want those sales in our store. We want to increase the sales of fruit and veg. But then you got to build an approach to this. You can't just stop there. So we've kind of adopted what we call 3 pillars of what we refer to as food care. So what is food care? It's what we know and love, the 2 things in our lives as a grocery retailer. It's food, and it's all about people and families. And again, food is that connector for all of that. So we have 3 pillars of kind of, if you will, focus to our approach and what guides us on our march towards, providing these better for you options. So one is guide. So again, thinking of my parents, they didn't know what was healthy, what was not. They were very young parents. They were just going by what they learned from their parents, right? And they also had, I'm the oldest of 6, I don't think I mentioned that. They had 6 bellies to feed. And that's a little challenging to get 6 kids to like everything, right? So that education and awareness is critical. And in our stores, we have a nutrition guidance program called Guiding Stars. By the way, it's an app, so you can always download the app. There's a great website. You can actually scan products in your own pantry. It'll tell you if your item is better for you, meaning does it earn a star, and it's all based on the nutritional facts on the back of every product. Why that's significant is it's not us telling our customers what's better for you. It's a third-party scientific advisory panel that manages the algorithm. We follow FDA dietary guidelines. So it's a great tool that positively reinforces better for you purchases. So meaning if I scan that, sorry Kraft, but I scan that mac and cheese and it doesn't earn a star, you don't see like a skull and bone come up like, don't buy that. It just simply is not rated. But when something meets a standard and starts earning a star, which means it's better for you by the nutritional guidance, it's like a little reward to shop for the stars, as we say. But it also offers business tie-ins if we choose to go down that road, which is like around rewarding and incentivizing and encouraging for you to build what we refer to as a basket, so that's your shopping cart, So to build a better for you shopping basket. Then the second one is around assortment, right? And that's always the challenge. So we also have to work with our CPG vendors, so it's the consumer packaged goods, so it's your Crafts of the World and your Pepsis and so on also building better for you assortments. So I know one of the comments came up in a former panel about purchase power. It's true, you have purchase power. The more you demand as a customer from us as a retailer and from our vendor partners for better for you options, the more you're going to see in the store. And there's no proof in case that I would say is more relevant than the rise of seltzery waters and flavor seltzery waters. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. There's even commercials from the beverage companies, the large ones, that say 60% of purchases from their own companies are now from these better for you seltzer waters versus the sugary beverages. So that's proof in case right there. They've adapted and they've built a bigger assortment. The third one, which is near and dear to my heart, and a lot of this, what I would call more around the dignity of food access and affordability, is our Nourish pillar. And it's around the health equity that we heard a lot about today. It's also around nutrition insecurity and knowing the difference between the two. So that's where a lot of our fresh food donations come into play, is because traditionally, we've provided the packaged boxes of things. Well, that tends to be processed food, right? Not always the better for you option. So we know fresh is where we want to go and promote more of those donations. So we work with our great local food banks in all of our brands to encourage and increase those fresh food donations or the fresh food rescue, because none of us want to see this food in a landfill.
Yeah, no, it's so wild, from volunteering at the food bank, it's so wild to see, it seems like it's half an HEB store that's going down the aisle that you're putting in boxes to give to people. So I'm glad that y'all are, trying to reduce food waste. I'm sure it's a large problem.
And again, it's another business case.
Yeah.
So although these items have great impact on our community, it actually ends up saving us money.
Mm-hmm.
And we reduce carbon emissions, because 75% of food in landfill, or 75% of waste in landfill is food. That is another solvable problem that we all can contribute to, even from our own households, because you all throw food away at some point. We all do it. We can all work to reduce that.
Yeah, we do have a great compost option in Austin, but yeah. So as we're wrapping up, I just want to ask, what do you wish consumers knew about retail and how they can make a difference or support your efforts?
So, well, I think one thing that might be unknown, just because we think of sometimes grocery retail as big business and not having arms that kind of that address these issues, whether socioeconomic, the education, the awareness. We have amazing teams internally that work on these types of initiatives, whether pilots or projects, with food banks, with nonprofits, with our great friends at Food Tank. We are doing work behind the scenes here. So, and it's around knowing that we want to be your partner to inspire and empower your healthier choices for you and your families. So we're not here to dictate what to buy, but we do recognize we have the responsibility we love the word nudge, so to nudge you towards the better for you choice. And we do that again whether it's through marketing initiatives or the Guiding Stars program. Just know that we're your partner and we want to meet you where you are. So in our space, all foods fit. But again, we're going to be there to nudge you to those better for you choices.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you so much for talking with us, Stephen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bigger round of applause, please. Thank you. They were great. Thank you to Aaron and Stephen. I am really, really excited for this next fireside chat with two incredible food systems advocates who I admire so much. I can't even tell you, my heart is about to burst. First is best-selling author, historian, and Julia Child Award recipient Toni Tipton-Martin, who serves as editor-in-chief of Cook's Country magazine. And joining her in conversation is Chef Adrienne Lipscomb, the founder of the 48 Acres Project. As I said, she's also a chef. She's been a city planner. She's studying to be an architect. She's a really great friend, everyone. I suggest you reach out to her if you need a friend anytime. I just need to say again that they are two of the truly greatest people I know. So you are in for a treat. Please enjoy this conversation and give them a warm round of applause.
Hello? Hey, everybody. It's a little quiet in here. My goodness. Are y'all warm? Because I am warm. Thank you for joining us today as we're rounding out the end of South by. Ooh, Lord, thank Jesus. It's been a hectic year. I am truly, truly honored to be sitting on stage with Toni. A lot of people do not know, Toni and I have some deep-rooted backgrounds in Austin, in fact. While I was going to school for my PhD in city planning, what she doesn't really know is, well, she probably does now, but I stalked her.
I thought we met through Hoover.
In Hoover, but I got really lucky. So if you know Hoover Alexander, he's known me since I was 18, so I stalked him as well. And we met through Hoover, and the relationship and her knowledge of one Austin is quite amazing. And then our food and our food history. And today on our talk, my background is in city planning, and I really looked at land access, and especially how minorities have land access and how it impacts them when things change, such as y'all know that word gentrification, right? That's a huge buzzword. But when it came to food and the challenge and access to food and how it does your culture, I was literally ecstatic when I was going to be able to have this conversation with you about that. So I know I don't want to take too much time, but one of the things
Let me just say,
Yeah.
I am really happy to be here with you.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm going to tell a secret too. So when I was living here, well, first of all, it is really exciting. Thank you, Danny, for having me back in Austin. I've just recently moved to Houston, but being here at Barr was actually one of the first places I became passionate about historic preservation and the importance of land, and pursued finding a historic space in Austin, which I couldn't deliver on. But I had this event here called Soul Summit, and I held it on Juneteenth weekend at historically black college, Houston-Tillotson. And I invited 10 of my closest food friends to be here to speak and enlighten the community. And the reason that I met Adrienne is because Hoover said, I've got this incredible baker. You will not believe, on top of all of her other talents and pieces of wisdom that she'll share with you, she's an amazing baker. And so she made these incredible mango fritters. I tell this story everywhere. We had a shoebox lunch. For those of you that know that was a thing during segregation, African Americans could not stop and buy food, so they carried lunch in their shoeboxes. And so we had a shoebox lunch at HT, and we discovered near the end of the event that a lot of the boxes that were still stacked were partially empty because people had taken the fritters out.
There's a person in the audience that did that. We won't point her out.
She's that great. So thanks for having me.
So I really want to talk about the challenges of land access. Is that okay?
That's okay.
So if you know Austin and know Austin's history about segregation, if not, it's worth really looking up, and we don't have enough time to really dive into that. But as a person who really is an advocate about land access for BIPOC farmers, and especially for Black farmers, how in your journey and the work that you've done have you seen it be so hard and challenging personally? Because I know I know you have in getting land, but how have you seen it developed even to today on trying to access land?
So that's a really good question, and I think we've been hearing all along throughout these panels various inklings of what the obstacles are, whether they're financial, whether they're zoning issues. I encountered all of that. Everyone in the city knew that I was interested in restoring a historic house as a space like this for African American food history. I wanted to preserve our culture in a building that had direct connection to Black history. And so there was one freestanding building left in the city that was associated with the original Sam Houston College. And I worked very closely with the family trying to obtain that property, wasn't able to do it, and then discovered a few blocks away in East Austin another property. And I think we heard Sonia talking about the issues in East Austin, like with the quality of the land and the soil, and so there's so many barriers, but some of it is just in the owners that have the properties that aren't really sure of the value of what they have. Oh, they're sure today. Let me correct.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
know
sure.
now, but
They know.
I left here 11 years ago when gentrification was just starting to happen, and people were not seeing that land in East Austin held the value that it did. So the point of my work is to make sure that people understand the history of how the land served our community, and not just through the classic expressions of farming and sharecropping and those conversations that we typically have. My new book is talking about the garden to the glass.
Did y'all hear she said a new book? I wasn't the only one. It is hot up here. I'm just gonna let y'all, I know it's hot down there, but woo, up here, it is really kicking. So I'm from Texas, originally from Texas. I'm from San Antonio, and my family's from the Hill Country. My great-grandfather told us, when you have children, buy land. It was number one, buy land, because it provided an identity, creates a community, and it's also a sanctuary and can make a business. So when we got our first child, we bought land in San Antonio. But I've always carried that with me, and I never really knew why I was carrying that statement. Out of everything he's told me in my life, that was the statement that I carried with me. And I really didn't discover how important it was until we tried to buy land. I have a project and part of a group called the Maloma Foundation, in which we decided to purchase land in St. Helena Island in the Gullah Geechee. And we purchased 40 acres of land. And with purchasing this land, we knew right away that we couldn't show our face, that we were gonna have to work with a middle person because the land ownership was white. And they've owned the land for over 40 years. So we already knew right away that we probably were gonna have to take a step back and let our realtor handle this, because we knew that just because of the color of our skin could change the dynamic of this deal. And I see that very often, even with farmers that are trying to extend and buying more land, and even for just housing. Have you seen or experienced things of this nature in the work that you do?
I do. So as I alluded to earlier, the second place that I tried to get in East Austin had formerly been a place of reconciliation. In the 30s, Black and white women educators bought a house, and they used it as a cultural center where they could hold meetings and teach women other aspects of life, and it was basically a space of uplifting women. This place had been in disrepair. It served as a church over the years. UT students in architecture had been participants in the revitalizing of the house. And, but it was dilapidated by the time wind of it got to me. You were describing being white. Having an identity is also a problem, right? So when I went to the current owners, the only issues, they owned the property free and clear, but they, owed back taxes. So they owned it, but they had taxes. I brought in the UT student who did all the architectural work for it to become a church to prove to them that my passion and interest were in saving the house, not occupying it as a personal residence as an outsider.
Right.
But I'm not from here. So even if I had black skin, I was still an outsider.
Right.
So I took the architect. I took renderings of what we were going to do, because UT helped me get those. We talked about the ways that I had founded a nonprofit so that children, we heard about that earlier as well, children could come into the garden that we were going to put in this property so that they could learn healthy eating, taste foods that were foreign to them. I had been working with kids in East Austin who had never even had apples before. And that was traumatic to me to discover. So I knew that I wanted to give back to the community, and I tried all different ways. We had partnered with Edible Austin and held something that we called the Children's Picnic in East Austin. So I was doing all of these things in the community that were making people aware of my seriousness. So after I made this presentation, the property was donated to a large established homeless nonprofit in the city. And the next day I got a phone call. And those people said to me, hey, everybody in town knows that you're looking for this historic piece of property on the east side, and we want to give you the first right of refusal for the low, low price of $400,000 for something you got for free. And I was mortified. I just packed up and left Austin. After that, I was so aggravated. And I knew that I had a passion to preserve Black food history through land ownership. But clearly, the timing was not right here. So I worked on books instead.
And they're damn good books, by the way. And speaking of a book, because there's one beautiful one sitting in your lap, how do you wrap in land and culture in the work that you're doing right now in your award-winning books, by the
Go,
way?
girl. So I've been going from city to city. I had to actually mark the pages. I have cheat notes. But what's important, one of the things that I wanted to teach in this space was about the history of African American foods. And not just the food, but the people behind the food. We always talk about the recipes. We always talk about cooking. We even talk about farming. But we seldom talk about the individuals. And none of that happens without people. So I wrote a book I was trying to find real people in history. And I decided to look for them in cookbooks because that was a format that was normal to me. And I now am the owner of 450 of the oldest and rarest Black cookbooks that go back to 1827. Yay.
I'm trying to catch up.
But what's interesting about those books is that they give us a whole view into what Black food culture has been like. We hear about sharecropping, we hear about cotton picking, we hear about soul food, we hear about juke joints. We hear about all these things that have some difficult story attached to them. And I'm not Pollyanna, but I raised children who had to go to school in the suburbs in Round Rock, and the first thing they always heard at the beginning of the school year is about enslavement and the beginning of America, and there was just such a sad story for them. I wanted them to know more about their ancestors. And so what I have learned is that the land has been a way for people to provide financial and economic freedom for themselves.
That sound familiar from my great-grandfather?
We have stories that we have never heard about enslaved women who used small plots of land to, small gardens on the landholder's property. If they were charged with tending the fruits and vegetables, they would hide their fruits and vegetables inside the garden because nobody was going to be looking for the okra out there. And so we know that they began doing that, bringing their agricultural practices and embedding them in the plantation economy. But beyond that, there were also free people that used land to provide for their freedom, to buy their children, to put them into schools and educate them. There are so many stories of women. There's a woman named Sally Scott, who was a free woman who owned land in Virginia, and she developed it as an orchard and sold wine. There are women who were brewers and tavern owners who owned the property, but they had to be embedded in their husband's record keeping because women were not allowed to own property. So we can just hear, oh, and lastly, there's another Austin connection. There's a woman named Bertie Brown. Have you guys heard of the Bertie Brown whiskey? Yay, somebody knows about it. Bertie Brown was a homesteading woman in Montana. And she was known for her hospitality served in her home and through her moonshine. And in Austin, there are two companies that have actually started a Bertie Brown whiskey, and one of them is located right here.
I mean, our history's deep, y'all. It's deep. But I also, find that you have to have a lot of passion to do this. And it takes a lot of work because the stories are hidden. And sometimes they're in plain sight, and we just don't know about it because we're not educated in that information. And so one thing I have to say is we're very lucky to have you.
Thank you.
To be able to do this. And, I get to call her and be like, hey, girl. But we're coming down a little bit on time, but I want to talk about the hope of the future. Like, where do you see us going in the future with this information? Because we talk about the history, we talk about the past, and we've had plenty of discussions talking about the heartaches and the struggles and the survival. But what about the future?
I'm excited, but I'm concerned. And most people ask me in recent months if I'm concerned because of the erasure of our history, and I laugh and say, are you kidding? It's been erased and marginalized all along, so why are you in a panic? But what I am most proud of is the fact that my work, which is not about me, and everyone who knows me knows that I mean that sincerely, it is about the names. And my books are full of names because I want the next generation to find a name that resonates for them, or a career path that resonates for them, or a food choice that resonates for them, and to convert that into a restaurant business or restaurant design. I want the next generation to do whatever they want. And hence the name of my second book is Jubilee, because I felt like telling these stories means we're all free. The next generation is free to report on to become whatever they want and not be entangled in the stereotypes that have ensnared us for generations and made us frustrated, made us give up, lose hope, have no pride. But it also makes the broader community free as well. And when I say that, I mean, it means all the people that aren't Black now can go into a Black space, a restaurant, and no longer keep looking for soul food. Let that go. This next generation is doing what resonates for them. And as I've heard some of you guys say, it's Black because I said so. So I'm excited and hopeful about that, but I am worried. I'm worried as an old dinosaur that all of the vehicles that have made it possible for this next generation to stretch and grow and fly, like the internet, are also taking advantage of them. And so when we've been excluded from all these industries, now we're a hot commodity and everybody wants the next generation to come and be their influencer. And I've taken heat about this online. They want you to be their influencer, and you can't just be happy that you got a box of product or your face on a website or a few small dollars. I want you guys to go and really make a difference, but also become economically stable. And I'm worried about that part.
I can understand that. Because I can definitely tell you, especially in the social media world, when reached out, we're not seeing the same dollar bill that our counterparts are seeing when it comes to social media. Thank you, Blue. And also only being really celebrated once a year.
Well, now twice. We
now
get
it's
Juneteenth.
twice. Yeah, we have Juneteenth, but as a woman, 3 times a year.
3 times.
Hey, got a little luck right there. But being the next generation, I really see what you're talking about and what is happening with us in our generation and moving forward, because social media spreads information so fast, and it becomes pretty much one viral on some occasions, sometimes positively and sometimes negatively. I am afraid myself that it is going to be a quick flash in the pan on some of these occasions, and we're going to be not really celebrating the story, but the action. And I feel that a lot of us that are in social media, we're kind of pushed to be in the media light, because sometimes that's the only way we can get our point across. Do you ever feel that way sometimes, especially with our younger generations?
I absolutely do, and I think that that's what makes the effort that you guys have done with the 40 Acres Project so important, because you have collaborated. I came up at a time when there was only room for one. And my
I call
sweet
that the
friend,
Highlander. Anybody seen Highlander? I'm aging myself.
Yeah,
But yeah.
there was only one at a time. And initially, I think with social media, people were worried, like, I'm the one, so they don't have room now. And that is not true.
Right.
What you guys are doing is finding your own way, your own voice, but by collaborating, there's strength in that number. And you guys were able to get that incredible grant, right? Like,
Yeah.
a lot of money.
$1.8 million grant from the Mellon Foundation. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and so when I was here, even though I couldn't penetrate the real estate situation, I was still able to use land and opportunities through collaborations with the city, with UT Austin in particular, with Edible Austin. We had an incredible alliance that allowed us to advance the conversation. And I want to, I guess, kind of respond to the previous comment you made about how easy the internet has made it look. It's so easy to look at this work and maybe be dismissive of it, or just see stuff on the internet and think that information's everywhere.
Right.
And it is everywhere now.
Right.
But 20 years ago, the idea of learning about Sally Scott and her orchard, or the woman who grafted oranges in Southern California and created the navel orange. Did you hear me? A black woman made that. And we don't know any of that history. So I'll leave you with this. Somebody recently sent me a note and said, hey, African Americans, did you hear this story that African Americans don't eat vanilla ice cream? Did you hear this?
No.
Don't eat vanilla ice cream in public because of Jim Crow. So you know me, I did a really fast Google search, and through several searches, I tied it to our friend, Michael Twitty.
Oh.
And Twitty, some years ago on his blog, said that he got this story from Maya Angelou. So I, being a good, diligent journalist, went all the way back to Maya Angelou. I did not just say, oh, great, Twitty, told us this, because I love and trust him. And everybody should do the research themselves. But what Maya Angelou says is, she was in a town that seemed so racist, it's as if black people could not eat vanilla ice cream in public, and that's why we started eating butter pecan. There's lots of other theories. Maybe it's because we worked on plantations in Texas where there were pecan trees. Like, there's a lot of other rationales that require us to dig a little bit deeper. So I haven't gone out publicly because I don't have time to study that. It's not my space.
Yeah.
But I encourage everyone to look closer to the things you hear. I encourage the next generation to be careful about how you speak and to make sure you are being paid what you are owed, so you can buy land.
Yep. So get paid. buy land, and do your research.
Very good.
And we're out of time. Man, that was too short. But let me tell you, we're getting off this stage. It's hot. Thank y'all so much.
Wait. You know, if you follow me on social, you know I gotta have my picture. Wait, Danny.
Oh, she has to get that picture of the audience. Everybody say hi. Wait. She's not ready. We talked about social media, right? All right. Oh, okay. Hey, everybody.
Okay, say. Oh, shit. It's doing it again.
She's trying to work her phone. I promise you, she knows how to work it. All right.
Okay, wait.
You got it?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
My mouth was like wide open. All right. Thank y'all so much.
Keep clapping. I love these two folks. Thank you so much to Tony and Adrian. For those of you who are here in person, you have a special chance to receive a signed copy of Tony's newest book, Juke Joints, Jazz Clubs, and Juice, Cocktails from 2 Centuries of African American Cookbooks, if you become a Food Tank member at any point this afternoon. So you can go to registration where my friend Kenzie is, or you can go over to Elena, also my friend, and she'll give you a book too. So all you have to do is scan the QR code on your program. It's on the first page. Or go to foodtank.com/join. Again, that's foodtank.com/join. And find a membership level that works for you. And then once you become a member at any level, just show your receipt to a volunteer or Kenzie or Elena or me, and we'll make sure that you get that signed copy. And I hope that everyone here will become a member, not just because of the book, but because it's important that Food Tank is able to put on events like these where we can bring all sorts of different people together. Elena, I'm gonna ask you to bring me my water. I apologize. So these free summits are only, thank you so much. These free summits are only possible because of grassroots members, like so many of you in this room. As a member, you will be able to join monthly membership, only virtual events, and where we have very special VIP guests. So now, I'm taking my water with me, even though I have one over there. So now I'm excited to welcome to the stage Peter Bick, the filmmaker behind Carbon Nation. I apologize, everyone. And a professor of practice at Arizona State University for a conversation about farming and environmental stewardship. Give him a round of applause, please. And I was supposed to say, and Peter reminded me, that there are a lot more seats over here in front. If you go to the left of me, there are lots of seats. And if anyone's using their chair as a way to keep their bag off the floor, put it on your lap, okay? So more people can sit down. So Peter, we have a few clips from a documentary, from your new documentary. Before we show the first one, can you briefly talk about the project and really what inspired it?
Sure. Hi, everybody, and thank you. Thank you for having me here, Danny. I've been wanting to be on stage with you for a long time.
So glad you're here.
So our film, our research, it started as a research project to see if adaptive multi-paddock grazing could be a benefit for farmers' pocketbooks, a benefit for farmers' land, and possibly even a climate change solution. And so we went to the southeast U.S. and found 10 farm families, 5 neighbors, 5 pairs, and we got a team of scientists, about 23 scientists from all over the U.S., to study what's happening on both farms, where the only difference was the management of the grazing. So adaptive multi-paddock grazing is emulating the way bison moved across the Great Plains. They get together, they eat about half the forage, stomp the rest down to protect the soil, although the bison probably didn't know that, but maybe they did. And then they move on, and then the land rests for most of the time. So the adaptive farmer's doing that type of grazing on this side of the fence. The conventional farmer is just letting their animals roam large areas for a long period of time and eating the grass down to where it looks pretty if you want to park, but it's not real pretty if you want nature to be thriving. And so we studied the soil carbon, nitrogen, water infiltration, the nutrient density of the forage, birds, bugs, microbes, greenhouse gas cycling, animal well-being, and farmer well-being. Yeah.
That was a really good explanation. Before we roll the clip, anything else you want folks to know?
Sure. So the first clip is in Woodville, Mississippi. The gentleman on the right is Cooper Hurst. He's the adaptive farmer. He and his wife Katie have been doing this for about a decade and a half. The gentleman on the left is Wallace Ferguson. He's a conventional farmer with his parents, and they're fifth or sixth generation on that land. And they're neighbors. Like the only thing separating their property is some trees. And so Wallace in this clip is learning that Cooper doesn't put synthetic fertilizer down on his property, and Wallace is having a hard time understanding that.
What does that make you think? Like what he's saying right there, that's not the way you work.
No. But it's, I understand. But the thing is, I'm just saying, that grass is going to grow when you put fertilizer on it. Without putting fertilizer on it, you think, I'm wasting my time even planting it. But
everything you're struggling with, we've been there. So
okay.
You can't feel or say anything that we haven't said.
Yeah.
We've been there.
It's just hard to think of how you could do this without putting it up. I'm being honest.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
You know my dad. Yeah. He's as good as gold. And you telling him you don't have to spend him. He loves that. Yeah.
But I'm telling you, Dad would eat it up. He loves the land. He loves the farm. He loves his cattle.
But you know, if you're not spending money wastefully,
and that's where we are. We are not into wasting money.
All right.
Woo!
Can I say a little bit of something?
Of course.
So the research where all these scientists, I was helping organize it and help fundraise for it. It's about a $10 million project. But also, the documentary itself is part of the science. So it's not like we were documenting scientists. We were documenting ourselves doing the work with the farmers. We were with them for years. So I just wanted to add that in.
That's such a revolution. I know this isn't on our, prepared remarks when we had our prep call, but that's such a revolutionary way of filmmaking and documentary filmmaking in particular. It's very different than going in and doing what normal documentarians do. It's learning as you go and just, helping the scientists figure it out, helping the farmers and ranchers figure it out. It's very cool.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it was intense. We went through 5 editors. It was hard work. We shot a lot of footage, and I didn't know what I was filming. I thought I was going to make a bunch of short films, and what we've made is a 4-part docuseries. It's called Roots So Deep, You Can See the Devil Down There. Wallace's dad came up with that title. I was just, there's the title. He just said that just one day. And so meeting these farmers has just been a joy.
Yeah.
Right? And the scientists as well. So we made a lot of friends.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of, I'm busy at Christmas time, wishing everyone happy holidays.
I'm wondering if you can share with the audience some of the practices that Cooper is using on his land.
Yeah, well, it's regenerative, it's adaptive. And so what he's doing is he's making sure his animals are moving to fresh food as often as possible, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. And everyone who doesn't do this thinks it's more work, but they're spending all their time planting seed, fertilizing, growing hay, baling hay, spreading hay.
Yeah.
Cooper's not doing any of that.
Yeah.
And so Cooper's seeing his animals every day. And the animals, when he comes, they know there's good food. He opens up the gate. They just go right on through.
Right.
And the last animals are the ones who need some attention. So his medical costs have gone way down.
Yeah.
Because he's not just giving them all something because they think they might have something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I'm wondering if you can talk about, you use the term adaptive. What would Cooper be adapting to sort of like on a weekly, monthly basis?
Rainfall. The productivity of that particular piece of ground at that particular piece of time. And so when we were doing the research, we had to find farms that were doing grazing, where the adaptive farmer was doing it this newer way, even though it's based on very old nature techniques.
Sure.
The conventional farmer doing it the way that most everyone's doing it in their county.
Mm-hmm.
And we just got lucky because of all the conventional farmers but one's all right, but really good farmers. So it wasn't like we cherry-picked the worst conventional and compared them to the best adaptive.
Right.
So Cooper was unhappy because we had to match soil types.
Uh-huh.
We had to say the same soil type is here as is over on the other side of the fence. So where we landed on Cooper's farm was his most unproductive spot.
Yeah.
He was really bummed out. but that was the randomness of our work.
Sure.
So he's adapting to how much rain's happening and what are animals eating, what time of year it is, what's growing. This is a little side note, but I met a dairy farmer in Wisconsin who made cheese every season. Same field, same cows, and it tasted so different by what was growing, how it was growing, what the nutrient density was, what was in that plant at that time.
Yeah.
All those things he's adapting to. And so nothing's prescriptive. Each paddock is not the same size every year. Each paddock, he's not even in the same spot every year.
Yeah.
If he starts getting prescriptive, then it's going to start dying.
Yeah. I wonder from your perspective, why it's so. Okay, let me kind of step back. A lot of farmers that I know, and for good reason, are risk adverse.
Yep.
They have had to be, because of if it fails, it fails, and that's your home, that's your tractor, that's a lot of things
It's
for your
everything.
family. Yeah, and so I kind of get why Wallace is like, I don't want to stop using fertilizers. That's what I know. That's what I want to do. But I'm wondering, like, seeing what Cooper is able to do, what eventually will happen.
Yeah. I'm not going to give away the whole film because it's going to be available May 28th on our website.
I tried, everyone.
RootsSoDeep.org. But Wallace was very curious about what Cooper was doing, but he was too polite to ask. These two guys have known each other for 25 years.
Yeah.
That scene you just saw is the first time they've ever talked about grazing. And they're friends. That was just something they did not talk about. And what it was, everyone has an opinion about that Wallace thinks Cooper's crazy, Cooper thinks Wallace should know. It's politeness. It really is politeness. Wallace doesn't want to get in Cooper's business, and Cooper does not want to tell Wallace what to do.
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to be that guy. He's not that guy, but he knows it would be better for Wallace. He knows that.
Yeah.
And so the politeness wall, we plowed through as the film part of this, because I just say, hey, guys, I'm interviewing each of you. You've never talked to each other about this. It was blowing my mind. Do you mind if we do a scene with you guys just talking?
Right.
3 hours, sun sets, we're pushing our grain on our film. I do want to post that whole conversation at some point.
Yeah,
it's fascinating.
That would be great.
And they were both into it.
Sure.
But they needed some help.
Yeah. Sometimes you need an outsider to come in and ask questions.
But Wallace sees what's going on. He's impressed. He just,
Sure.
It's a lot to change.
Right. It's a lot to change, and it's a lot for not just your own mindset, but your family's mindset.
Yeah, but I will say that with what I've learned on this farm, on these farms and the farms I've been on, yes, risk is scary, but it's riskier not to change.
Sure.
With what's happening with climate change right now. So if you're a risk averse, guess what? You got to change because that's the least risky thing to do.
Right now. Yeah, that's where we are.
Yep.
I want to turn to the clip 2 about what we're seeing with quail populations.
Yeah, so we knew we were going to study birds as an indicator species for wildlife health. What we didn't know was how important the bobwhite quail specifically was going to be. And so you're going to get to meet Mike McGraw, our bird guy, and you'll see Cooper and Wallace again here. So that's this one.
Yes, Bobwhite. Bobwhite. They say their name. Bob White? Just delightful to hear that sound in the landscape. From the 90s to 2014, the bobwhite averaged approximately 5% decrease in overall population. So there's been over 85% population decrease up to 2014.
I do know this, Peter. When I was younger, they had quail everywhere. They're not there anymore.
So have you heard bobwhites while we've been here?
Yeah, I have. That when we got, right before we came on the porch, I heard that. And I kind of thought somebody was messing with me. You start hearing things. But I have had one or two 10 years ago.
This year, we're hearing quail from daylight to dark, from front to back, and everywhere in between. It really makes you think. It makes you think.
Woo. So, Peter, it makes you think. Why fewer quail on conventional grassland?
Because it looks like a golf course, and the quail need forage to protect their babies when they're nesting.
Yeah, it's very simple.
So what we found is the conventional farmers who hay later are actually providing habitat for the quail during the breeding season. So we had a conventional farm in Tennessee who had a really good bird count because they were haying later.
Got it.
And so that's like just a tiny change,
Right.
But it has a huge impact.
And why are quail so important as like this environmental indicator?
Well, the quail themselves were more culturally important. Birds themselves are the wildlife indicator. So if birds are breeding on your land and not extirpating, I learned that word. It's the actual families are dying off and not breeding anymore. So they're not extinct, but they're done on that piece of land.
Yeah.
And so birds can land anywhere they want. And I think this goes right into the next clip if we can go there.
Yeah, of course.
So guys, this is the one where you just sort of just bring it up and not play, because I have some graphics. Okay, so this is the overall graphics for our study for the grassland birds. Can everybody see those numbers? And so of the 10 farms, the 5 farm pairs, counting 4 times a year, 2 years in a row. So it's a significant method. So now if you just play for a second, we'll get to the next slide, and if you pause for me, please. This will be Kentucky. So this is what happened in the Kentucky pair. And now, if you hit play, we won't have to do this again, fellas. You'll hear more about this.
So it just tells the story of a functional system and one that's broken, essentially.
That's sad. That's really sad.
What makes it sad?
Well, because, I mean, they don't have any place to live over there. They need a place to live. Where are they? They should be there. That's horrible. That is, it's terrible.
What do y'all think about the science that we've shared with you today? What thoughts are you having about what you've been presented?
It's showing things that I've been doing wrong for a long time. And I said, well, I've been making a mistake all these years,
It's not about mistakes. It's just about, hey, this might work better. That's all it is.
What we're supposed to do now. How do we get the carbon back? How do we do this?
So we're designing a T-shirt with print. That's Wallace's dad and mom. A T-shirt of Prentice saying, "How do we get the carbon back?" It's actually, I've got it in my email probably tomorrow. I'll be seeing that.
I love that. I love that. This has nothing to do with the clip, but because you've been doing this kind of work for so long, building these relationships with farmers and with other scientists, this is not easy. And to get people to be very frank and say, listen, I've been doing it wrong, I think is extraordinary. That takes some, like what you'd say in Spanish, confianza. That takes that kind of...
What's the word?
Confianza, you know?
Is that like confidence?
Yeah, like
Okay.
a confidence, trust. It's a trust in somebody.
Yeah.
And that's not easy to build when there's the urgency of these issues, right?
Well, it's easier than not having success in the project. So for me, it's I respect everybody I meet, and when you are respected, you feel better, right? So it starts right there. I learned to listen. I was not born a good listener. I got taught the hard way by my first boss. He's like, Peter, you're a very bad listener. And I'm like, all right. But I learned.
Yeah.
And listening gives us so much, because then we can find where we're in agreement, even though we don't know we are in agreement. So it's not like I have to change anyone's mind.
Yeah.
I just have to find out where we're already agreeing and then build from there. But if I'm talking all the time, like I used to do, I will miss that.
Sure.
And so it's time, spending time. The work started in 2018. It was 3 years later when we started giving them data. They started realizing we were there for them. Like, this project was not for a company, it wasn't for an idea or a paper. Some of my scientists still think it's not for a paper, but we'll get them, And it was about how do we make farmers live a better life because they're feeding us. Right? And one of the things I learned is a lot of farmers have their off-farm job to have health insurance.
Right.
So why can't we give farmers health insurance through the food bill? Right? Small thing.
Love it. I love it. All right, next clip.
Next clip. So I went back. We gave all the farmers all the data. You just met the Kentucky family. You met the Woodville family. And I went back and I said, well, here, we'll just show you. 6 months later, what's going on in their minds?
What data affected you more than any other data that got you thinking, or?
hearing that the land is unhealthy because we have not got the species of birds that should be here. That broke my heart. So I want it to be healthy, you know. That's our job, is to take care of it.
So, that's Marie Lavask in Kentucky, my home state. She cares for people. She's a psychiatrist at the state facility for the folks who are really hurting.
Wow.
And she's always bringing in kids to take care of them in her life, and
Wow.
she's a tremendous human being.
So empathetic, like you can just feel her love.
Yeah, and that was 6 months later. It did not leave her thinking.
Yeah.
So what that showed us was birds are an amazing lever for change. I had no idea, right? We kind of thought water would be an amazing lever.
Right.
And the water data that we got is pretty substantial. The infiltration rate's so much better just across the fence just because people are doing grazing differently. It's a fascinating yet simple thing.
Yeah.
But the birds, yeah.
You have more of this clip, right?
I have one more clip, and this is just sort of what happened was when we met all the conventional farmers, Marie asked the question, what are you going to do with the data? And I said, it's yours. And she said, well, what if it shows we can do something better?
Mm-hmm.
And that was great news to me because I'm like, oh, wow, this person's open,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I said, well, then we will teach you if you want. We've got an amazing team, and we have an amazing person on our team, Alan Williams. And so we asked all the conventional farmers after we gave them the data, came back in the spring, we gave them data in the fall, would you like to meet Alan Williams? And so Wallace was one of the ones who said, you bet. And so this is after a morning with Alan, 2 hours with Alan.
Well, Mister, I appreciate it. I'm going to be honest, I'm very glad Peter told me you will come. And just what you told me this morning is a lot of information, but it was good, detailed information that never had ever been explained to me before.
Right.
It's kind of making a lot more sense to me now. When I met Peter, you never really pushed me on anything. I think that might have helped. You know, if you said, hey, this is the way to do it, and I'm hard-headed on certain things. I am, and that's, I guess, normal, but.
Hey, Wallace?
Yes, sir.
What I've been thinking as I've been watching, it feels risky for anyone to change the way they're doing something.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm thinking now is the real risk is not changing. Would you agree or disagree?
I'd say yes, it'd be risky not to change it. You're not gonna make money doing it the way I've been doing it. And I've got proof across the fence. If I can get it to growing grass like my neighbor here, Cooper's got, it'd make me very happy. We'll see. I just know Cooper had quail over there, it made me mad. It was good to see it. It's good to hear it.
Absolutely.
You know?
Yes, sir.
So.
What's so important to me about this and the work that you do and the conversations you and I have had over the years, that villainizing farmers has never been the answer here, right? But we still do that, like regular folks, not you, not me, but there's still this villainization of like, you're doing the wrong thing, you're destroying the planet, you're making quail go away, you're making deforestation happen all over the world. It's really important for films like this to tell that different story. Yeah. But that just doesn't, I mean, you didn't wake up, in your academic career and be like, these are the stories I'm telling.
I don't have an academic career. I was brought to ASU because I made films.
But
so
you went to.
It sort of happened. I've got my name on some papers now, so it's kind of cool. And I do teach students who are now graduating and going out in the world and all that stuff. But I mean, being told you're an idiot is a really great way to stop a conversation.
Yeah.
I've never felt real good after someone said that to me. Now, I'm not saying they haven't said that to me, but I didn't feel too good after they said that to me. And here's another thing. So this is talking about grazing. And there's a lot of folks who think that cattle are the eco-villains that are ruining the planet. Yeah. Now, industrial cattle production with the CAFOs and the corn growing and the soy, that's some dangerous stuff. And the data is in, not helping the planet. But there's a nuance here. Nature has a way of doing stuff, and these farmers are just going back to nature because they couldn't afford not to. The pioneers, they were broke. And they're like, how do I grow food without spending all this money on fertilizers and pesticides and herbicides and medicine, right?
Yeah.
So they came back this way, and it's better on every metric you can think of. But the plant-based world is getting a pass right now if you think the plant-based food system isn't doing serious damage to this planet. It's true. It's true. And you can talk to a lot of insects, a lot of pollinators, a lot of little mammals that are cute when you look at them, who are dead every day from the plant-based systems. So it's not about like not killing. It's about how do we get all of this back to shape.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Wendell Berry has a great quote that I can't remember verbatim, but I'll bastardize it for y'all. When we took row crop production and livestock production and separated them, we took an elegant solution and made two huge problems.
Yeah, real big ones.
Right?
Real big ones, yeah.
Yeah.
In the few minutes we have left, I want to talk about two things. Policies to support the ranchers, farmers who want to make this change.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts?
I think we need big foundations to put a pile of money, impact investment, and help the ranchers, a ranch transition finance. You know, if you want to, let's say there's a farmer who doesn't even have livestock on their land. They're going to have a perimeter fence, they're going to have to put some piping in, and they're going to have to buy animals. Let's say you have a farmer who wants to do this, but needs a different breed of animal to do grass finishing.
Yeah.
That's some money. But the farmers who focus on soil health, from all the work I've done and all the conversations I've had, they pay that money back quickly.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about carbon in the soil, getting it out of the atmosphere, getting it working in the soil, same thing with the money, right? So I think that's a really key piece.
Yeah.
And then education, just knowledge sharing, right?
Yeah.
Letting farmers, Wallace didn't know his soil was 115 degrees with no cover on it, and it was 75 degrees where there was grass.
Yeah.
He did not know that until that morning.
Right, right.
No one told
It's
him.
amazing. It's
Right?
amazing, yeah.
And so now, Wallace's friends need to know this, right? So we make a film. We send it out. You all talk about it, I hope. And we get the films out. But then we have Alan Williams and his gang and all the great teachers right behind.
Right.
Saying, you want to learn this? We got you.
Right.
Right? And we make it really easy, really warm. Community building. Community building.
It is. It's
And then
really-
we keep doing the science because we have to get measurement and verification cheaper. We have to know how to measure this stuff so that we can have a carbon market that's not shenanigans.
I love
and then
it.
we got to keep telling these stories.
I love it. And I feel like the new sort of film documentary era that we're in about food and agriculture is all about that community building, and it's incredible. In the final seconds, what's next for Roots So Deep?
Oh, it's going to be live. We've been on the road for a year. We call it our hometown roadshow. Barns and churches and all sorts of places. And it's going to be live on our website, rootssodeep.org, on May 28th, so anyone can watch it. $20, 4 episodes, no waiting. I hope no waiting with the IT stuff, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And then I'm going to the UK. We're going to make it available end of June there. There'll be a
Nice.
groundswell. Then we're going down to South Africa, where my wife's from. We're going to make it available down there. And then just keep going on the road with this stuff, and then fund the thing I just described.
Sure.
Education, ranch transition finance, science, measurement, storytelling.
Love it.
That's the
Yay,
game.
Peter Beck. Woo, thank you so much.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you. Incredible work. I really, truly love this man. He's doing awesome storytelling. Thank you all. Thank you, Peter. In this next session, we're now going to explore how we can help eaters I can't talk. I'm gonna start right over. I'm gonna act like it didn't happen. So in our next session, we're going to explore how we can help eaters make healthier choices. I am so excited to introduce our moderator, Kimya Kavakar, a journalist with Texas Monthly. Joining her, we have Liz Mella, the head of marketing for Farmer's Fridge. Next is Sorella Harada, the co-founder of Simply. We also have Aaron Flynn, the co-founder of Green Gate Farms, and Robert Nathan Allen, who's the founder of Little Herds. Big round of applause for them, please. Thank you.
Okay, we got some fans in the audience. Love that. Hi, everyone. My name is Kimya Kavakar. I'm a senior editor at Texas Monthly, which I hope you all read, if not subscribe to. So do that. And I'm going to have our panelists just really quickly give the briefest of introductions, and then we'll jump into the good, meaty questions. So go ahead, Liz.
All right, I will try to be brief. Hi, everyone. My name is Liz Mella. I lead marketing at Farmer's Fridge. Farmer's Fridge is changing the way the world eats by making fresh and healthy food as accessible as a candy bar. Some of you might have had our products for lunch today. So we sell salads, grain bowls from our refrigerated vending machines that we call fridges.
That was quick. I'll try to follow those steps.
That's what we should all be aiming for.
Hi, I'm Sorella Harada. I am co-founder and CEO of Simply. Simply is a regenerative, organic, certified elevating pantry staples. We are across your Whole Foods nationwide, Central Market here in Texas, over 3,000 retail stores, and also working with incredible partners like Farmer's Fridge. And our work really is elevating the international farmer, the smallholder farmer, the indigenous agriculture that regenerative agriculture is based upon.
Hello, I'm Erin Flynn, and I'm the co-founder of Green Gate Farms, and we have an urban farm and a rural farm just down the road from here. And we have spent most of the past 20 years opening our farm up to volunteers and anybody who wants to learn how to farm. So today I want to talk to you about what you can do for farmland preservation.
Hi, I'm Robert Nathan Allen. Everyone calls me RNA. I'm the founder of Little Herds. For the last 10 years, I've been teaching people about eating bugs or feeding bugs to their pets or to their livestock or feeding bugs to their plants, all the different ways that insects can play a role in our agricultural system as the decomposer that we've forgotten about. And then the last 5 years, we've taken that message further and said, how do insects fit with all of these other conversations? And so we convene people every year around this time at South by Southwest to talk about the future of food.
Perfectly done, everyone. Bravo. First, I want to kind of ground our conversation in some context. So what does making healthier choices mean to you and or your company? Anyone can go. Hot mic, whoever.
Yeah, I can kick off. So I think that's making healthier choices is the reason our company exists. We know that when you're out and about, it's normally easy to find junk food, but our founder really was committed to thinking, what if it were different? What if it was easy to find fresh, healthy food when you're on the go? And then how could we bring that to where the people are? So our fridges are in places like airports, hospitals, universities, office buildings, kind of places that aren't known for having good food. In fact, kind of the stereotypical bad food places where we try to show up and just provide fruits and vegetables is really just what we're committed to. That's kind of the through line of our business is getting more fruits and vegetables into people's mouths.
Yeah, sure, I'll go next. Accessibility to healthier choices is at the core of what we do at Simply. I was born in Lima, Peru, in South America. You're probably familiar with Peru being the home of Machu Picchu and the Inca Empire. And I was fortunate enough at a young age to have access to nutrient-dense, very flavorful food. When I moved to the US, when I was 14 years old with my mom, pursuing the American dream like millions of immigrants, I realized that the food system in the US was very deeply different than where I was from. And I remember walking down the aisles of supermarkets, and after eating my way of all the cereals and all the waffles and wanted to go back to a healthy diet, the first time I had a bite of that strawberry or of that banana, the flavors weren't there. And I have spent my last 15 years of my career really trying to understand that. And how can we prioritize healthier choices in the US system and not prioritize foods with pesticides and chemicals or foods that are processed for accessibility for all?
Go ahead.
So as a certified organic farmer, to me, healthy choices is all about everyone getting involved with understanding that it's about public health. Our farmers are about your health. It's really that simple. And so to me, I want to do everything I can for the next generation of farmers. And how many farmers do we have in the audience? All right, okay. All right, we need more. We need a lot more. And until we change the policies that we have now, we're not going to get them. So that's what public health and health means to me.
Well, real quick, I love the through line of healthier choices at the consumer point, healthier choices in supply chain, healthier choices in educating people about those choices. For me, healthier choices is kind of all of those things. And in the work we do, we look at how you can make healthier choices for your body and changing the way you eat. And that can be food that you're eating for nutrition, food that you're eating for nostalgia, or food that you're eating for pleasure. And those are all okay. And then when you know where your food comes from, when you know how it gets to you, you can make healthier choices for your community. You can make healthier choices for the animals and for the planet through your purchasing decisions. So that's a big component for us.
Right. And we all talked a little bit last week about how consumers making healthy choices could potentially lead to this big systematic change, right? And that kind of turns on my cynical journalist brain a little bit. So I want to talk a little bit about how you guys think that is possible. Because I'm composting my paper towel roll and a private jet's taking a 17-minute flight. So how are we balancing things out at the end of the day? So talk a little bit about how these consumer choices your hope are being made, you think will affect a systematic change at large.
I can jump in on that. I spoke about this at Expo West yesterday, and I think that we have a new wave, a new generation of customers coming our way. And this customer is more open than ever to be educated.
Are you talking about the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a generation that drinks less than the millennials. It's a generation that would spend more money to make conscious decisions about their purchasing, and yet it's a generation that is not making high incomes yet. So this generation is making changes in the food system and educating the consumers onto how can we vote with our dollars, how can we understand where food comes from and the impact that it has in the climate and the soil where our food comes from. So the change is coming, and it has to start with demand for big ag and big brands to be able to break through.
I want to yes and that, because we've seen over the past 10 years, the Gen Z, the younger generation of consumers, are just so much more engaged, whether it's through social media or through their friends and personal interactions. They're so much more engaged in where things are coming from and if their values aligned, and they're willing to pay more. They're willing to choose something different if its values align. And I think so many of the things that we've tried here today are indicative of that.
I think when we think about that, a lot of how we think about it is, what if we replaced a cheeseburger with a farmer's fridge meal at scale? What impact would that have on both people's health, obviously, but the food system at large is really how we think about it. Just the CO2 impact and just the entire supply chain. We are really proud to work with suppliers, like Simply, that we know and trust and that we kind of understand their stories. We have a sourcing team that's able to really thoughtfully source everything that we do. We try to use a lot less animal protein in our products for that reason. We do offer a wide variety of foods to all consumer preferences, but just by having fruits and vegetables at the center of all of our meals rather than, the typical American plate is kind of how we're combating that. And then just, again, putting those meals in places where you typically don't have those options is, we think, as we scale, going to just have massive impact.
I'm glad to hear that the youth is coming to save us. Thank you, youths. Now that we've talked about systematic change, I kind of also want to talk about how you think these healthy choices will be impacting individuals' healths.
Could I just jump in? You talked
Absolutely.
about systematic change, and I think that what we have to do is we have to encourage people to become advocates and consuming is great, but now you need to do the next thing. And everyone needs to feel empowered to make choices that affect the entire system. So for instance, I'm just going to quickly tell you, the urban farm that we rented down the street, we started renting it 18 years ago, a developer came from California and decided he was going to get rid of the farm. It didn't matter that we had been feeding the poor, that we had fed thousands of people, that we had fed bugs to our farm campers, thanks to you, that we had done all this public health work. What mattered was that the developer wanted to turn it into an RV park. So most people would say, oh, well, that's progress. What can you do? But what we did, my husband, my lovely husband, and I, we put out a petition and we asked our customers, what do you think we should do? And 3,000 people signed a petition in 2 weeks and they said, keep the farm. So we started a fight to keep that farm, but we didn't have a law on our side. There wasn't one thing protecting working farms. And so when we talk about how we're going to save things, we have to have systematic change where people feel empowered to fight, because we did fight. And as a result, our farm is still there, definitely smaller, but it's still there. And what we suggested to the developer is that he create an agri-hood of tiny homes. How many of you have heard of an agri-hood? Just a few. Okay, so essentially it's combining our problems with housing and food. By putting those two things together, people have access to nature, they have access to food, they have access to sustainable living. So when we talk about systemic change, I think that we need to think of ourselves as advocates. All of us are not just consumers buying these lovely products, but we have to take that next step.
That's incredibly inspiring. Yeah, it starts all with your local community, right? Yeah, local community first, globe next. So yeah, let's go back to talking about how you think the individual's health will change when the consumers are making these choices to purchase your brands and similar brands.
Well, one of the things that Chef Michel said earlier really resonated, I think, with this, and he talked about how it has to be delicious. Going back to how do we help people make healthier choices? People can say they're going to make choices for the climate. They can say they're going to make choices for their health. And at the end of the day, most people make choices based on how it tastes and how much it costs. And so those have to be taken care of first. And that's what so many of these companies are doing. But then to your point, right, the follow-up that he said was that then you have to go vote. Then you have to go talk to your representatives. You have to talk to your city council member, your county representatives, because they're the ones who will get things done.
Well, and also people don't realize that all the food advocates, you need to start being involved with land planning. You can't assume that the farms are protected, because they're not. Working farms are not protected. And in fact, in Texas, did you know that farmers have no right to water? We have no right to water. There's a rule on the books, the 1904 rule of capture, and what that says is whoever has the deepest straw gets the water. Now, we have all these lovely food products coming online. That's great, but it's on a really shaky foundation if farmers in Texas don't have access to water. If we don't have guaranteed access to water and we don't have guaranteed access to soil, it's not going to come to much.
Yeah, I think I would piggyback on what Arne was saying about how it has to be delicious. That's something that we think about so much. We've kind of over the years been trying to fit ourselves into these really strict categories to get grant money or something like that, where you have to be this percentage of saturated fat and this percentage of sodium, and then we're like, our products just don't always fit these guardrails because we care more about people eating them than about them fitting in a perfect nutritional fact panel. And so that's just a lot of the internal conversations, is how strict do we want to be on the health front versus how much do we want people to be excited to eat a farmer's fridge salad, and then have that scale as naturally be able to impact the food system more broadly. And so I think it's just a good point. It's kind of like, okay, yeah, you can solve and make your absolute perfect product, but if 20 people are eating it, who really cares? We're making tens of thousands of meals a day and shipping them across the country, so we're very proud of that. But there's always kind of the constant back and forth of like, well, should we be 100% vegan? Well, people like cheese, so it's kind of those conversations.
Yeah, for us, we have 15 products across 5 categories, and our product development really is led by the land. So we play in your most sleepy categories that people thought on the supermarket there was no alignment to a brand or to flavor. So we sell your quinoa, your amaranth, your black beans, your red kidney beans, lupini beans, gigantes, and so on, oils, beans, spices, and superfoods. And guess what? If they're grown the right way, there is a tasting difference. They are more flavorful. They are more buttery. They are rich in nutrient density. And we are the #1 branded bean brand in Whole Foods because of how this food is being grown. And if we're able to respect the land and the soil and have that connection to regenerative organic agriculture, nutrient density is deeply tied to that.
And Obviously, I think with your products, sometimes there's like a self-selecting crowd, right? People who already eat this way, naturally tend towards this, are already educated, right? Do you think about, or how do you think about getting your product in front of people who might never step foot into Whole Foods?
So I'll start because most people are hesitant about eating insects. And so having other ways to engage someone, say, that's cool, that's totally normal. Like, we live in America, we're all told don't eat bugs. But if you don't want to eat the bugs, you can feed them to your pets, you can feed them to the fish and the chickens and the pigs that you do want to eat, you can make fertilizer out of them. So the other ways that we can get folks involved in the agricultural system, the ways that we can get folks involved with understanding the ethical implications of where their food comes from and how it's grown. So I really think that's the way to do it, is to let people say, if I don't want to try that right now, that's totally cool. Let's talk about the ways this does affect you. Let's talk about the ways that this does impact your life. And then you can get them in a conversation.
I'm not going to talk about products, but I do think that when people have more access to farmland, then they're more willing to try things, eat bugs or whatever. You know more farmers. And in fact, that's one of the things that our farm has been trying to do out in Bastrop County, which is to create a food hub of farmers and food producers that are all in one place. And in Vermont, they've already done this. It's called the Intervale. And it's an amazing example of how you combine recreation and farming. And so when people can go and meet their farmers and see a lot of farmers working at the same time and see these incredible grains that we don't find normally, that's an incredible opportunity. But in order for that to happen, we have to have dedicated, protected agricultural zones. We don't have that right now. And you need to be aware, like Austin's blowing up, right? We're losing 16 acres of farmland a day. This is not just in Austin. We're losing 2,000 acres in the United States a day. And we're gonna have about 40% of our farmlands change hands in the next 15 years. How many of those do you think will stay farms? They won't. So if we don't start advocating now for dedicated, protected agricultural zones where people can come and see amazing things grown, eat a few bugs, you know, we're really gonna be squeezed. So.
Yeah, and I think there's also bringing awareness to how these farms work, right? And when you create an ecosystem, it's not just one crop or one food item. It really is the animals in the farm that are producing, but it's also the other crops that could also be cash crops to the farmer. So it's bringing awareness to understand that it's not okay for your food not to be diverse and for your diet not to be diverse, and you should be able to support that. And I think that education and that link is if you understand how farmers work, right?
And I think we definitely try to bring a ton of awareness to the suppliers that we use and the thoughtful ingredients, but really getting consumers to try salad out of a vending machine is, you know, the crux of my Achilles heel, or whatever you would say, because it's just not an inherent concept that people trust. It sounds, you know, you're hesitant to try it. Why would you? It's brand new. There's so many other more familiar options. So a lot of what I think about is breaking down that barrier to trial. How do I create trust with the consumer? We know that once people try our food, they're very likely to try it again. We have about 50% repeat rate, which is incredible, but getting someone to stop and actually swipe their credit card at that high-tech looking vending machine that they walk by rather than go to a more familiar source is really what we're always trying to do. And so we do that by kind of humanizing the fridge, making it very easy to use. We also offer your first meal free, which, you know, as a marketer is just kind of like a classic strategy, but it really works because then people can get the food, they can see the quality of the ingredients that we use and how big the portions are, and just feel confident in that. I think also pricing is something we try to be super competitive on, and that is really a very fine line to walk, to use ingredients that you're proud of while maintain pricing that makes your product affordable. But accessibility is, I would say, kind of like our key pillar above all else, is that we want people to be able to afford to nourish themselves with healthy food. And so we definitely go towards accessibility more than prioritizing perhaps that everything is
like as organic as possible. We want to just have people be able to, like, from all economic classes, feed themselves.
And at South by, we're talking a lot about innovation, but a lot of the ways that your companies are innovating is by reinvigorating ancient, old practices and bringing them to a modern day audience. Can you guys talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's what we were built upon. That is simply at its core. And it really started with when we launched in market, I brought one product, and that was quinoa, bringing it back to my roots of Peru and the Andes. And the more I dove into how to bring a product of flavor and quality into the market, is deeply tied to where it comes from and the people behind it and the ecosystems. And I had to support the ecosystem of quinoa, which it rotates with chia, with amaranth, with beans, with lupini beans, and we had to introduce those crops to create a market for our farmers. Because there was such a quinoa boom back 20 years ago that created such a big cash crop. And the reason why we all fell in love with this crop, because it was high in fiber, it was gluten-free, and high protein. But what happened back at home was that everyone wanted to grow that because it sold 7 times more than anything else. So, and that moved away from indigenous farming agriculture. It moved away from rotational crops. So by being able to bring back that knowledge that it was lost in the last 20 years has been an incredible experience for me and a learning experience on what deeply indigenous agriculture is on the Andes and in the other countries that we work in South America as well.
And we frame it as a celebratory respect and recognition of the things that we didn't know about when we talk about these things. And I think it's a great example. Being, especially when you're working with young people, encouraging curiosity and open-mindedness. You want to have a diversity of flavors on your plate, a diversity of foods in the farm system. You want to try things that are new and strange and outside your comfort zone, like getting a salad out of a vending machine, or trying a pulse or a lentil or a bean you've never tried before, or meeting your local farmer. Like that, getting people into that mindset, it really makes a difference.
And I'd like to add something basic as well. This is something that farmers are really excited about and something you can get involved with. The basic right to clean air, clean water, and clean land is actually a campaign that is underway across the country. It's called the Green Amendment Movement, and it's to give you the constitutional right to those things. And when people have that, everything changes. So there are 25 states that are doing it. It's called the Texas Stewardship Amendment Campaign here. And we really need you to get involved, because once we have that basic right to clean air and water and land, all of this changes, all of it.
And you deserve it.
Well, thank you guys so much. Can you give our panelists a big round of applause, please?
Bigger round of applause. I don't know why I keep having to repeat myself. They were great. They were awesome. So we have another really wonderful conversation coming up, but before I do that, I have 2 announcements. One, somebody has left a very beautiful diamond engagement ring in the women's bathroom. We have it. You can see my co-founder, Bernie. He'll tell you where to find it. You'll have to prove that it's here, so I'm kidding. I'm sure somebody's very upset right now. It's very pretty. Anyway, see Bernie. The second is, there's a bunch of people drinking wine. I'm so jealous. I just can't even tell you. Let's give a shout out to the people serving wine in the back. Fonterra, thank you so much. So I'm going to sit down. So I have this wonderful conversation planned with Chef Blue Adams, who I just met last year in person for the first time, but I feel like we have a really good bond. She's an incredible person. She's the director, thank you. She's the director of IndigiHub, and we're going to discuss some opportunities to empower indigenous farmers as leaders in climate action, because they already are. So thank you for being here, Blue. It's always wonderful to see you. I'm hoping that you can start off by telling these folks, what is IndigiHub? What does it do?
So IndigiHub is a 501c organization, completely volunteer, and our mission is to support food as economy. So we provide a lot of supportive services to Indigenous farmers, food producers, chefs, retail. We also provide a lot of education. I'm on the American Culinary Corps, so we do advocacy at the global, federal, state, tribal, county, city, town, village level. And just trying to raise awareness of some of the systemic issues that exist, particularly for our communities.
Yeah. Can you talk about some of the obstacles and challenges that exist, that have existed in the past, continue to exist, and what you sort of foresee in the future?
And this is always a difficult conversation because, you know, one of the jokes is, well, 550 years ago this happened, and then in 1868 there was the scorched earth policy that literally decimated traditional food systems for indigenous communities. And we've been trying to build back since then. So the last 150 years plus, that coupled with our focus is in the Four Corners, and just in the 4 states, you have a combination of 33 tribes, each with its own distinct set of rules and bureaucracy that you have to work through. So it's very difficult to put it in a nutshell unless you have a really good understanding of historical federal policy. You can't understand the environments that we are trying to survive in. And I want to impress that word, survive. So just one example, I'm going to speak for the Navajo Nation. 90+% of our lands are held in federal trust, which makes it very difficult to develop. What that means is we have usufructuary rights, a term that was created just for us. Our land rights are tied to grazing permits, so we have to have sheep use the land to possess it. Of those grazing rights, only 5% of the population hold those grazing rights, and they're not willing to give it up. So it's kind of stagnated any economic, you know, improvements on these lands. Yeah. So what IndigiHub does is we have come up with a solution of building mobile structures, mobile co-work hubs, mobile kitchens, and mobile food hubs to provide infrastructure for micro entrepreneurs and farmers.
It's so important that that infrastructure exists so that people who, you know, have all this innovation in mind are already doing incredible things. That hasn't been there before, to have that sort of, of course, the physical infrastructure, but also the intellectual infrastructure from people like you who know how to do this, know how to manage like business or manage documents and talk to lawyers and do all the things that you have to do to like get something off the ground.
Absolutely, and I think that's something that when we talk about, you know, access to capital to fund any of these projects, it's estimated about 0.4% of all philanthropic money even goes to indigenous projects, and then it's less than 1% that go to community-oriented, like small-scale projects, which is who we focus on. So that, and then you have the issue of access to business resources.
Right.
We have one bank on Navajo Nation. It's 17 million acres. It's Wells Fargo, who we've sued multiple times for predatory practices.
Yeah, yeah.
80% of our roads are dirt, so we don't have physical addressing. We can't get a bank account, can't get a business license, 40% without electricity, 30% running water. All of these obstacles make it very difficult to, because, you know, the answer is always, we'll get a grant.
Yeah.
There's so much money available for Native Americans. No, 0.4%.
Yeah.
And then how do we fill out the application?
Right.
How do we access Wi-Fi? It's very timely. And then they're just trying to exist.
Right.
They're surviving.
Right, right. Yeah. I wonder what some of the recommendations you have after going through this personally with communities, with friends, trying to get these innovators off the ground, what advice you have for the philanthropic organizations. You know, obviously they should be giving more, but what else could they do to make the process easier with filling out grants or doing things sort of differently through video or whatever it takes?
So we're lucky to work and connect with organizations that have listened to us. One of one of them being James Beard. So the James Beard Foundation started the Black and Indigenous Food Fund. Me as a committee member, I was there to advocate for, here's the application system. We need 2 years of receipts. We need a bank account, a business license. Well, you just cut out 99% of rural businesses.
Right.
It literally a conversation, and they changed the entire application to accommodate and just give us some receipts, pictures of your food, show us your food stand, because we have a gray economy. Many mobile food businesses, which is an untapped resource for to rebuild our economies in our communities. So just be aware, if you're asking for things that we don't have access to, then we will not have access to the capital.
Right. One of the things, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, one of the things that I feel like is getting so much funding right now for lots of farmers and lots of innovators is, around the climate crisis, right? And, Indigenous folks didn't create the climate crisis. It was other folks who did that. But they're not getting, but the practices that Indigenous folks practice are, are creating resilience too. How does that money get tapped into?
It doesn't. So we have farmers in my family. So I always make the joke we're 880 generation of farmers in our family for the last 20,000 years.
Right.
We have the ecological knowledge that we need to be spreading this awareness. We know how to farm. I mean, there was a gentleman talking about the bison. We know, but also the sheep and the horse.
Right.
The way their hooves build divots in the soil to collect water, to push back into the water tables, the way horses graze.
Yep.
They'll pull the root out completely versus sheep who take the top of the plant and leave the root structure intact. We have this knowledge.
Right.
We have an intimate understanding of land. And one of the things with, I guess, Big Ag is their insistence on growing foods where they should not be growing. It's changing the biosphere, and that's something that's often not talked about.
Yeah.
How are we farming responsibly in climates where we should be farming, with planting what we should be planting, to rebuild soil, rebuild watersheds? That's very often not talked about.
Yeah, that intellectual capital that Indigenous communities have is overlooked, underappreciated, ignored, et cetera, and that really needs to change. And I think that kind of leads me to my next question, because y'all don't have land rights the way other folks do, and that is wrong. How do we change that?
We didn't even become citizens of the United States till the late 1900s.
Right.
So this
It's
is
a
a
big
hard
question.
conversation. We don't have enough representation at the federal level. What little we have, they use that as an excuse. And I'm always told, oh, you got somebody up there. One
person.
And one individual? So that's a tough conversation. And I think at this point, having worked at that federal level, trying to impact policy change, really where the work needs to be done is at the community level.
Yeah.
That's where we're going to see the most change.
Yeah, and I think that's what's happening all over the United States and all over the world now. It's that grassroots action, that community action that is leading and trickling up, just not as fast as I would like, for sure. So, let's say that more Indigenous farmers have access to land. What kinds of support do they need to be able to do their jobs, to work the land, to keep that resilience going?
If you're creating grants for Indigenous farmers, please consider no strings attached. They're not going to have the capacity to fill out all of these 100-page documents, report their finances. They may not have a bank account. It may just be, a cash economy. But I guarantee you they're in the soil doing the work.
Yeah.
Most of our farmers, what we're trying to address soil degradation. That's another issue that ties to our water, what's happening with our water. So we've provided a composting class. where we create 100% biologically complete compost that they can share amongst the farms, they're already doing regenerative farming. They're already doing everything everybody has talked about previously. They've been doing it. They have the the knowledge, right?
Yeah,
the ecological
yeah.
knowledge. We're always saying we're waiting for Western science to catch up to indigenous knowledge. It's past that time. It's past that point. And there's no more time for us versus them or othering. We're in this together.
Yeah.
We're in this together or we're not.
There is no time for othering.
There
the
is not.
urgency is too great. So when we talked about the intellectual capital that indigenous communities have all over the world, but I'm hoping you can talk about how it's not just that how they know how to grow stuff, right? They know how to work the land and do it right. But they're preserving indigenous culture and languages has to be part of that, and we're quickly losing those languages and those cultures.
Yes, our science is in the language. Absolutely. It's in the ceremonies. It's in the stories. We have creation stories that are from time immemorial that carry this knowledge. We know what it was like to go through apocalypse. We've seen the earth out of balance. We recognize the signs. We know how to work towards correcting it. We just need that spot at the table.
Absolutely. And part of that spot, I think, comes from scientists in sort of outside indigenous communities understanding that participatory, collaborative research is really, really, really important. Can you talk about that? Can you speak to that?
We see a lot of monetization of indigenous research or indigenous knowledge, and it's hard because that's not how we culturally are expected to behave.
Right,
so
right.
When you come and you write a research paper, often off the lived experience of Black or brown people, and you put your name on it, we don't want any part of that.
Right.
So I'm going to get really angry here, and I forgot your question.
No. I think you're on it already. It's like, so how can we in this room and the folks who are listening online encourage the scientific community that are not indigenous to collaborate instead of being assholes?
I think that's knowledge is collaborative. There is no ownership. And we joke about land back. Land back isn't possession, it's stewardship.
Yeah.
You cannot possess the land without oppressing people.
Yeah. Lou Adams gave me chills just now, so I just need to talk about that for a second and find my center again. Let's go back to climate for a minute because it's always on my mind. I know it is on yours too. How do we still find a way to dig into that climate finance? There's so much money there, and I want to get into that a little. I know I already asked you this question, but I feel like it's so pertinent to what's happening and what so many big philanthropic organizations are just so focused on. Which also bothers me, by the way, because they don't understand climate is not just one thing. It's connected to everything, biodiversity, culture, et cetera, et cetera.
Just carve a little piece out for us. I mean, some of the projects I work on, like the bioreactor, was a $5,000 project, and its impact will impact 30 farms for the next 5 years.
Yeah. So going back, and you already talked about this, but I want to dig into it more. So indigenous leaders definitely need to have a seat at the table when we're talking about local, regional.
I wouldn't even say that. I'd say invite young farmers. All the farmers we work with are under 25.
Yeah.
It's their life that is going to be completely impacted and altered. So they have the biggest stake. They need to be at the table. They need to have a say. They need to feel empowered. They need to have capital. They need to be supported.
But we have not been good in general about including young people and making it inclusive. So we need more
you have to have
young
a bunch
people.
of letters behind your name to even get into some of these doors, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Oh, we need less PhDs, and I hate to say that, but I think we do. Final question, because I want to give you the space and time to talk about, when we conclude whatever else is on your mind. But How do you see the role of global networks and alliances playing in the amplification of what Indigenous folks are doing, and especially as farmers and in the culinary world?
For us, even before social media, there were what we call smoke signals, or storytelling, where we carried practices, language, information, et cetera. That whole system of communication still exists. We share a lot of, we have powwows, we have ceremonies. I always go home for ceremony, and I make sure I visit elders, and I'm remembering their stories so I can pass them on to generations. We just need more storytellers. And so that's why I appreciate being a part of this.
Oh, no.
That's why I really appreciate you making space for all the storytellers that came today. That's how we make the most, because how do you all feel when somebody from your community is up there just advocating and sharing what they know and sharing their knowledge and wanting to collaborate and inviting you into spaces and wanting to feed you? That has greater impact than even, reading a research paper.
And I think your work with the Culinary Corps, with James Beard, that allows so much different kinds of storytelling through dinners and food events and all of these things. It's so needed, and yet we're not propping it up enough.
No, and Indigenous perspectives are so varied, from our fisher people to our desert farmers, our hairy desert farmers, our milpause farmers. So much information there ready to be had. You just have to ask.
Blue, I want to ask you a personal question. You can say no. I feel like so much burden is placed on you. I can see when I'm talking to you, I feel like some of the pain and the trauma come out as you tell these stories. We place a lot of burden on Indigenous and brown and black folks to keep telling these stories. We all need to do the work too, and I said this earlier, this is not a one-day conference, seminar, whatever. This is a life's work that we all have to be part of.
This is gonna be really hard, but I know I'm gonna die young. If you want to understand what happens to a community that is disconnected from a nutritious food system, look at Indigenous communities. Look at reservations. It's not just health disparities. It's not just the high rates of diabetes, cancers. It's the homicides. It's the suicides. I'm up here because I'm still standing. And I have 3 siblings that have passed.
Thank you, Elena.
We're seeing these statistics trend at a global level. Something needs to change.
Something needs to change. You have been such a huge part of that change. I can't thank you enough for being here with me and telling your story. I love you so much. I'm going to hug you, and we can end this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you. I got to get off this thing. They love you. Thank you so much. Chefs like Blue Adams play such a critical role as connectors in our food and agriculture systems. I can't thank her enough. And I am deeply, deeply grateful for her, but I am sorry that I caused her any pain. But she is a true revolutionary, and I'm so glad to know her. I am now excited to have a panel that looks specifically at chefs' perspectives on food systems change.
Joining this conversation, we have Olivia Hernandez, the chef and founder of Her Hospitality, whose incredible team is behind the food that you're enjoying all today. Let's give a round of applause, please. My longtime friend, Paul Newnham, who is the executive director of the SDG2 Advocacy Hub, Chef's Manifesto. No, I'm sorry? No, Paul? What? No, Lamar, sorry. I can't even hear, and people are trying to give me notes, and I am not even making sense. So Paul Newnham, who's the executive director of the SDG2 Advocacy Hub, and Olivia are here. Thank goodness. I can't mess this up now. So, Olivia, I do want to start with you. Chefs are, and I just did this to Blue, and now I'm doing it to you. Chefs are in this really unique position to talk about connections with eaters and producers, but we place a hell of a lot of burden on chefs, and you can both speak to this. And is that your responsibility to like teach us all, like, you know, because we can't make our own goddamn decisions?
All right, no. So here's the thing, we want to, we really do. But I spoke about this, and I speak about this a lot with chefs that are also from underrepresented backgrounds.
Yeah.
And I feel like we're held to the same standard as people with a lot of reach and a lot of PR and a lot of media. And so the average eater will watch a documentary, and this literally just happened to me. One of my clients called and she goes, "Where do you get my chicken? I just watched some movie,
Sure,
whatever."
sure.
And I'm like, here we go. Like
Right.
every time a new movie comes out, I take a deep breath and I go, here they come.
Yeah.
Because while I personally take it upon myself to buy the good stuff, to support local farms, to go out and meet farmers, to do whatever I can, it is extremely expensive. It takes a lot of time. And when you're an independent operator and you're underrepresented, there's also the fiduciary part where you got to make money. If you have investors, you got to make money and returns for them. And so I do feel like the weight is extremely heavy.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like I can't win.
Yeah.
And we do our best. I mean, we really are doing our best.
No,
I think
I know you are.
there are echelons and there's levels, and there's people that are, mom and popping it out there, and they can't afford to do it, and they're held to the same margins. The margin's the same, and some people can give it up and some people can't.
Right. Paul, I know you have thoughts.
Yeah, and look, I just want to, we should give a big round of applause to Chef, who is looking after us and feeding. I was standing there and she was getting texts about food here, as she's about to come on stage. So I just think we do need to celebrate chefs. Chefs play such a critical role. Chefs are running businesses, and I think sometimes we forget that. We think they're superheroes that can come in because sometimes what's happening in the media and solve all the problems. I think chefs have a lot of power. They can make a lot of choices, but we have to recognize that they're also running businesses. They're connecting and juggling the same food system we're juggling, but they have to make the choices about what goes on the plate, about what you eat and how it's presented to you. You choose whether you put it in your mouth, but how they construct those dishes, the ingredients, the elements that they add are critical for our health, our enjoyment, the impact on farmers and where those ingredients come from. And so they wear a big weight. And that's no matter where you are in the chain, whether you're in charge of the kitchen and directing, or you're just starting out. There's choices that can be made. And so I think they play a unique role in helping us drive forward a food system and make connections. And food systems are about connections and relationships, and that's what Food Tank does really well in bringing people together. And you, Danny, and Bernie and the team, you bring people together, and that's going to create a healthy food system. Chefs do the same. They enable conversations at tables. They enable conversations around ingredients.
But I want to point out that what you said is very important. Chefs are not superheroes. You should not be expected to be. We have this celebrity culture of chefs, and we think every chef on TV has $1 million to spend on whatever. That is not the case. And so I just think it's important to bring up. Either one want to comment before we go on?
As someone who is perpetually underfunded and consistently taking the ban, and mind you, with the mission of paying livable wages, that's what I decided, that's the cross I decided to carry. So I'm like, yes, you have great farmed food, farm to table. Also, we pay people living wages. And I will say, sometimes I am disappointed by how we forget the people. Like, real cool, and I said this before, and I don't mean to be rude, but it's real cool when you have a super sustainable, vegan, all the things restaurant, and there's 15 unpaid interns in the back, just like taking 3 buses and living out of motels. Like, we have to find a balance, and I think that's one of the heaviest burdens we carry is trying to find the balance between wages, working conditions, and then keeping ourselves funded to keep doing that, and keeping our people employed.
Look, I think this is really critical, and I think when we look at the system, and just even through today's program, you've seen so many different perspectives. Those perspectives are also weighing on chefs' minds.
Yeah.
They would love to be able to deal with them all at once. And what I think and what I see with the chefs that we work with around the world that are tied to this program called the Chef's Manifesto is that it's a framework. And we don't need everyone doing everything all at once. We need people that are really dedicated to different principles. So sorting out wages, working on that first, then looking at ingredients, but we need everyone doing everything as well.
Yeah.
We just need to get more people involved. And so for me, it's about getting people involved, getting people engaged, and in the sector, really starting to address all the issues. And then that will make it easier for us to see the change that we really want to see.
I imagine for you both that it can, and for me too, but not in the culinary world, it's real easy to be preachy. It's not really easy to meet people on their level and sort of explain why beans are important or why living wages are important. Can you both speak a little bit about that? The storytelling of what you do is critical, and again, it's another burden placed on you.
Yes, because then we have to inform. So I do really fancy private dinners, and it's not always a time when I can come out and say, by the way, we're paying livable wages, and I can't always write it on the bottom of a menu. I don't have a PR company that is like putting out articles about this chef pays livable, and it sucks to be an anomaly.
Yeah.
And we need everyone to join in. Whatever your niche is, do it. Carve it out. Niche. Carve it out. Do it. Get it done. Just pick a lane and do it.
I think the other thing that I would just build on what you're saying there, and then I'll answer your question, Danny, but just building on that, it's also on the eater. You might not be able to say, we pay livable wages, but as an eater, do you ask, do they pay livable wages? Just by you asking, there's way more eaters than there are chefs in most tables. If you ask that question, or you ask a question about which farmers do you work with and what are their practices, or how did you think about nutrition in this? Is this good for me? Is this going to help me thrive? There's a lot more eaters out in the world, over 7 billion. Those eaters all start asking questions as they go to their table. We can drive real change. So there's a bit of everyone's got to play a role. You want chefs to be able to step up and solve some of the problems. As eaters, start asking the right questions and start putting your investments, your dollars, where you spend your money into those companies and people that are doing it. Danny, you asked the question about how do you communicate around food, and obviously I care about beans. I've got a t-shirt. They're going to be putting a bunch of beans out there for people to eat. Don't leave just yet. There's enough.
They're really good.
But we really look at how do you think about food system change? And I think sometimes it becomes overwhelming. It's like, I need to do all these things. I think there's some things that we can all do. And these are things that you can find in most cultures around the world. You can find in indigenous communities. There's foods that people have eaten. We're talking about beans. There's seaweed, mushroom. There's different foods out there, millets. These foods are good for the planet. They're really good for your health. They give you the micro, macronutrients you need, the fiber, the proteins, all of the different things you need. And they also are amazing for the soil or for the ocean, depending on where. Well, seaweed can go also on soil. But I think we need to be thinking about how do we help people focus and think about these things and understand them in different ways, not in ways that are polarizing, but in ways that are embracing and bring you into the conversation. And so we've got a campaign around beans to do that.
Paul and Olivia, this question about polarization, are we moving away from it? Because sometimes I feel like we're just making it worse.
I think there's a lot of, people really like to go to different extremes. It feels good to be like, I'm here. And I think over the course of the last couple of years, not gonna lie, thanks to Food Tank, I've met a lot of people with a lot of different missions, and this coming together and talking about how to cook different things and kind of being expected to make sustainable dishes, amazing, cool, fun, trendy dishes. I think it's hard to figure out because there's the fine dining, and then there's what do you eat at home, and what are the decisions you're making at home, and are you holding yourself to the same to those same standards as you're holding me when you're at home, or are you kind of holding me to those standards and then doing what you want your way?
And then bragging about going to your dinners, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. I love you. Please come again.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this is where it becomes a conversation around accessibility, and accessibility and affordability are key. Yep. And so I think when we think of solutions, they might start out in innovative fine dining, tables, where people have a little bit more capacity and time to experiment with ingredients and to be able to play. But you've got to then scale them in ways that are actually accessible and affordable. And so, I mean, I'll go on again about beans, peas, and lentils, because I see that they're very accessible. They're very affordable. They come in dry form. They don't need refrigeration. You can get them in all different convenient packaging and different ways. They can be soaked and, fermented and sprouted and all kinds of things. But they are one of these foods, when you talk to nutritionists, they will tell you should be eating more of them. And so what I think, though, is often with those accessible and affordable foods, what we've done is we've not valued them.
Right.
And we've made them actually almost seen as poor foods through using them in feeding people in schools, in care institutions and different things. And so then people, when they start to have a little bit more money and choice, they move away from them. We've got to do the opposite. We've got to actually go, you know what, you guys are eating things that are actually good for you, and we all need to join you. And I think this is about equity, and it's about coming together. And I think this is something that we can all sit down and enjoy, and we can get a recipe and we can do that. So to me, it's about how do we come together around foods that are not going to be something that's out of reach for everyone.
I have one little comment.
Please.
So being formerly undocumented Mexican, we've been eating beans and rice and tortillas, and we've been eating, I'm just saying, just like our previous speaker was saying, we've got generations of eating sustainably and recycling because we're broke. And so I do find, and that's just my own, look, I have a lot of issues, but one of them is just these things where it becomes a trend, and it's I'm eating so healthy. And Latinos are I'm sorry, that's what I grew up eating. I'm eating the steak now. Yeah. And how do we find that balance?
Yeah.
Because we've created a value system to food where it's lentils are cheap. We don't eat those because it makes us look poor.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to, that's exactly right. I was in Mexico a little while ago, or end of January, and they were telling me that actually consumption's going down.
Yeah.
And so to me, that's heartbreaking. I understand, as you said, why, but how do we help celebrate? I think rather than, how do we celebrate the goodness in our food system?
We'll be those hipsters.
Well, you are. You already are. You already are.
We were eating beans before everyone else.
Look at this jacket.
I want to say the designer's Mexican too. Maybe not. But I'm just saying, we've done it. We did it. And it does hurt my feelings when people are oh my God, have you tried these beans? I'm all my life. Thank you. I love them. I had to soak them, or my mom would come home and yell at us. So I think we just need to be less classist. I don't know what it is.
No,
it's
is.
an equity thing of
It is, yeah.
When Noma does it, it's cool. When
well,
Noma.
That's a whole different conversation. But I do think it goes back to the conversation I had with Peter earlier of demonizing farmers for whatever. We demonize poor people's foods. And then, all of a sudden, white people discover them, these indigenous food cultures, and they're like, this is what you should eat now. Yeah. And it's this very effed up way of thinking about food that needs to change. And I know you both are trying to do that and doing it well. Paul Newnham is a prophet. He goes across the world spreading not just beans is how, but the Chef's Manifesto. Talk a little bit more about it so people can feel that they can get involved.
Yeah, so when the UN set up the Sustainable Development Goals, it brought together lots of different intersecting areas. And as part of that, there was a lot of different elements of food. And so we started to look at that and say, how come in many of the food conversations, chefs are present, but they're actually out the back serving people, and they're not actually on the stage,
right.
and they're not actually communicating and talking. And we said, yet on our media, whenever we open our phone or turn our TV on, there's chefs telling us all kinds of things. And so one of the things we realized is that there was a lot of competing voices there about you should do this, you should do that, you should do this. And there wasn't an integrated conversation around how does this all join up? And so we worked with chefs in 35 countries at the time to co-create a framework tied to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which has turned into an 8-point plan with actions under it that chefs around the world can get engaged in. And there's chefs now in 90 countries around the world that are engaged in driving the action in their own kitchens. And it's not just fine dining. We have a fairly liberal view of chefs. It's people in full-time cooking and employment, and so we go right down to a food truck operator, a school canteen staff member. People will argue, I'm not a chef, and you go, well, you are cooking every day.
Right.
And you may not have been classically trained, but you probably have got more skill than many that were classic. So we try and be inclusive in the way that we open that up. And we try and do what I think you were getting at, Chef, is that this dialogue where we learn from one another. Mm-hmm. So where you pull out an issue and you say, okay, so how does this look in Nigeria versus in Peru versus in Mexico versus in Australia? Because often we have the answers, we just sometimes don't recognize them. We don't recognize what we're really good at until somebody else calls it out. Mm-hmm. And when somebody else calls it out, then you go, yeah, I've just grown up doing that, but it's kind of cool. And so what we try and do is celebrate that and try and give that a platform and celebrate that. And so we tell stories, we amplify, we encourage, but then we also bring chefs together to learn from one another.
I really love that because when I read a story about another chef, I don't get angry like, oh no, they're paying livable wages. If you want to compete, please, by all means, compete with me on being the chef who pays the people the most, the chef who co-signs apartments, co-signs cars.
Right.
The restaurant industry needs us just as much as we need them.
Absolutely, absolutely. One sort of final question, and Chef Blue brought it up, and Olivia, you're very young. I know how old Paul is, but we need
very old.
Not old. We need more folks to pass on these culinary traditions that are not just the Mediterranean diet that gets uplifted that's what everyone, if you want to be healthy, you should be eating. There are all these different food traditions that are so amazing for people's health, including in Mexico and elsewhere. How do we encourage young folks to want to get into culinary in a way that they feel that they will get a living wage, that they feel honored, respected?
I think that's what I'm working to work with other chefs in town. I really love what you've got resource-wise so that we can try to have these conversations. And even with Chef Jay, just recently we were talking about mentorship and giving people those opportunities, but also the wages so that they can stay in the business.
Right.
Because a lot of people in my past experience, I've lost 3 chefs. One's an actuary, one's a BA in business. All these people went off and got degrees. I don't have one, but they did because I paid them enough to do it.
Sure, that's wonderful. Any final thoughts, Paul?
Yeah, look, I really support that. I think it's celebrate them, ask questions, really celebrate the craft that they bring to the table and to the kitchen, and that is inspiring. And then all of a sudden people go, it's amazing. There's so many thousand ingredients, so many different cuisines, so much rich tradition from indigenous communities that you can dig into. I mean, it's an amazing space, and it engages our sense of taste, which is that additional level. Who wouldn't want to be a chef?
The bear showed us all that everyone wants to be a chef, or with one. But
Well, Chef Olivia, you've showed me that everyone should be a chef. Thank you so much for all the deliciousness you have created and all the joy. You put up with a lot from Food Tank. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for choosing me, and thank you for working with me and the way that we work. I love our relationship. I love that you discover all these amazing ingredients for us to play with and challenge me with. I love it, and I hope you guys are here for the next one because we've got tastings coming. So.
Woo, yeah, you can't leave. We love you. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Bigger round of applause, please. Thanks. So next we're going to turn to a two-part conversation about the importance of supply chain traceability in our food systems. We talked a little bit about that before. This continues it. This series is thanks to a partnership with WholeChain, our great friends there. WholeChain is a blockchain-based traceability solution built to enable trust, coordination, and transparency in fragmented global supply chains. For part one of this section, I'd like to welcome Janiyah Bruce, the Senior Specialist for Climate Resilient Food Systems at the Environmental Defense Fund. Big round of applause. Pat Hudson, a farmer with, I'm gonna mess it up, I'm so sorry, Tillman Seafood. Carrie McClyman, the Vice President of Communications for Nyman Ranch. Thank you. And Jay Wong, a chef with Lucky Robot Sushi and A-Dae. And before we dive in, I want, round of applause, come on people, work with me. And before we dive in, I want to invite Mark Kaplan, the co-founder of WholeChain, who will say a few words to set up the conversation.
Hi, everyone. First and foremost, I wanted to thank Danny and Bernie and Kenzie and Elena for including us and having such an amazing event. Thank you so much. I'm co-founder and chief sustainability officer of WholeChain, and I'm here to actually share that our Better Food Future initiative has been, we've been invited to lead a Oceans and Food System Solutions initiative for the UN Global Compact, which is the world's biggest sustainability initiative with over 23,000 private sector members. And this is because, as Danny was mentioning, whole chain traceability and traceability in general underpins issues like ranging from conservation to human rights and supply chains to food waste to food access. So it's a very all-encompassing issue. And this panel on route to market for small-scale producers and our next panel on deforestation and conversion-free supply chains are two of the initiatives that we lead. And part of this, what Yoka from Tony's Chocolonely mentioned earlier, the purpose of this is to bring partner companies together to co-invest in de-risking sustainability investments and helping those investments scale more rapidly. So thank you very much and have a great panel.
Thank you, Mark Kaplan. Such a great partner to Food Tank and such great context as we look at this discussion about a traceable route to market and the role of small-scale producers and how important they are for this. I'm also excited to share that during these next two panels, you'll have the chance to taste a few different dishes, including a passion fruit habanero shrimp cocktail, rice and roses poached catfish, and spicy akua kelp larb salad, thanks to WholeChain. So I hope that you can grab something that you can experience during the conversation and experience the traceable blue foods that we will be talking about. Thank you all again for being here. And Jay, if I could start with you, we just heard from our last panel about the leadership role that chefs are playing in our food system. How do traceable supply chains help chefs guide those eaters?
That's a good question. So
You know, when I first made Lucky Robot into sustainable sushi restaurants, I did it the simple route. You get on Seafood Watch, you look at what's red and yellow and green, and you go for it. And what's ASC certified and BAP certified and so on and so forth, right? What I found later in the journey is there are a lot of really small scale fishermen that didn't have the opportunities or the funding to get these certifications.
Right.
And it was through a lot of conversations with my purveyors and different scientists that led me down this road of which fishermen are actually providing the best practices to sustain our seafood. And you know, one of the most contentious fish in all of sushi has got to be tuna. And it's going to be bluefin tuna. And if you ask me whether or not I serve bluefin tuna on my menu, the answer is yes. And the reason being is because over the years, NOAA and ICAT have done such a great job of supporting this system and rebuilding the stock that today the stock is healthier than ever. And little do most consumers know that the bluefin tuna is the most regulated fish in the entire world, especially the fish that I use, which is rod and reel and harpoon only. One fish goes on one boat and that's it. You're supporting a single fisherman and his livelihood, and the second it's caught, you cannot throw it back. That is the fish you get.
Please give a round of applause for that. It's revolutionary. It's really revolutionary. Thank you so much, Jay. Janaya, how can organizations like EDF, the Environmental Defense Fund, where I had my very first internship, everyone, bring stakeholders together to encourage sweeping changes in procurement?
That is a fantastic question, and I'll start with a brief overview of what we're doing and why we're working with whole chain. So EDF, our team in Mexico works with the Yucatan red grouper fishery, and this is a fishery that's incredibly profitable for an export market, important for food security locally, and it's depleted. It's a fishery that is considered collapsed right now. So as the Environmental Defense Fund, we have been working with local communities there to design essentially a community management plan of this red grouper fishery that kind of steps outside of the traditional regulations and government management plans of fisheries to look at, okay, we have a collapsed fishery. How are we bringing together the government, bringing together scientists, and bringing together community members to rebuild this fishery, to recover this fishery that's incredibly profitable and incredibly important for food security. So it really is about bringing together all the different stakeholders that are involved in traceability and that can reap co-benefits. So we can get benefits for fishers in terms of increased profit for their product, and then by connecting them to markets, get better products to producers, to chefs, to consumers, and to others.
I'm always interested in the process of all this, right? Because when you talk about it, it's like, yeah, that obviously that's what you do. You work with these different stakeholders. They all come together. It's not that easy. I've asked this question a lot today because I'm just really interested in the process. So when you go to community groups and say, hey, we want to collaborate with you, we want to come up with these sort of documents that are going to be in place that you've worked on and we've worked on, and we have scientific background to sort of fill in the blanks. What does that look like?
Well, first and foremost, it's about building trust and showing that you can deliver on what you're saying that you're going to deliver on. So in this case, for the red grouper fishery, it's a higher profit for the fishers in that region, and a healthier fishery, a healthier ecosystem there. So we make that clear. We make it clear that there are multiple benefits across the system to the communities, to the consumers, to the market. But it's more than that. It's about community management. So this fishery, I mentioned it's important for food security, and it really is. There's a couple of very profitable fisheries in the region, being red grouper, lobster, and octopus. And on the off seasons for the octopus and the lobster season, they eat red grouper locally. So it really is beneficial to the communities to recover this stock of red grouper, and then also beneficial to the ecosystem, to the multiple different fisheries that are in the Yucatan region. So it's about really building that trust and ensuring that the communities know that they will be brought along every step of the way, from kind of the planning of what a management program would look like to understanding what practices they've used in the past, which ones are unsustainable, which ones could be tailored to be more sustainable, and then having really intentional discussions and decision making that bring in all the different stakeholders.
Yeah, I just want to
stay
stay
intentionality.
with one more. I love that you said intentionality. I did not mean to interrupt, but how does the governments that you're working with respond to this?
Well, right now with the Mexican government, so they have a management plan in place, which is it's essentially like how to manage the red grouper fishery, but it's not a recovery plan. So they recognize that it's collapsed, but they aren't actively putting in measures in place to bring it back from collapse. That being said, they have been kind of willing to work with this recovery plan that we're drafting, because it is the actions in the recovery plan are simple, they're straightforward. It's like changing the size of hooks that fishers use, or making sure that they're only catching adult species rather than juvenile species. So because these plans are so, more or less simple, adaptable, we've been able to work with the National Institute of Fisheries in Mexico and kind of start looking into what it could look like to bring a recovery plan into a fisheries management plan, which is the first of its kind in Mexico. It hasn't been done before.
Yeah.
So it really would be a fantastic step forward for the government to recognize this as like recovery as really crucial to management.
Absolutely. Thanks for explaining all that. Carrie, I'm gonna turn to pork before I go to Pat. So I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about the resources and support systems that small-scale producers and ranchers need to farm sustainably. And I should have said pork and beef and poultry, because you work on a lot of different things.
No, I appreciate that so much, Danny, and I am a little different from the others. I do represent pork, beef, and lamb, and with Nierenberg Ranch. And one of the questions people always ask me is, where is the ranch? And I actually like that question a lot, because we work with a network of more than 600 independent family farmers. They own their own land, they own their own animals. They are in charge of their process, and they raise their animals sustainably to very strict standards that Nierenberg Ranch has. Our protocols are on our website. We're very transparent about it. But I was listening to how complicated that was. I was thinking, I always think our world is extremely complicated. Sure. Ours are domestic, our farmers and ranchers, and they're mostly in the Midwest. But the network systems that we provide for our farmers are actually each other. It's relationship building. And I was thinking back to what the CDC said this morning, and she was talking about, technology helps a lot, but it's the relationships, and it's the interconnectedness of us with our farmers and their relationship with their land and the water and the soil. And so the resources that we provide are connecting them on a regular basis. Many of you in the audience have actually been out to one of our farms, which is unusual. And we have an event where we celebrate our farmers every August. We have a beef summit in June. Yesterday was our farmer annual meeting in Ames, Iowa. So we do have, our farmers don't really end up with the federal government support necessarily. The other farmers do, because they're smaller. I don't know if I'm answering your question right, Danny, but it's a tough question.
Good enough. I should also, full transparency, Carrie is a board member of Food Tank, so she can say anything she wants, because I need to be voted back in. Pat, I want to turn to you, because what you're doing as a producer and processor of wild blue catfish is so interesting to me, and I want you to sort of break it down for this audience who maybe some of them didn't know that there's wild blue catfish.
Okay, well, there definitely is wild blue catfish, and it's become a
If you can hold your mic a little
major
bit.
problem. I'm sorry. There definitely is a wild blue catfish, and it's become a major problem in the Chesapeake Bay. It was introduced to the bay, I believe, in the early 80s when there was the striped bass started to decline. And they had a moratorium, so you couldn't catch the striped bass, at least in the Chesapeake Bay. And the wild blue catfish was introduced as a sport fish, and it was supposed to be limited to fresh water. It had come from the Tennessee River, the Mississippi River area, and over the years, it's acclimated to brackish water, but also there have been incidents where there are storms or periods of rain where the fresh water tends to flow further down the rivers and allowing the fish to escape. So they were initially introduced in the James, which is the southern Chesapeake Bay in Virginia, and they're all the way to the northern part of the bay in the Susquehanna River. And it's been a disaster. In fact, the governor, one of his first acts about a year ago was to ask the federal government for disaster relief funding. And it's probably too late. There's no way to control a fish that has the ability to travel the entire length of the bay. So for years, I worked with individuals to try to develop a plan to address the fish, and with little success, but most recently decided to commercialize the effort. And we've had amazing success, thanks to groups like Whole Chain, this event, thank you very much, to be able to have really, I guess, a global audience. It's, we were at the Boston Seafood Show. We're going to be going to Barcelona in April, and it's suddenly really taken off. Not just the fact that the fish is a delicious fish. It happens to be, unlike most catfish, it's not a bottom feeder. It enjoys the entire water column of blue crab, other fish, oysters, clams, and so as a result, it's essentially a buffet of everything we love in the Chesapeake Bay, which is just an amazing body of water. So I have been working with several individuals who are very capable, and we're now being able to harvest the fish, working with fishermen, and providing this fish to the markets. And thankfully, it's really become a popular item.
That's great, and I want to stay on that with you and Carrie and Jay. Do you think that the market values environmental stewardship and social justice in a way that it didn't, say, 2-3 years ago, maybe pre-pandemic? And please answer that first, and then we'll go down the line. Go ahead.
Honestly, I think it's tougher because COVID really, was great for a small company like Nierenberg Ranch. We did not have the logistical issues that others did. But since then, and with the inflationary pressures, and quite frankly, the greenwashing, which is why I think this panel is so important about traceability, it's really tough to compete when someone says they're just like Nierenberg, or that they don't use antibiotics, but they're not mentioning that they don't use them until the withdrawal period, or hormones. I could go down the list, but I think it's tough. I think it's really tough to compete. And Chef, I know you feel that too, because we work with restaurants and retailers.
Yeah, it is really tough to compete, and just like Olivia said in the previous panel, everyone wants the best, but not everyone wants to pay for it. And do you choose to eat the best at home? Like, is that the choice you're making? And then are you putting that same pressure back on the restaurant? Because you'll come into my restaurant and go, well, why isn't this the best? Well, are you going to pay for it? If you're going to pay for it, I'll get you whatever you want. But that's usually the case. So yes, there's extraordinary pressure, especially in the last 2 years.
I just want to stay with you for 1 second and then turn back to Pat. The bluefin example that you gave, the bluefin tuna example you gave, is such a success story, and it's such a powerful way to really directly connect that fisher person, fisher folk, to your restaurant. What other success stories do you see sort of coming down the line like that could really help fishers and you?
I think a really great story would be the American eel. So I think most people don't know, but the Elvers go for about $10,000 a pound. And you can only catch them in the second blue moon of the year. You scoop them all up, and guess where they go? China. They don't come here. They all go to China because they've killed all their eel. And there's a really great company called American Unagi, run by Sarah, that has found a way to have an aquaculture program for American eel. And it's things like that, and she's getting to a point where it's scalable and affordable. But it'll be programs like that that I think we're really excited about.
That's really cool. I want to learn more about that. Thank you. Pat, in your career, have you seen values change where folks are more interested in both the environmental justice side of this and also the social justice side? And is the market there? Are people going to pay more?
The market's definitely there. I think that the first and foremost, you try to provide a quality product.
Right.
And it's a good thing that the fish is appealing. It looks great. And we have access to the fish. So we're able to catch this fish year round. In the marketplace, the buyers want to know that they have a supply. So that's, sort of the basic task. But then one of the things that I've learned I think is important is a value-added market. So you try to create some excitement about something different. We're working on a catfish cake for the school systems. It's about to be approved in Maryland, and we hope to take that, beyond Maryland. There's also something that we've learned about recently, and I don't know too many of the specifics, but believe it or not, and I think this is more attributable to the Asian market.
Mm.
The Asian market is, just very interested in seafood. But there is a value-added byproduct market. So you take parts of the fish that we would normally not consider, and they have a tremendous value in the Asian market. I don't want to go into too many details. It's not something that we'll be serving this evening, but it's very valuable, very nutritious. I met a scientist from the University of Mississippi at the Boston Seafood event. They have a grant from USDA to study all the parts of a catfish to determine how they can add protein to diets, not just using the fillet. So what we consider parts of the fish that you would just toss.
Right.
They're now creating some pretty inventive ways to use those parts of the fish to make really interesting. Here's something that will surprise most of you. We were at an event last year in Barcelona, and I really thought this is not necessarily going to be a waste of time, but how many people are going to be interested in catfish in an international seafood event? The very first person who walked up, very excited, was an Italian scientist who was working on cosmetics. And the skin of the blue catfish is the #1 source for collagen.
Wow.
And wanted all the skins. Well, naturally, when I mentioned this to my partner, he just said, well, if you can handle that job, we'll think about it. But I've actually seen photographs of stacks of fish skins, catfish skins, that are valuable to the cosmetic market.
Yeah,
so, go figure.
It's really important to remember that not all of these parts that we've been throwing away for generations need to be thrown away. I want to come to all of you for this, and it might be our final question because y'all like to talk. There's the burden and the opportunity of storytelling in everything that you do, and it can be very difficult. So, Jay, let me come back to you. You've been very good about telling these stories on stage, but when you're back in the kitchen or managing a staff, how do you get this story in a way that's concise enough for that consumer to sort of take that nugget home and understand it and implement it in their own lives?
Yeah, so one of the things that we do is we have a really robust training program at Lucky Robot and at Omade, and we love telling the story of either you talk about the bluefin tuna, That's Captain Caper out of Rye, New Hampshire. You guys can look him up. He sends me pictures of the fish he catches with his daughter and son, and I show everyone these pictures, so you have this clear connection. The beauty of doing sushi is I get to hand you a piece of fish. And I look you right in the eye, and I tell you where this fish came from, who caught it, when it was caught, how long we dry age it, et cetera, et cetera. And we do the same thing at our other restaurant, right? So we use Del Pacifico blue shrimp, which is caught with little tiny skiffs. So these Mexican fishermen go out in these tiny skiffs, they're little day boats, and they go out and just catch what they can, and they come back. And it's a really short season, and they've started a new program with octopus, and it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So you see this Mexican fisherman out there with a single string, a little crab, and he kind of like fishes for this octopus, and as it comes up, he grabs it, it wraps around his arm, boom, into the boat. And they have a really short season, and that's it. But every time we serve that dish, this is what we're serving you. This guy put his hands on it. It was not like the tuna we serve.
Right.
It is not some sane net that you guys think about. It's not some big tanker. It's one guy, one boat, and sometimes they do the crazy thing. They stand on the bow of the boat with a harpoon that's attached to an electric line, and they just wait and wait and wait, and boom, take them out. And then when we're cutting it, our sushi knife goes through that fish, and you go, ding. Oh, what's that? It's fleur-de-lis. It's that little harpoon tip. And we'll say that harpoon tip and show it off to every single person, so they know that a person actually touched this. It did not come in some big net.
And that it's special, it's celebratory, it's seasonal, it's like this special thing that you get just once a year.
It's such a short season. So for the bluefin tuna, the season's really short, relatively short, right? So we do celebrate that seasonality from June to March, and it stops. They also stop fishing many times a year due to hitting the quota too early. They're catching too many fish, which is kind of a good problem to have in sustainability, right? So,
sure.
And this is, again, remind you, just one boat and one fish. It's not, they're not doing a net, so.
Right. Thank you. Carrie, I want to come back to you. You mentioned, everyone wants to be like Nieman, right? And sometimes they're greenwashing, they're green wishing it to be true. So differentiating yourself in the marketplace is a struggle sometimes. But you also have the greatest story of all time, which is Paul Willis.
We do. Our founding hog farmer is from Thornton, Iowa. He's probably watching today, so hi, Paul. And he started because Alice Waters tried his pork chop. Bill Nieman invited him. So, and she says the best pork chop she's ever had, and she wondered if he had any friends that were farming in Iowa. So it started out with a story. It truly did. And then he, one by one, gathered more farmers to keep up with the market. I will say that we have found that our farmers tell the story way better than we can, way better than I can, of course. And Chef, I loved your story about, visualizing it and making it real. And we do have our farmers go out. We have 78 farmer ambassadors that train once a year that go out on the road. And I think that is super cool for a brand to be able to do that. And they have so much fun meeting the chefs and meeting the customers and seeing what people are doing with their food. I have one more thing I just want to mention about the waste. And we're a whole carcass program, so we buy the whole animal. And I loved your story about the catfish. The prosciutto, that's also something, the charcuterie that you had today. So those are things that, thank goodness someone had foresight years ago. And I want to thank Food Tank for storytelling too. They have helped us tell farmer stories because they have a relationship with many of our farmers.
Thank you so much, Carrie. Pat, you've already told some great stories. Do you have a favorite one about how somebody sort of realized that catfish was this, this great resource? You talked about the collagen, you talked about, how good it can taste. Is there another anecdote you can quickly share with us?
Well, it's not good news, but there was a time about 10 years ago I was working on the Potomac River, and that happens to be, if you can envision this.
Just a little bit closer to your face, thank you.
One scientist mentioned that if God created the perfect place for the blue catfish, it would be the Potomac River. And they've grown to just tremendous numbers. And a fact that's cited is that it's 90% of the biomass of the river. So a river that once had crabs and striped bass and bass, you name it, all the great food items of the Chesapeake Bay, they're almost entirely gone. And that's just something that I think really hits home.
It is. It's something. I live in Maryland now, and it is something we have to think deeply about, and about how to restore that to make sure that we don't see that happen or continue to happen. Janaya, you were placed in a position as an environmentalist, as somebody who's deeply involved in science, to tell a very complex story to all of us, and to, I think, and we forget this, so you're talking to policymakers, you're talking to scientists, you're talking to fishers, but you also have to explain to your members, to the people who donate monthly to the Environmental Defense Fund because they believe in the mission. It's sometimes very difficult to go through this whole process.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, at the end of the day, we're an organization that focuses on science-based policy and environmental justice. And those come with amazing stories because, oftentimes the best science does put communities first, and usually there's no way to implement the best science when you're looking at ecological restoration and fishery management without listening to the stories of communities and, being able to integrate those. So, when we look to our members, when we look to our funders, we're able to bring those voices of communities who've seen tangible impacts from some of this work, from being able to bring a higher price for fisheries, for sustainably caught fisheries, and who've seen their waters restored and seeing fish stocks bouncing back. So we're in a complicated place, but a really lovely place to be able to tell so many different stories and to be able to bring those to so many different people. So thank you for having us.
Oh, thank you to the Environmental Defense Fund. They deserve lots of funding, so if you have a few dollars, please give it to them, because they hired an intern like me who knew nothing. So thank you to all of the panelists.
You've been a wonderful audience. It's been a long day.
I know. This is a great audience. Give yourselves a round of applause. Keep the blood flowing if you can. There's a lot more to come. So I think I turned my page too quickly. Hold on. Or I'm missing a page. That is not what happened. So as we turn to part 2 of the discussion on traceability, we're going to take a closer look at deforestation and conversion-free soy. With that, I get to introduce our next speakers, Jason Berryhill, the co-founder of Whole Chain, Dr. Patricia Sugi, an ESG manager at CJ Selecta, Catherine Breyer, the global marketing director for Biomar, and Joseph Selwood, the co-founder of Revere, and I've messed this up a million times.
You say Revere, it's R's are like H's in Portuguese, but Revere is fine.
Revere, thank you. And Vivian Tai, who leads innovation, circular economy, sustainability, and supply chain resilience at GS1. Round of applause, everyone. Bigger. Okay. Catherine, I'm hoping you can help explain that, not everyone might be aware of the link between aquaculture and deforestation. And I'm wondering how we make this connection.
Okay, so aqua feeds is how we get to this point. Traditionally, we had aqua feeds, which was primarily what we call marine resources, which are the fish from the sea. But as the ocean started to get depleted, we needed to find nutrients from another source. And what we do when we make aqua feeds is that we source raw materials, but nutrients. We need protein, we need omega-3s, we need omega-6s, and they can come from multiple areas. So in order to be more sustainable, we stopped taking a lot of the fish from the ocean to feed to fish, to farm fish, and we substituted that with other protein sources, and one of them was soy. So from there, we were in a situation that, okay, we're sourcing soy. to feed. So we're sourcing a product that otherwise can be directly consumed by humans, and we needed to make sure that that soy was done in the right way. Or what we're doing here is just problem shifting. We move from saving the fish in the sea to being part of the Amazon being burnt down.
Sure.
So for the farmers, it was really important that we didn't do this problem shifting. So what we did was say, okay, we need to have a supply chain that is free from deforestation and conversion, so that we can guarantee that we're not actually problem shifting in this sense. So it was really led by the salmon farmers with this, because they were driven to do their feed in a better way, because people don't really understand. They look at the impacts on our food system, and when you're feeding an animal, whatever you're feeding them, you inherit the impacts from down the value chain. So you can't just look at the impacts on farm.
Right.
And the truth is that the environmental impacts of seafood farming is 80% coming from the feed. So it's important to get the feed right, and that's why it's important why we initiated this project on ensuring that there was a sustainable route to market.
And again, connecting those dots in a way that we haven't been able to. I think it's so important. Vivian, if I can turn to you now, when we're talking about traceability and transparency, what kind of requirements are currently in place, and how do we ensure that there is none of that greenwashing that we talked about in the last panel?
Yeah, so I think that the primary thing to keep in mind when you're talking about transparency and traceability is that having accountability starts with common data sharing standards. So I am the de facto standards nerd here, but I'm also really passionate about sustainability. But when we think about the greenwashing practices out there, a lot of it is because there's unsubstantiated claims. So how you start by addressing that is by having common language shared between trading partners, so that you guys, everyone participating can be accountable and speak a common language.
And so that GS1 traceability, can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So actually GS1 standards, you all are probably interacting with GS1 on a daily basis without knowing it. Every time you go beep at checkout, you are actually interacting with GS1 standards. We are known as the barcode people, but it actually goes far, far upstream, and it's much more wide-ranging than just barcodes. So we have something called EPCIS, which is really essential for critical event tracking. And when I say events, I mean like things that happen along the supply chain. And why this is important is because when you have things that occur along the supply chain that need accountability for, you need that common language to start talking about these events. And one of the ways in which our standards are being used in a really significant way for food is through the Food Safety Modernization Act. So that's one regulation that's really putting the pressure on a lot of producers, actually.
Yeah, thank you for all of that. Jason, for all of this to work, we need data, and we need really good data. And I'm wondering what role the data collection plays in supporting standardization and making sure that everyone's on this level playing field.
Yeah, in many ways, it's actually the other way around in some ways, that the standardization supports the data collection. So I'll give you an example. If I were to send you an email and I have a Gmail, I don't first ask, do you use Gmail? Because I can just send you an email, and if you use Hotmail or whatever else, you can receive that. That's not true of many supply chain data systems, right? If one system speaks a different language from the other, then what you have is data silos, and that data can't pass along through sometimes very complex supply chains, which is true of feed, their ingredients, the connection then to aquaculture, and all the way to store. You're talking about a lot of complexity. So the nice thing about standards is it creates that layer of common language throughout the supply chain. That's extremely important in this particular circumstance, because if you can imagine, globally, aquaculture feed takes up only 1/2 of 1% of all soy, right? So it's a huge market. If you were to take an average grocery store, turn it upside down, about half of what's going to hit the ceiling had something to do with the soy industry, right? This huge market, if BioMar wants to make an ask of that supply chain, they don't have a lot of leverage, right? Because it's a small percentage. They're not buying as much. But if different players in these industries can start to coordinate around standards like GS1, what happens is they're all making substantially the same ask, which means we're going to collect more data in those supply chains, which is very critical.
It's so it's so simple, but yet so complex. I mean, you always explain it really well for me. Catherine, what Jason is sort of identifying is that you need to work with all of these different players. Can you talk about how your work with, with partners and collaborators sort of helps that system move forward?
Yeah, so in order for us to make the first deforestation conversion-free supply chain, we actually needed to ensure that the two players this was particularly on a project for Brazil, we had two players come on board, and we actually needed them to have all their soy that they produce as deforestation conversion free, because we could not guarantee the supply chain. Because of the batches, there wasn't a barcoding and there wasn't traceability in place. So we said, okay, we can't guarantee whether that soybean came from that farmer or another farmer, and they all get then dumped into the same silos. We couldn't guarantee that. So what we needed to do initially was to say, okay, as a collective industry, not just BioMar, but the other two major aquaculture feed players came in and demanded that we're not going to buy from you unless you convert your entire supply chain. Well, that was fantastic. We did that in 2020, and now we have guaranteed that shrimp that's running around here is deforestation conversion free. We can guarantee that. But it's not a model for scaling up. And as Jason said, we're 0.4% of the entire soy market in the world. So it's not going to work. We need these standards and we need this technology in place in order to scale it to cattle, to chicken, and to other players.
Vivian, what opportunities do you see for GS1 standards to continue that work, whether we're talking about deforestation-free soy or something else?
So first of all, I think the FSMA 204 Act that I had previously touched on, that's actually a really significant opportunity across multiple commodities and foods. I think that actually sets a great precedence for deforestation-free products, because there's actually an act. I think it's called like Forest Act. Yeah, Forest Act 2023. It was introduced to the Senate, and it's a long process regulation-wise, but that is promising in hopes that we will be able to have more regulation around this, because if we sometimes if we just rely on grassroots efforts, it's not enough of an incentive, right? So we really would love to see more of a more robust regulatory environment for this. But getting back to your actual question on what other opportunities, I think that traceability is something that is table stakes. It's something that we cannot get away from when we think about sustainability again. And if you don't have standards, if you don't have a common language to communicate, if you don't have unique identification across your supply chains, then it won't work.
Thank you so much for that, Catherine.
I was just going to jump in. Regulation is definitely not enough. One of the situations we discovered was that actually Brazil has fantastic deep regulations on protecting the Amazon, but they found loopholes in the system. What we discovered when we were going out there doing our audits is that they were converting rainforests into cattle ranging, and they would allow it to be grazed. And then after the grazing, it was said to be grazed out, then they were coming and putting soy fields down on there. So it is conversion, but that was legal. So we found out that it's not good enough just to have those standards in place and the regulatory. We actually need to have the full traceability to know what things are happening out there.
Right.
That's why it's so vital to get this data, knowing exactly what farm, and then what has that farm been through. What was it before it was a soy field? You know, when did it go back to being a rainforest? And should it actually be converted back to rainforest?
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Joe, I want to bring you into the conversation, and I'm wondering, where do you see the opportunities in aquaculture supply chains to encourage greater adoption of best practices?
Best practices of traceability and sustainability.
Yes.
Yeah, like we said, we're going to start a pilot right now. Getting that information for grains, for feed, and being able to verify that information, I think opens huge opportunity. If you look at kind of the amounts of protein that we need, it's massive. But a lot of that is available. We just need to verify that this protein is coming from areas that have not been deforested.
Sure.
By doing that as quickly as possible, then we can really concentrate efforts on hotspots, on where the attention really needs to be paid. And so we're starting a very innovative application right now together with everyone here. And Patricia, who's from CG Select that couldn't make it, she had an illness in the family, where we're going to be doing exactly that. So we're going to be working with them in those systems in order to verify the traceability data according to GS1. So very quickly we can get large amounts verified.
Jason, please.
Yeah, and just to jump in on that, traceability is most important in particularly sensitive areas. Because imagine you're a farmer in Mato Grosso or in some of these areas where a lot of the deforestation is happening. If all of the market just starts to pull out of that area because of risk, then what happens is we really leave the worst issues in our world right now in terms of the environment to the lowest bidder, which is probably not a great place for us all to be. So what we really need to have is traceability to particular farms so that brands can say, we're buying from those farms. We're not having to just avoid the problem altogether because we have no idea which farms. We can say these 147 farms we have verified as compliant and we're getting traceability data, and therefore we can support those sensitive areas as opposed to completely backing away and making the price go down further, which again incentivizes the farms to have this awful choice of, am I going to feed my kids or am I going to create more farmland, right? Because prices go down. And so we have to have traceability to encourage those best practices.
Joe, coming back to you, that incentive structure is so key for this, right? And so, we can either, have what Jason described as, low prices, so people, are forced to destroy the land. They don't want to. They want to keep it. What kinds of incentives are really going to help producers the most?
Yeah, I mean, like you said before, these aren't bad people. They're just incentivized to do the wrong thing. And that's the only way, they can make a living and feed their family, et cetera. So, yeah, we have to have different incentives in place so the right people do the right thing at the right time. And, for decades, we don't know who they are, right? And now with, traceability and these applications for the first time, even people, way downstream can know who they are. And so we're working right now in kind of having a basket of incentives for those people that are doing the right thing, so they have an alternative in order to improve their lives. That's not just selling the cattle or selling the soy.
And that basket of incentives is like this virtuous cycle that just keeps continuing because their neighbors see, their children see it. It all just keeps continuing as long as that's in place.
Yeah, it's the same everywhere. Everybody wants to do well, improve, and do better. And so, yeah, that basket will include probably a lot of different benefits, but the end is a positive impact in those people's lives that are in that place. And really, that's the best chance that we have of saving these areas. Because a lot of illegal production is on federal land because there's just no way to really police it, et cetera. So if you incentivize, private landowners to do the right thing, that's the best mechanism you're going to have in place to really save these places.
Yeah, it's so exciting. Thank you for sharing all that. So this is for all of you. We talked about traceability in the chocolate industry, And we talked about working with direct competitors to drive systems change more quickly. And we've also talked about that on this panel. How can we encourage, because it's very difficult, it's very easy for us to say and tell the audience here and watching online, collaborate more, have bigger and better partnerships, but it's really hard to do in practice. So Vivian, I'm hoping you can sort of maybe talk about this first.
Yeah, so from selfishly, talking about standards, actually standards are pre-competitive. It gets you to the place where you can compete on things that actually matter. So instead of competing on like the type of, gas that you're running on in a car, you're actually competing on the make of the car instead. Like, it's the same idea. And so I think that when we talk about collaboration, this part is where we need to get things right.
Yeah.
And us speaking the same language, using the same standards, ensuring that all parties across the supply chain can understand each other is how you can start to identify the good players that you should be investigating or investing more resources into.
Thank you so much, Joe.
Yeah, I think you start seeing this term of like deforestation free or DCF, deforestation conversion free. Like before this, you might have been like, what is a deforestation free fish? But I think you're going to be seeing that more and more across different products, across leather. We're about to kick off, a big project with a bunch of brands. So I really think it's looking out for that and supporting, that aspect of your products.
Thank you so much, Catherine.
I'll just remind people that farmers are just farmers. They're not scientists. They do the wrong thing, not because they want to, but because they're pushed to the lowest common denominator. And that's price. So it's our responsibility to pay for the food that we get, for the retailers and chefs to demand that they do their job as the gatekeepers to allowing consumers, because it's very hard for consumers to even know. Could you imagine if you have to think to this kind of detail? I just do it for seafood, and I still don't know everything out there on every food item. It's almost near impossible. But we've seen some great movements. We did a responsible shrimp project with Ocean, from an Ecuadorian farmer all the way to Ocean French retailer, and Walmart just announced 2 days ago that they're going into deforestation-free, conversion-free seafood. So, it's coming. It's our retailers will do this job for us, and we need more of that. We've got to demand that those people in policy who are making sourcing choices are doing their job, so that, let's be honest, we can just enjoy our seafood and not have to worry about where it comes from and what it's been fed.
Jason, I'm going to say something before you speak, because you and Mark Kaplan have been such leaders in this space, and I want to thank you for that. You have helped me understand traceability and transparency in so many different ways, and the power of data and the right data and being able to use it effectively. So thank you for that work. Now you can answer the question.
Thank you. So something I've said in the past is that good brands, they avoid problem areas. Great brands actually engage in them. They invest in those problem areas. We need more great brands to take lead and invest in some of those challenging areas. The only way they can is to have traceability back to the individual farms. Yeah. They can't possibly do so if just they know there's material coming from a huge, area-wide who knows what. They need to be able to invest in those specific farms, which means we need traceability. And I think we're seeing more of this. And as those take lead, you'll find exactly what Vivian said. Traceability will just be table stakes, and we can start to invest in other things and ways to use that data to better use our natural resources. So.
I can't wait for that day. Thank you to all of the panelists. Please give them a big round of applause. I also want to thank you, the audience, for ignoring that I introduced a panelist that actually couldn't be here and no one said anything. So thank you for that. Give yourself a round of applause, audience. Thank you. So in these next few panels and fireside chats, we're going to continue to look at the power of film to amplify solutions and stories of success. So for this first conversation, we're going to talk about how farmers are working toward climate resilience. Joining me for that discussion is Alejandra Sanchez, the Corporate Sustainability and Social Impact Marketing Manager at Driscoll's. While Alejandra is taking the stage, we're going to show a clip from Making Waves. It's coming.
Climate change has affected our berry farm. The biggest area of concern that I have is water resources. There is 100 to 200 years of water left in this groundwater basin at the current rate of extraction. My name is JJ Skurich with Creekside Farms. We're on the Batchin Ranch in Watsonville, California. We need to find ways to capture recycled rainwater so that we can make the best use of what is available to us.
My name is Gustavo Gutierrez. The name of our company is Horizon Berry Farms. We're a family-run business, and we grow organic blackberries for Driscolls. As the climate has changed, we've been trying to implement things to protect our crops.
So much of the globe is water stressed now. The groundwater's levels have dropped and will continue to drop. So directionally, we have to adjust now. A single approach isn't going to get it done.
One of the techniques that I'm most proud of here in our farm was conservation tillage or no-till. What I'm doing now is pruning, getting rid of the old growth, stuff that we already harvested. All these canes will be mulched here in place. It creates a barrier, locks in our moisture. Before we started doing this no-till practice, I wasn't able to do this and find what I'm finding today, which is compost, earthworms, it's aerated. Once we started to find earthworms again, we had that aha moment that, oh, we're definitely changing the soil around here. We're in the summer right now. This has not been irrigated for months, and there's still moisture here.
The challenge isn't to how we manage the environment, but how we respond to the environment. So a lot of the work is, how do I rethink the relationship between the fruit I produce and the water it takes to do so?
This container farming system gives us an opportunity to use a significantly less amount of water through the whole growing cycle, which means that we can yield more fruit per gallon of water. When water hydrates this pot and drains out, this gutter system captures that water and channels it to a central point. Most of the water that the plant does not use is captured by this gutter system and recycled. This system has enabled us to reduce our water consumption in the neighborhood of 20 million gallons per year.
I'm in this for the long run, and I know that sustainability is what's going to keep us in business.
Agriculture is continuously evolving. If we do not continue that tradition of evolving with our crop, then we will be left behind. I'm the fourth generation in my family to be farming in this valley. I want my children to have the opportunity to continue that legacy. And they will need water to do that.
Round of applause, please. Alejandra, I think what this clip or this film illustrates for me is that there is a huge, huge need to respond to the climate crisis in California and elsewhere in the world. And farmers are facing a lot right now. So I'm wondering if you can talk about the Recharge project that Driscoll's is working on, and really what was the inspiration behind it? I imagine it was these families who are doing the best they can.
Yep. So these are good examples because this is an example of Driscoll's independent growers and what they're doing on their farms to conserve water. But Driscoll's, as we work with a network of independent growers, what we're trying to do is create change really through two different pathways. So one is either indirectly through our business model, so with our independent growers, or using the power of our brand and leveraging it for good.
Yeah.
And so the Recharge project is a great example of that. So what that is, for those of you that aren't familiar with some of the Central Coast California agriculture, is different than the Central Valley. So instead of depending on kind of like the state water delivery systems, all of it is really, it's groundwater dependent. And you can have growers that will make, you know, small changes or big changes on their farms, and all of that is really helpful, but you also need to make sure that you're doing things at a much wider level that's
Right.
really, you know, it's non-competitive, and that's really what that groundwater recharge project was about. So Driscoll's was, that project is the first on the Central Coast.
Yeah.
It's in partnership with UC Santa Cruz, Natural Resource Conservation District, and Sustainable Conservation, and several others that came together to find a basin-wide solution. And where Driscoll's uses the, you know, the power of the brand there is funding in that initial research and then making that available to that larger Pajaro Valley Water District so that
Right.
we can identify other recharge sites on the coast. You know, it's you can't do groundwater recharge on any ranch. It varies by ranch. It varies by soil type. So that's just one of those examples of being able to respond in being able to respond in conditions like originally that was born out of drought.
Yeah.
But then as you saw California, we had a lot of extreme heavy rains in this last year. It also helped to capture excess flood water.
Right.
So trying to find those basin-wide solutions that can kind of service us in any extreme weather condition.
Right, and making opportunities out of these crises is really key as
Yep.
ag is evolving to the climate crisis,
Yep.
and you see these growers evolving to respond
Yep.
to the climate
Yep.
crisis. Really, really important. And one of the things that you brought up, I think, is also important. This isn't just Driscoll's, right? This is all of these different partners. You're working with UC Santa Cruz, right? Yeah, you're working with all of these different institutions who only make it more collaborative and stronger.
Totally, and that is what we try and do in any of our growing communities. So Driscoll's, we do farm outside of California. We also, you know, we farm globally, 22 different countries, and these solutions look different in each growing region, but they are really based in these community-wide partnerships.
Not cookie cutter, but
No.
definitely based on communities and listening to them.
Yep.
Really, really important. I wonder, for you, what does success look like when you're working with these communities on these different kinds of projects to respond to the climate crisis? I'm sorry no one can hear me because this keeps falling.
Success looks like even if these solutions, they're not just on Driscoll's own farms. Those are, and not even necessarily for berries. So for example, in Mexico, some of the projects that we do there is with the International Center for Maize and Research Center. And that's for sharing watershed solutions or irrigation practices, conservation irrigation practices with growers that aren't even berry growers. So success is making sure that you are able to find, you know, take off that initial risk from growers and try and find scalable solutions that are, you know, for that entire region, not even if they're, you know, not berry growers, for example.
Yeah, and it's so important that it really has to work for the farmers. It can't just be like, we're going to throw an innovation at you and, you know, we're going to experiment. It has to be something that you already know works in a lot of ways.
And that's one of the benefits of us also being able to have, I think, our own research farms. So,
Yeah.
and being, you know, they are our proprietary varieties, and they're based out of Watsonville. We have one of our research farms. So for example, in JJ's video, you saw a lot of the container production. That, you know, we have a farm there where growers can kind of pilot at a really small scale to kind of take those lessons in a less riskier environment and then kind of make those decisions of what practices they want to take back to their own ranches.
Yeah.
So that's another kind of like that risk offsetting that we try and provide. Sometimes even if it's not that, well, then we're taking those solutions to different research farms.
And that kind of risk offsetting helps farmers take on these new sort of practices in a way that they couldn't before.
Totally. And one of the folks mentioned earlier is that, you know, you don't have the amount of funding that's going into cooperative extension, agencies, which is a predominant still source that growers use for that, for that information. And that's one of the gaps that we're trying to fill. But I think, this session being ahead of a lot of the other short films that you're about to show, and I'll specifically give a nod to Kiss the Ground and now Common Ground, which is that, we looked at consumers, which, finding that consumers' main source for sustainability-related information is from journalism, it's from TV, movies, and YouTube. Farmers and growers are also consumers, and Gustavo, who's featured in this film, one of the things that he expressed, which isn't caught on here, but one of the things that he expressed in his interview, and even independently from that, his son expressed in an interview, was that their access and inspiration for regenerative agriculture came from Kiss the Ground film. and that on weekends they kind of went into a YouTube rabbit hole. So you're kind of trying to, like, these films aren't just inspiring, some of the ones that we're going to see later tonight, they aren't just inspiring for consumers and changing kind of the decisions or choices consumers make, but they have the potential to also inspire and change the choices that farmers make.
Yeah, that's such a great story, and thank you for sharing that. I know the Common Ground, Kiss the Ground folks will be so happy about that. Can you talk about the resources that are available for Driscoll's growers to do different things and to make sort of more successful changes on their farms when possible?
So one of that is so one of the things I mentioned is we do have our research farms located in all of our major growing regions, but then at our headquarter ranch, in Watsonville, that is where we give opportunity for some of the growers to pilot that at a much smaller scale. And outside of that, then we do have, as part of our R&D functions, we have divisions that focus on up and coming on-farm technology so that we can be able to pilot those at a much smaller scale to then kind of provide that back to them.
That's really, really helpful. I can't imagine. I want to shift gears a little bit and play another video from Field Among Fields.
Yep.
One of my daughters was being bullied at school. She asked me, "Hey, Dad, what is the point of living?" And that's where it hits me. There might be other girls in the same situation. Watsonville is known for growing berries. Families here work long hours. So when our kids don't have that family support, they look for somewhere else. The field is a way of providing that solution for the kids. My name is Luis Guerrero, and I work for Driscoll's. We're at the San Miguel Canyon soccer field. This is where a lot of the local teams come to practice. The soccer fields are limited. Having a field that we call home, playing here, seeing the farm workers working, it's something that the girls cherish. The field came about when Manuel wanted to build a field for their farm workers.
Vi la necesidad de tener un lugar para practicar soccer para los trabajadores de nosotros. Eso fue como inició este proyecto con Driscoll's, ahora solamente para equipos de niños. Mi idea para esta comunidad, me gustaría mejorarla, dejarla mejor de cómo la encontré y en proyectos como estos, ayudando a los jóvenes.
Pajaro Valley United is a club that was founded in 2007 with the purpose of serving our community.
You can be yourself, which is something I admire. I can build a better bond with my teammates, and I truly think that this is the team where I was meant to be.
This soccer field has not only allowed players to come and connect, it also has helped create this sisterhood. This is their safe space. This is where they can come in and enjoy what they really love to do.
We were actually considered underdogs. Low-income families, we didn't have the privilege of having money or anything like that, but what talked louder for us was our stats and our performances.
We're going to be going to Europe, playing the Gothia Cup in Sweden. Just a really good experience for all of us.
4 years ago, I took one of my teams to Barcelona. If I asked each player what was the score, they may not remember the score. But do they remember the experience? My God.
It's a different kind of bonding than just going out here. It makes you feel like you have something else, like you can accomplish anything.
Due to the struggles that we have in our community, we just push hard, we work hard. That's where dreams are built. Those are the times when the girls just look at your eyes and say, "Coach, thank you for everything."
Come on, Coach, bring it in, bring it in, bring it in, bring it in. Come on.
All right, girls, thank you very much. These girls have been raised to always fight for their dreams. The girls will never give up. This field used to grow berries. Now it grows soccer players. And always try your best, right? Thank you very much for coming to practice today. Bravo.
So what I like about this, so it started out as a soccer field for, farm workers to, play and have fun, right? And it really evolved into something else. What did that evolution look like?
Yeah, I think just taking a step back of like the film and this story supports a much broader piece of the entire campaign of One Family, One Earth. And as part of that, one of our it was born. The entire campaign is born out of a way of just like how do we bring our vision to life of becoming the world's berry company and enriching the lives of everyone we touch. And when I say the world's berry company, I don't mean like the largest one. I mean that you're the berry company that consumers are going to choose and trust to bring home to their families, and that growers are going to trust to grow their family businesses alongside yours. It's a privilege to still be a family-owned business as we are, and this is one community story out of we did dozens of internal and external interviews with our growers, our employees, and community partners to find of like what was going to be the first story that we wanted to tell as part of our like vibrant community spotlight. And there were really great stories from investments in rural broadband to kind of close the digital divide, investments in financial literacy for farm workers and partnerships that we were doing for that. And yet this one rose to the top because it was a really great example of what it looks like when Driscoll's growers come together. So Manuel as the owner and operator of that farm, a Driscoll's employee, and then part of just like Driscoll's rest of philanthropy to support this.
Yeah.
So the grower goes ahead and takes a part of his field out of production and says, this is a really rural area. I want to set some side away so that it's easier for them to have access to this like after work. So then you have a smaller soccer field, and it just slowly begins to evolve with volunteer time from several Driscoll's employees, which then was born into a much larger soccer field that you see today, which houses about six different teams, with PV United being one of them.
It's really cool to have that sort of cultural and social component. What kind of support do the communities around Driscoll's growers, and the farm workers, what kind of resources do they need to have more kinds of these community spaces?
Yeah, I think it's just important to acknowledge that what berry production looks like in communities, especially like some of the newer growing communities. Like berry production is very labor intensive. It's seasonal. And in some of the newer growing regions, you have to understand of like what is that additional like seasonal labor or that new production system look like in terms of maybe adding additional constraints on community resources. So taking a step back and saying, what if we're going to be here for the long term, what are some of the environmental and and social issues or social pressures that we might encounter, and that really varies by community.
Yeah.
And so each community kind of has its own focus areas of where we choose to invest in. But I think consistently across the board, what we've seen is just like, access to healthcare, like preventative healthcare resources, and having safe spaces for kids to learn and play really is consistent across. And so this was one of many of those.
Yeah.
I think coming from a rural ag community and a farm working family myself, I could speak to that. Parents work really long hours.
Yeah.
They do. Our parents are out in the fields a lot, and it can tend to put a lot of responsibilities on kids at a really early age. That's what Luis, our employee, really saw of that. I want to create a space so that these girls can come and be kids, that these girls have a chance outside to just learn about themselves, to learn from each other, and have new opportunities, even if we're in a rural community. And that's, despite of it being agriculture, it's a rural community. And so this field and this team has, created opportunities for girls to have collegiate scholarships. There's a couple girls who have gone on to play for the U17 national team for Mexico and for El Salvador,
That's
just coming
really
out of
cool.
that.
That's really cool. Round of applause, everyone. You and I have talked about this earlier, and it's been talked about earlier today, but can you talk about how Driscoll thinks about sort of the connections between social well-being, which we just saw, and environmental resilience?
Sure. So I think, in some of the areas, I'd say like Mexico is a great example where we look at what are some of the community-related issues that we're seeing that are even outside of berry production. So for example, like deforestation is a topic and an issue in some of the growing regions where we're at in Mexico. And we see that as like, even if it has, it's separate from berry production, but we're operating in very near areas, that is a threat to the communities that we're in. And being a community-based business means that the health of our business is also as healthy as the communities that we're operating in. So there is a very interdependence of like community resiliency and environmental resiliency. When you have those issues that are affecting then their access to fresh water, it's affecting community resources. That's also just like where those, where those interdependencies and where that very like community niche approach is required.
I'd love to hear how you personally sort of in this work, and you've been doing this for a while now, think about the urgency of the climate crisis and how it relates back to not just the company and profits, but these communities who depend on berry growing.
Say that again, sorry.
How do you think about the urgency of thank you everyone, the urgency of the climate crisis sort of personally, right? And you've been doing this work for a long time, and I know this is something that's important to you. And things are going to change for a lot of the growing communities for Driscolls. What's sort of top of mind for you in making sure that, we've talked about how farmers can evolve, how growers can evolve, how workers can evolve. What does that look like?
But I think I'm glad that you mentioned of like the workers can evolve. That's a really big piece as you look at climate change as Driscoll's is and trying to understand what could be threats to existing production regions and what, again, as I mentioned, berry production being very labor intensive. A lot of people might not know that only 2 people touch a Driscoll's berry, which is the harvester and you.
Say that again so everyone knows, because I don't think anyone knows
only
it.
2 people. There's no processing. There's no additional warehouse. It's just there's 2 people that touch a berry, which is the harvester and you when you're picking up that clamshell in a store. So when you think of how climate change could affect a berry production region and possibly displace berries, that's a lot of labor, and that's really rooted in that community where that community is like all of our growers being local independent growers, 85% of that revenue goes back into the community. When those farms aren't there, how do you start to think ahead of what is that going to look like? How do we make sure that labor is also adapting at the same pace? So where are we going to leverage technology in the future and making sure that we're thinking of technology and the evolution of it from harvester through the R&D process, through distribution, through through forecasting.
Right.
That even just kind of, you have to think about it holistically and not just in silo of like, this is a tech, this is a climate change solution. It's all interconnected, and especially for really, just labor intensive commodities.
That interconnectedness is so key in this work. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit in our final minute or two. What have you found that contributes to a successful partnership between a company, its community-based sort of organizations, government agencies, and then those academic researchers, from UC Davis or wherever?
Mm-hmm. You have to be rooted in that community. You have to yes, we work with some national partners. The partnerships really vary. I think that you have to be willing to have those pre-competitive conversations. So we do that in a lot of our growing regions especially around topics like water, especially on topics of like community infrastructure. And that is where you're not just gonna have a one company solution.
Yeah.
And even here of just like part of the reason of why we chose to highlight both Gustavo and JJ instead of choosing just one grower and going deep was that even though they're both farm in Watsonville and their farms are only like less than 10 minutes apart, their diversity of like how they got to agriculture, their diversity of thought, their diversity of practices, like all of that is going to be needed to get out of a climate crisis. You're not just going to be able to have one solution, and I think like that was just one of the great highlights of being able to show that there are different approaches.
What a great point, diversity of thought. My final question in our 48 seconds left. You grew up in a farming community and a farming family, and now you do this work and you're still in farming. What advice do you have to other young people who want to be part of agriculture and want to find different pathways?
I think you know, you have a well-diverse background and experience. And you know, all of that experience has served me really well, and I think that's what's kept me grounded. I've worked in like processing, food processing environments. I've worked as a harvest supervisor. I worked farmers markets, and all of that I actually bring into this role to make sure that I keep that kind of like broad perspective and,
Again,
and
it's
stay
diversity
grounded.
of actions. Thank you so much, Alejandra. Always fun to talk to you.
Nice. Thank you, Danny.
So now we're going to talk, we're going to continue this theme of young people and how they are mobilizing to tackle both food waste and hunger. So I'm really excited to share with you the inspiring short film Abundance, which tells the story of the FarmLink project. Before that plays, we're going to watch the trailer for the new documentary film called Holy Shit, Can Poop Save the World? This film can be rented right now on Vimeo, so enjoy both.
Better use your compost.
When I look at compost and my future, I see Africa with enough food. I see Africa as the food store. I see Africa as the food basket.
Better use your compost.
We are using it on green pepper, bananas, some perennial crops like coffee.
And from a renewable raw material, feces.
We've had some legislation change that allows me to collect it. We've had some legislation change that allows me to treat it. And now I'm still live right now in the battle to get them to accept this is no longer waste.
Es ist schon beachtlich, dass das vor nur wenigen Wochen menschliche Scheiße war und jetzt eigentlich ein bedenkenloser Recyclingdünger ist.
Those who have had these systems installed are fine with it. They like it. They would not want to go back to flush toilet.
Dann wird das eingesaugt, wo das saubere Wasser dann weiterläuft und das Pipi und Kaka wird zu Dünger und zu Strom gemacht.
그리고 한번 이 사용을 하시면 하루에 한 번 10굴이라는 똥보리 화폐를 지급하게 되는데요. 제가 한번
Devenir une vieille dame dans un endroit où on s'occupe de sa merde, moi je trouve ça génial.
This proves it's possible to make shit into soil. There it is.
You know, for most of human history, we've been trying to figure out how to grow enough food to feed the world's population. Literally, we've been living in a food-scarce world. And when you talk to people, most people don't believe that even hunger in America is a solvable problem. Because for most of human history, it wasn't. Until now.
Members of the National Guard are being deployed across the country. 17 million more Americans could now face hunger because of the coronavirus pandemic.
More families are struggling to afford basic necessities.
There are these students making a big impact. Could they be the ones to tackle this crisis?
Tonight, young people across this country answering the call.
I think we basically had a 1 or 2 month window that we had to start this project, and if we missed that window, I think this would be a different story.
Every college student across the country was feeling the same thing. And it wasn't just hopelessness, it was feeling completely powerless.
A lot of college kids were in a similar situation of wanting to find a way to go out and help, but then not being able to leave our houses. And I almost think that this sense of not knowing, enabled people to do things that they wouldn't have otherwise.
I distinctly remember there's one image that really was the launching of this. I think it was the Pittsburgh Food Bank.
Hundreds of cars lining up for the Greater Pittsburgh Food Bank before it opened yesterday.
And it was this drone shot going over a freeway pass with miles-long lines for cars, and more than half the people were turned away that day.
You know, I had a lady here yesterday with 4 little kids in the car, and she says, I'm a waitress and I don't have any food.
Millions of children rely on their school lunches, and all of our schools closed. Those lunches don't get replaced for those students.
One of our little 12-year-old girls, it was about 10 o'clock in the morning, and this little girl fell out of her desk, passed out, scared me to death. I ran down there and to the room, and we called an ambulance. And when we revived her, we found out that she hadn't eaten in 6 days. And her last lunch was the school lunch on Tuesday. This is Monday morning at 10.
The guidance was, what can we do? It's like, you just gotta stay home, and that's the most you can do. And you honestly felt like pretty powerless and kind of helpless. And when we then saw that that crisis was happening at our local food bank, and they were gonna have to close their doors if they couldn't get more food, that's when this thing became really real for us.
My mom was sewing masks for people because there was a mask shortage. There's this PPO shortage. And so the goal at the beginning was to just help in some way.
The most amazing thing that sort of confused us, and it almost didn't know how to make sense of it, was at the same time that we were reading about these mile-long lines at food banks and these food shortages, grocery stores being out of food, we were simultaneously reading articles about farmers being forced to throw away millions and millions of pounds of food every single day. There's footage of millions of bananas going to waste, hundreds of thousands of watermelons being smashed, millions of gallons of milk being poured down the drain. And at some point, we were like, you know what, we need to do something. We can't just sit here. We just said, let's connect one farm to one food bank. I'm James, I'm a college student. I'm gonna get hung up on, how did you get my number? Who gave you this? Delete me from this list.
I just called a school bus company and was like, can we move food on the buses? They said no.
No surplus, not here.
And I hopped on Google and for 4.5 hours wrote down every farm that I could find that had been written about.
How is this possible? 75 farmers and not a single one of them has had surplus food. Talking to all these farmers, they don't have anything, and yet I'm reading of this a massive surplus.
Oh no, it's not just that this is hard, but we were actually totally wrong about this whole thing.
I mean, it just wasn't even close. Just when we were losing hope on this idea, that was when the problems started to get worse.
1/3 of college students are food insecure. I guarantee you, people don't know that.
So I'm a sophomore at UC Berkeley, and I'm studying the super niche major, honestly. I've never seen it anywhere else. It's called Society and Environment. My background is the reason I am trying to pursue anything in this environmental field. Growing up, my mom worked in the fields. You go in before sunrise and you come out after sunset. You know, they worked hard, and then there wasn't that on the table. We would walk in the neighborhood of where there was apartments, and all the apartments had giant dumpsters. So we would go look through the dumpster, and cause I was small, she'd be like, you go in there. I would, if there was unopened stuff, we would just take it, or clothes or whatever. So it was always what is this system? What the heck, you know?
I mean, food is, the most basic element for life. And the reality is that in this country, 37 million Americans don't have access to sufficient and consistent nutritious food. And I think that is like a root of a lot of our problems. We saw this article in the New York Times, and it focused in on one farmer specifically.
When you close all the restaurants, you change the whole supply chain.
He literally had to take tractors and dig a giant ditch and bury 6 million pounds of onions.
The supply chain is broken, guys. Nobody wants those onions.
If there's any chance that this idea has any hope of working, you know, we're 2 days into this, no one has replied, it is this guy. This is do or die. Picked up the phone, dialed them, and I think he just picks up the phone. Shay Myers here.
That was a really scary moment, actually. Very frustrating, very scary, and we usually know how to pivot. And in that setting, we didn't know what to do. It was just scary.
So what was interesting at the beginning when we were calling people is that we were talking to really small farms who might have been actually more successful because there was more local buying at that time. And Shay Myers was the one who told us, yes, at commercial farms, at large farms, we are struggling.
We had 2 million pounds of onions. We didn't know if we were gonna be able to find a home. James and FarmLink called, and I said, come get them, we've got 2 million pounds.
We go pick up that U-Haul, we strap this bed sheet, you know, duct taped onto the back of the side of the car. It says FarmLink. We pick up those age of students, we drive to the farm, we deliver them to the food bank.
After we got in touch with Shay, things happened very quickly. I mean, the first 2 deliveries, both with us driving the U-Haul with the eggs and the delivery from Shay, came back to back.
My name is Martha Barajas. I'm a longtime resident of Compton for 50 years. This is how I feed my family. And not only my family, I feed my neighbors and thousands of cars.
And now the produce is high in the grocery stores, you know, so to be able to come here and to receive this food is wonderful.
We had so much to learn so quickly. So I remember we got connected with another charitable food organization, and we said, hey, we see this problem that's happening across the country. We know demand has doubled. This is our organization. We're moving all this food. Is there anything that we can do to help? Because we know you guys understand this space. And I remember them kind of like looking at us, you know, like almost like laughing.
And they said, you guys can't help. Like, just keep, you know, just keep hanging out of your houses, worry about your families. We got this covered. I'm sorry, but you don't have it all handled. So if there's any small way we can help, even, you know, just locally, just let us know. But we were totally kind of brushed off.
I mean, it was a national organization with serious resources. You know, if they wanted to, they could snap their fingers and move all of this food. But yeah, they're slow to responding to it. And it wasn't just one, it was multiple organizations. Good for you guys for doing something, but you know, we'll take it from here. It really pissed me off. I remember leaving that call angry but motivated as ever that we had something to prove.
And I don't think anybody had any idea of what was gonna happen next.
This is World News Tonight with David Muir. Finally tonight here, the children teaching us what it means to be America Strong.
So someone just texted, you guys are on the world news. Immediately, everything just blew up.
ABC World News Tonight is the most watched newscast in the entire world.
Tonight, young people across this country answering the call. College students starting FarmLink, connecting farmers with food banks.
Students from all around the country started responding to our little website.
Hi FarmLink, my name is Jane.
I'm Alex. I'm Annika Patel. I'm a sophomore at Bates College.
I grew up food insecure and wanted to make sure other people didn't go food insecure.
Suddenly we had a team of 100, 150 people.
Calling thousands of farmers a day.
We're sending food from Oregon to California, all the way out to Florida. We're getting food from the East Coast.
All the adults in the world haven't figured out how to end world hunger, but these college students aren't willing to take no for an answer. Like, that gets people's attention.
I remember we had this one goal. Let's move 1 million pounds of food. And if we could do that, I mean, that would be amazing. And within 3 weeks, we'd moved 1 million pounds of food.
In a day and a half, we had $150,000 in our friend's bank account. Like, holy.
This is something much bigger than any of us realized.
Love it. Good night.
Now this is the crew I've got to work for me, and you talk about pains in the rear, we got them. And that man right there, I hadn't seen him do a day's work in 6 months, so I'd like to get him on camera for sure. How you doing, Gerald? I'm doing good right now. We're in the northeastern part of Oklahoma. We're probably 70 or 80 miles from Tulsa, but we're basically a rural area. Now that the groceries have gotten higher, our crowd's getting bigger, and it's gaining every day. We're getting more now than we were 2 months ago, just because of the price of food.
Millions of families were still flooding a charitable food system that was never designed for a crisis. At the time, we'd moved 1 million pounds of food, but the thing was, to really change things, we'd have to move 100 million pounds of food. And it was like, how are we gonna do that? Because our whole team, we're in school right now, half our team is in finals. Hey, it's been a week, we haven't moved any food. Hey, it's been 2 weeks, we haven't moved any food. Is this really gonna kind of work? It definitely settles in. Hey, we have an important role to play here, and we need to step it up, and we sort of need to put, school and life and all those other things on hold, and this is what we need to be focused on right now. And it was like, just a cascade of people who all of a sudden jumped ship and said they're all in.
The biggest thing that became interesting to me was the logistical processes that broke down as the agricultural supply chain became untethered. Whether it's going to go to waste in the field, in transition, while it's being moved to a grocery store, when it's at the grocery store, we want to make sure that farmland can capture any of that waste.
Jordan and Caroline were like superheroes. They were flying, remember I described that potato deal that took like 30 hours for us to coordinate? They were coordinating like 40 of those every week.
We worked with the Navajo Nation, and we worked in Bakersfield, in Brooklyn. We did a deal in Hawaii. We were all over.
Yeah, I got this one guy on the line. I don't remember exactly where the farm he was from. I think it was around 3,000 pounds of potatoes. This food's gonna go off and literally help thousands of people. And that was kind of like that. Oh shoot, this is the impact that this organization can have.
The missing link is just the transportation. It's the logistics to get it there. And that's what we can do. I think what we started to realize is, all of FarmLink, all the students, we were united by one mission. People were there for a lot of different reasons. I remember one student, Joe, and he's literally the most lively kid you've ever met. And I remember, we've known him now for 4 months, and we're at our end of ceremony thing, and everyone's sharing, and I remember Mark, he starts speaking, and he's so positive. Hey everyone, and he explained to us that just a few months before that, his dad passed away from COVID, and he explains this was the only thing that kept him going was FarmLink, instantly just bawling, crying.
My dad was a believer in helping people. He came from a very rough background himself, and he always believed in paying it forward in any way he could. And, it's something he instilled in me, and it was a way feeling closer to my dad, and also fighting back against what took him from me.
Even the people in the most pain right now were willing to do something to help others. And I think for a lot of people, myself included, Joe sharing that with us was just proof of how strong the bonds are.
One by one, as the world seemed to return to normal, we were seeing all these organizations that had popped up during the last 2 years start to go away.
A lot of people came together to support healthcare workers and first responders. So my line of questioning was, is this it, or are you gonna go the distance?
people kept asking us, oh, the pandemic's over, there won't be any more surplus food, right? And it's like, no, that's completely wrong. This is literally just the beginning.
It feels like we have one of the biggest opportunities to solve a major issue that I could possibly imagine, and it's right in front of us. Every single year, 30 to 40% of the food that's grown, that's quality, nutritious food, goes to waste. Doesn't even make it to the grocery stores, doesn't even make it to your table.
These 7 grains of rice represent the average amount of food someone eats in a lifetime. And then this is how much food goes to waste in America each year.
This was not a problem caused by the pandemic. These were systemic issues that were exacerbated by those conditions. And people are really starting to talk about it.
This is a tomato I bought from the grocery store. And here are 3 tomatoes that would have been thrown away on a farm. Can you spot the difference? This one here is a little too mushy. This one has a small dent in it. And this one, well, suppliers cut the contract last minute, so it has nowhere to go. And it's not just one tomato here and there. It's a whole system designed to throw away 30% of all food.
We're growing enough food to feed every person on this planet. We're growing enough food to feed the population nearly 2 times over. And I think when we started to realize, wow, this is much bigger than just the pandemic, than just responding to the crisis, we needed to bring in the big guns.
My name is Luis Fernando Yepes.
Where are you from?
I was born in Ciudad Obregón, Sonora, Mexico. I decided to join FarmLink because I believe with my whole heart that we can create a system which will allow everyone to have access to food, to make sure that we give aid to communities that have been neglected for decades. I grew up with a lot of people that even working all day, every day, they couldn't make enough to eat. I grew up with kids that their idea of lunch was to go to the fruit trees and, taking a mango to eat. I see food recovery as an arrow that is breaking new ground as it hits space. And in the FarmLink project, I saw the future. I saw the FarmLink project being the tip of that arrow.
There are people who are experts in their domain who are choosing to join FarmLink because they view it as this movement for change. We have Mike Meyer, this Texas farmer who knows U.S. agriculture like the back of his hand, and Luis Yepes, who has spent his entire life thinking about how we can rescue food throughout the supply chain. And what unites everyone is still what united us at the start. It's this feeling that we are doing something really special and something new and urgent and important.
Mike sent us this memo, and you start to go through it, and it shows us one county in Texas, and population this many people, percent food insecure, this many percent. All of a sudden, you finish this math, you follow it, and for $75,000, we can solve hunger in that county. And I remember Mike just going, we're gonna do this block by block. We're gonna do this county by county and state by state, and we actually can bring an end to this.
This was just a project to help our local food bank. And now it's grown into something that has the capacity to feed millions of people every single day with dignity.
But we can only do it if we can all work together. It's gonna take a movement of people.
FarmLink.
FarmLink. I want to give the FarmLink project a check for $15,000. Oh my God.
I've seen food waste in my entire career, and this group is tapping into something really special.
大学生が立ち上げたプロジェクト、FarmLink.
Just this week, more than 600,000 avocados distributed at FDR Park.
1 million pounds of food. Farmers and food banks telling them they are grateful.
People don't think students are really capable of anything. I'll leave this to the adults.
As of yesterday, we've saved 60 million pounds of food.
And I think what we really believed was that in times of crisis, it's young people who step up to lead.
More applause for that wonderful film, Abundance, everyone. Woo! I am so excited to talk to the leaders behind the work you just saw. I get to introduce Ben Collier, the CEO and co-founder of the FarmLink Project. Round of applause. And Mike Meyer, the head of advocacy at the FarmLink Project and a fifth-generation cattle rancher. And looking the part. I'm so excited to be up here with these two gentlemen. Thank you for all of this work. I just need you both to know how grateful I am because it's so inspiring. So I want to start with you, Ben, and just, you know, we saw some of it in the film, but can you talk about the early days of the FarmLink Project and, you know, what you were trying to overcome during this very awful pandemic?
Sure. And if anyone in the back is looking for seats, there are a ton that just opened up right up here. Please join us. Before I start, can everyone raise their hand for a second? Everyone raise your hand, please. Can you keep your hand up if you've been here for an hour, or 3 hours, or 6 hours? Because our wonderful moderator has been hosting this entire session for 9 hours. And I think that's crazy.
I'm not sure I believe him, but I also want to shout out to Mode in the back and all of the work that they've been doing for more hours than I have been here. Anyway, Ben, now I'm going to ask you a totally different question. The early days of FarmLink, you know, getting this project off the ground during the pandemic, tell me about that process. And I mean this in the best way, were you scared? I was scared when Bernie, my co-founder, and I started Food Tank.
I don't think we were scared because we had no idea what we were getting into. And when we first started calling farmers, our whole goal, as I think James said, was truly to connect one farm with one food bank. And so when we finally got through to Shay and to that egg farmer the next day, we thought, great, this is what success at FarmLink looks like. And then a month later, we'd moved 1 million pounds, and we thought, great, this could be what success looks like. And now today, we've rescued 200 million pounds of food. And I think only in the last few months have I started to really appreciate just how big I think this really could be.
Yeah.
And now it scares me, but it is coming from a really good place.
That's great. Thank you for sharing that. Can you talk a little bit more about the challenges at the very start of the pandemic and what that meant for FarmLink?
Sure. How many people here, just nod, understand the difference between a food bank and a food pantry? Because I didn't. And a food bank, there are hundreds of food banks around the country, and they are basically distribution centers. They can take tens, hundreds of thousands of pounds of food, they mix it into smaller quantities, and then they send those to community-level organizations like food pantries, church groups, after-school programs, nonprofits of any form. And what we didn't know entering this space was the food banking level is surprisingly territorial and regionalized and isolative. And what that meant was, at the start of the FarmLink project, people didn't really want to work with FarmLink. The first time I spoke with a food bank, we had access to 30 truckloads of cucumbers that were going to go to waste. It was a pickling farmer, and nobody was turning cucumbers into pickles in May of 2020. And we spoke with them, and they said, a local food bank is taking 5 truckloads. Can you find a home for the other 25? We said, absolutely, and then the local food bank called and said, this is our farmer, this is our territory. You can donate to us, but you need to back off. And they then called the farmer with me on the phone and said, these kids are scamming you, and hung up. And 1 million pounds of cucumbers went to waste. And that is not a reflection of how I see the food banking space today, but it is indicative of why there's a lot of tension and what we came into. And today, that industry is so much more collaborative than it was 3 years ago, and it still has so much room to grow. But if we're going to succeed, it means being able to work with every food bank, because that's the only way we can really reach every community. And that's been our focus since that cucumber story.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. I know these obstacles are hard to talk about, but we learn so much from the problems, at least I do. Mike, I want to hear your story. How did you get involved with FarmLink?
Okay, so y'all heard I'm a 5-generation rancher right down the road in Marlin, Texas. Everybody will describe me as I am a student of big ag and big charity. And I was in the Feeding America Network when the Young People of FarmLink started. I was the general manager of the Texas Produce Co-op, which was the largest produce co-op in the Feeding America Network. James called me in the very early part, and he said, this is what we're trying to do. And I said, fantastic. I said, we need everybody we can get. We have never seen anything like this before in commercial ag or in this country. So come on. I might have been one of 3 friendly voices to this group in the hunger fighting charity complex. Okay? So I watched them grow. They have some incredibly brilliant foundation principles, and I hope that Ben shares them with y'all. But if we don't get to it, stop us when we get out of this room. And about a year and a half ago, I was like, I think I've accomplished everything I wanted to in Texas. It's getting kind of small. Let's go to FarmLink and let's see how big we can really get this thing going. And we've done okay. So.
Okay, yeah, you've done okay. Better than okay. Mike, I want to ask you, were you skeptical of these young people?
Oh, no, okay. I have said this before. They are incredibly brave. My youngest son was an athlete at one of the Texas universities. Those kids who were probably so incredibly well-nourished were sent home and said hide. And these group of young people, I have described it as before, that it wasn't quite like they charged hell with a bucket of water, but it wasn't that far off. And those of us that were in the hunger fighting charity fight already, we were paid to be there. And these young people just went after it.
I love it. These incredible young people are so brave. And so, Ben, obviously abundance covers the early days of FarmLink. Where are y'all now with everything? What's happening?
The last couple years have been really exciting, and there's been a ton of growth. We finished this story that you just saw a little over a year ago. We just recovered our 100 millionth pound of food, and last year alone we recovered 110 million pounds of food. And that is, no, clap later, it's fine. But it's still just scratching the surface of what's possible. And those of you waiting in line for beans, did you guys know that there is so much surplus of many types of produce that it literally can't be sold? Because if it's sold, it'll tank the price of that produce. For instance, right now, we know there are 100 million pounds of surplus potatoes in North America. We think there are 1 billion pounds of surplus potatoes in North America. And those can't be sold. And so what happens is, well, the USDA, the federal program, has certain funds allocated towards, in moments where this industry says, help, we're underwater, buying that food from the farmers and expecting them to figure out a way to donate it, to figure out a way to process it, turn those potatoes into flour, or sometimes it just goes to waste. And what we saw that there's never existed in the history of food banks is the ability to take tens of millions, hundreds of millions of pounds of a single type of surplus produce and effectively get that to communities around the country. Last July, we got to show this film in Congress, which was the second most impressive crowd we've ever shown it in front of. And there, the National Association of State Departments of Agriculture, NASDA, I think NASA is here, but NASDA saw it, Mike presented to them, and the West Virginia Department of Agriculture followed up with us. And they said, we have 12 growers who just lost their contracts. 12 growers, 40 million apples, nowhere to go. We have the money to help the farmers harvest the food. We have no way of getting it to communities around the country. Can you help us? So the local food banks got their fill. They recovered about 50 of the 400 truckloads of apples. I'm a little bit rounding here. And then they said, FarmLink, you're up. And over the next 6 weeks, we delivered almost 40 million apples to 120 different communities around 20 different states. And it was 3 times larger than the largest moment of collective produce recovery that the food banking industry has ever taken on. And what that shows is that this industry is capable of so much more than it's historically been able to take on. So these huge moments of produce surplus, it's almost been a given for decades that that just goes to waste. And what we want to show with Feeding America, with the hundreds of non-Feeding America food banks, and the thousands of community-level organizations that can be a part of this as well, is if we can create the connectivity between all of them, the funds to get the food there, and the transportation to actually deliver it, that food will get there. And that is what we believe FarmLink's greatest purpose can be for this industry.
It's amazing. Round of applause for that. To create this incredible opportunity, you needed folks like Mike. And Mike, I want to ask you what it will take to scale this work.
Okay, so to scale this work, right? So and to give you an idea exactly what the scale was, right? We needed to move 350 truckloads of apples in about 5 weeks. Okay, if you just back the math out, we need to move about 10 loads a day.
10 loads is almost 500,000 pounds of apples.
500,000 pounds a day. Now, in the scheme of things for commercial ag, that is actually a small number, okay? So for commercial ag, it's like 10 loads a day, no problem. We'll do that by 9:30. Okay, now, to talk about the hunger fighting charity complex, specifically the food banks for a moment. The local food banks told the West Virginia Department of Ag, we'll take 3 loads a week. We needed to move 10 loads a day. So one of the beautiful principles of FarmLink is that we do not stop at the food bank. We go to those hunger fighting charities. We arrange distributions with them. If you go to the FarmLink website, you will see another film. If you Google National Public Radio, they did a news report on this, okay, and what is going on there. Okay, so, and now, so to scale, the other thing with the local hunger fighting charities, they don't usually get produce like this, straight from the orchard, straight from the farms. It usually goes through a fairly convoluted distribution system, so that when it gets to them, it may only have 2 or 3 days worth of shelf life left. And we want really fresh produce getting to those that we serve. So the model is incredibly efficient. And then the other thing is FarmLink charges no fees to any charity. It may surprise y'all that in the food banking network, fees are charged to the local pantries for the food they hand out. And those local pantries have to fundraise to be able to buy that food. FarmLink, we say, here it comes. The freshest produce you can imagine. When do you want it? We will get it there, and it'll be free. So if you were running those pantries, you would say, I'm ready, let's go.
Yeah.
So scaling is actually pretty easy.
That's great. That's great to hear. Thank you for that. I wanted, and Ben already talked about this a little bit earlier, the partnerships that have happened because of this and sort of the allies that have come aboard. Anyone unusual that you didn't expect who's become part of the FarmLink family?
Unusual? Well, one of the coolest opportunities was 6 months in, I was a college student. Chipotle reaches out to us and says, we want to do a roundup campaign for you. So anyone who buys a burrito, they can round up to the next dollar for 2 months. And if they do, that money goes to FarmLink. And just like that, $1.5 million came our way. And they've done that every year since then. And yeah, for Chipotle. And on top of that, we've had support from a lot of the biggest farms and growers and distributors within this industry. And then so many of the partners that are adjacent to food. I mean, Google and the Google Food Lab. Kroger has been a huge supporter. In the first year, Uber, which has a trucking part of Uber, same deal. You say this truck needs to go from here to here, and it needs to be refrigerated. They connect you with a driver. Uber had this Move What Matters campaign where they said, anything you move on our platform for the next $1 million, free. And we didn't really know at that point exactly how to do the logistics as well as possible. So it gave us this sandbox within which to learn a lot. And I think without a lot of those partners, seeing FarmLink, seeing the story that it was and the opportunity it could be, especially early on in the pandemic when so many people were just looking for something to cheer for, a bunch of kids taking on hunger was a pretty good bet.
Yeah, absolutely. Please, you go.
Okay, so I'm going to brag about the FarmLink folks real quick. They work with all the national charities and the international charities. Who are they? Salvation Army, World Vision, Feeding America, Feed the Children, Midwest Food Bank, Society of St. Andrews. So the young people at FarmLink are changing and for the positive and creating a very collaborative spirit amongst the hunger-fighting charities. And these hunger-fighting charities are starting to look beyond their silos.
Thank you so much. I want to talk about some of those big charities because, and so many of them, I love them. I love a lot of the folks who are working at big organizations in the anti-hunger space and the food recovery space. But there are challenges because they are big and they might look at you as this big competitor now. And I wonder how you navigate these, what can be very tense relationships.
Very delicately. Feeding America is the largest charity in the country, or top 3. And there's 200 Feeding America food banks. And like I said, there are hundreds of non-Feeding America food banks. If we're gonna reach everybody we can, food needs to go to Feeding America and outside of that network at the same time. And so for us, it's been really important as we build these relationships to acknowledge where are there restrictive, isolative, combative relationships that exist, and how can we show FarmLink's only intention is to support these existing organizations.
Yeah.
And so actually we pivoted a year into FarmLink. We were being given a lot of money at the start of the pandemic to buy food from farmers and then donate that to food banks. And what we realized was we were paying 6 cents, 8 cents, 10 cents a pound for food. Every food bank in the country has a budget to pay for their fresh produce because they don't have the capacity to source from these huge farms in the way that FarmLink can. And so we couldn't confirm that FarmLink wasn't just buying the food banks were otherwise going to have access to. And so a year in, we said, all right, we're pivoting. If a farmer can sell their food anywhere, to a food bank, to someone that's going to turn their strawberries into popsicles, great. And if they can't, which happens to 100 billion pounds of food a year, we want to be the safety net below that. And so I spoke with a farmer that grows tomatoes for Chipotle. They spent $15,000 to throw away a truckload of tomatoes. And so FarmLink can take away the transportation costs, the dump fees, make that zero, and then allow them to access the tax benefits that come when they donate that food. There's thousands to over $10,000 of a financial swing there, and we're not competing with food banks.
Yeah.
And I think working as much as we can to ensure that whatever we're doing is additive to all of these communities, it's just really driven us to be as good as we can be.
I love that you used the word additive, and that's what you've all been doing, and it's been so wonderful to watch this story unfold. I wonder what your thoughts are around how you see, young people continuing to change this movement, this food recovery movement, this, donation charity movement. How do you both, and maybe you go first and sort of see what, talk about what you've seen, and then we'll turn to you.
So clearly I'm not the typical farm linker. Just so y'all know, if you're doing the math, I'm 3 times the average age of a farm linker. Okay, but FarmLink has this wonderful college and university intern program, and we bring in 30 to 50 young people every semester. And they can either kind of go work in the food pipeline or the policy pipeline or the advocacy pipeline or sustainability, and they can kind of decide and do that. And then FarmLink has a few paid intern positions, and they get placed. So to keep the young people involved, FarmLink has this very aggressive outreach program to colleges and universities. And if you know young people, you should encourage them. Because again, I would say we need every smart person we can get.
We've had 700 students involved with FarmLink since 2020. And thanks. And there's so many stories of students that said, I wanted to go do this, and now I'm going to do that, whether it's in sustainability or policy or food itself. And all of them now go into the world with a deeper understanding of climate and food and hunger and the needs and intricacies in between. And we talk about a lot how we think the greatest legacy of FarmLink, beyond the food that we move, is going to be the impact that those hundreds and soon to be thousands of students are going to go on to have, being in the world, knowing how important and how much potential there is to make a change in this space.
It's such an inspiration, and you've done so much good work to inspire other young people. I'm wondering what advice you have for them. I mean, you sort of described it, but what advice do you both have for young people who are, maybe it's not food recovery, maybe it's another issue that they feel very passionately about in food and agriculture. What's your advice to just, get started?
I can go. We revisited FarmLink's values a few months ago, and this was a long process. The whole point is to come to something that actually feels like it was built by the team, and so it naturally took us forever. But the first one is forever students, and the whole premise around that is we asked so many questions at the start of FarmLink, and the most common question was just why? Because we knew nothing, and a lot of the things that didn't initially make sense to us, we asked why. And the conclusion we came to is that that's the way it's always been, should never be an answer to the question why.
Yeah.
And often, the greatest solutions and the strongest ideas that FarmLink came up with came when someone in the industry said, well, that's the way it's always been. And focusing on those areas were the places we started and the places we continue to dive deeper into.
I love it. Keep asking why. Mike, I feel like you're underplaying your role here a little bit.
Mike always talks about FarmLink and says, you guys or these young kids.
Because I'm not young anymore, obviously. But I do want to say that mentors played such a huge role in my life, and I'm forever, ever grateful to them. And I want to talk to you a little bit about that. You're gaining so much being a mentor. I'm going to cry. You're gaining so much being a mentor, I'm sure, but you're giving so much back to these wonderful young folks.
Can I just say before Mike answers, I had to be in Texas for a few different events last March, and Mike said, come live on my ranch, and in 3 weeks I'll teach you what it would take to learn in a year in ag school. And he had me, I'd love it to give a round of applause to Mike. And I wanted to bring my dog, so I drove out to Texas from LA, and within an hour of getting here, he had me at a boot barn, and within an hour after that, he had me on a horse for the first time. Within a week, he had me up at 5 a.m. herding cattle with a bunch of cowboys, and I did not belong there. But Mike has been such a mentor, and there's not a single person at FarmLink who's my age or above his that wouldn't say they learned so much from him every single day. So you can answer that question now.
Okay, well, that's nice. And he did great. He did great. And this is what I would tell you. It's like how to get involved, right? Okay, unfortunately, it's my generation, the baby boomers, that is leaving y'all all of this mess. We did not inherit this mess. We did not inherit a planet that was polluted. We did not inherit incredible debt, and we didn't fix it. Okay, so I have thought for about 30 years, I'm going to do my small part on the ranch and try not to add to the problems. But I would urge y'all to get involved because you're going to be involved anyway. And that's kind of the bad news. The climate is changing rapidly. You've heard a lot of brilliant people up here today talk about how they're adjusting their agriculture to the challenges that they face. And I'm thinking that y'all are here today because you want to be involved, and then just be like these guys. Just jump in, and you will find friends, and if you can't find friends, call us, and we will be your friend.
I don't know what else more to say. These people inspire me more than I can ever tell you. I am so proud of just knowing you both and the work that you've been able to do over the last several years. Thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing abundance with us. Please give them a round of applause. So we just have a couple more panels before we have a full screening of the documentary Common Ground, which you heard a little bit about earlier, followed by a discussion with the filmmakers behind it. So please stay with us. There's food, there's drink. You really can't leave. I won't let you. I'll stop you. There's cocktails, everyone, cocktails. I want to thank some of our other in-kind partners for making this reception possible, including Swig Cheese House, Nyman Ranch, Tarali, Simply, Farmhouse Delivery, Riverence Trout, Beans' House, Certified Origins, Wyman's Makers, Mark, everyone, and Bonterra Organic Vineyards. Please give it up for all of these companies and their amazing staff who have made today possible. You've been hydrated, you've been fed. I can't thank them enough for being here. We're now going to have a fireside chat about how we nourish the next generation of eaters in a way that heals both people and the planet. It is my distinct pleasure, and I love this woman so much. And I always mess up her name, and she can physically harm me on stage. But Dr. Shata Chakraborty is the CEO of We Don't Have Time North America. She is a heroine, everyone, so please check out We Don't Have Time. They are doing great work. And joining her for the panel, please welcome Oliver and Simon English, the filmmakers behind the new documentary, Feeding Tomorrow, which was released at the end of January. And while they're settling in and I get off the stage, you get to see a trailer of the film. Thank you, everyone.
Music, they say, is the universal language. I think food is. Food is the one global unifier. Everybody can sit down around a table and enjoy good food.
I'm most fearful that our children won't have the opportunity to experience that.
As a species, what are we doing with our time? How are we consuming this planet?
50% of the planet's habitat is gone because of our agriculture.
People don't have a connection to what food really is and where it really comes from.
To scale our current consumption to 10 billion people is simply manifestly impossible. We don't have the arable land for that. We don't have water resources. In other words, we will be forced to change direction.
So in the food movement, the critical thing is connecting the dots between all of these different issues: health, food access, the environment.
This system over here is going to produce food, fuels, medicines, and fibers in perpetuity forever, while increasing the fertility of the soil, increasing the biodiversity. And do you hear the toads creaking off in the background? I hope you do. And the toads are eating my pests.
As a hospital system, we should be leaders in what healthy food looks like. We believe food is medicine in that it can prevent disease, or if you do have a disease, it can reverse it.
We believe that if we connect the learning around food and nutrition to other learning, that it will stick more, and that we will have folks when they leave here who are more likely to make stronger choices around the food that they consume.
We need to begin to investigate every aspect of our lives. And let's start with what's on the plate tonight for dinner.
Thank you for making it to the end of Food Tank's evening, an all day of programming on all things food. It's amazing to see you all bring the energy. We're about to close out with an amazing panel. I am so thrilled to have with me Brothers English. I don't think I've described you as Brothers English. I say it in my head a lot, and I say it to friends.
Our mom calls us that.
And okay, oh great, awesome. Just like your mom, I'm just like your mom. So
a much cooler version.
We have Oliver, who's a filmmaker, chef, and food advocate. And we have Simon, who is a film director, editor, and cinematographer. And together, these two have done some incredible filmmaking around Feeding Tomorrow. That's the name of their documentary. The reason I was so excited about moderating this panel in particular is because I had the privilege of actually talking to these two just before the launch of this film, before Sundance Film Festival, at Sundance Film Festival. And the documentary launched shortly thereafter. So what I would like to do to bridge the conversation from then to now is to actually start at the end of it a little bit. Where are we now? And as you mull that over, how it's been doing since its launch, I'm just gonna ask everyone who's outside to consider coming in and taking these seats, because this is a discussion and panel not to be missed. And the food will still be there, I promise you. Please come in and fill out the room. This is an amazing duo that will tell us all about how their film has been doing since Sundance. Please.
Thank you, Shetla. Good to see you. We were told that you weren't going to show up, so the last-minute arrival is very exciting. So thank you very much. Great to see you. Since launching, we are very pleased to say that we are on Apple TV, Amazon Prime, and Google Play. Within the first couple weeks, we hit number 7 on Apple TV documentaries, which is amazing. Thank you. We are also proud to say that we're going to be going into every single New York City public school and also a bunch of airlines in the coming weeks and months. And it's exciting because it shows us and it tells us that people are really, dare I say, hungry for this message. And people are willing and able and excited to talk about the future of food in a really positive way. And the way that it's been received really recommends and suggests that to us. So we're just getting started, but we're really excited.
Okay, love that. Simon, how's it been for you? This is a big deal. This is a film that you released literally at Sundance, just a couple days after that, to Amazon Prime for the world to see. How's it been since releasing this?
Crazy. I've had friends reach out, random people I've never met reach out. I'm like, how'd you get my number? It's wild. I mean, this was my baby. I was working on this in my room, just next to my bed in a coffee shop in the corner, and to see it, on Apple TV at number 7, just 2 days into its release was just like absolutely, it blew my mind, and I still don't really think it's real. And it's amazing that it's out.
Okay, that's amazing. Well, as somebody who is horizontal to your mother, apparently, I don't know how I feel about random people reaching out.
Our mom's very cool, by the way, so it's a good compliment.
Oliver, tell us a little bit, for those who haven't seen this yet or are hearing about it for the first time, which probably isn't this audience, but give us a little backstory. Let us know what inspired you to pursue this journey for Feeding Tomorrow.
Absolutely. And so Simon and I grew up in the restaurant business. Our parents are chefs, they met at cooking school, and we grew up working in restaurants our whole lives. As the oldest child in the Italian restaurant family, it was kind of on my shoulders to go into the family business, and eventually I grew into a role designing, developing, and opening restaurants all around the world, in Asia, in the Middle East, the Caribbean. And 7 years ago, I was living and working in Abu Dhabi to open a new restaurant. And about halfway through the meal, I ordered a big steak frites, big side salad, all this food. I looked down at all this food I was eating, and I thought to myself, wait a minute, where'd all this food come from? How'd it get here? And I asked our chef to come out, and we ended up having a long conversation about where each one of the ingredients came from and how they got there. Ended up being 10 plus ingredients from 6 countries. We talked about the boats, planes, and trains it took to get there, the environmental impact that had on the planet. And after this whole conversation, I realized that I had never asked the question, where does food come from? Despite having this whole background in food in the restaurant business. And I realized in that moment that I was so incredibly disconnected. And I got back to New York and I started asking some friends, like, hey guys, where do you think the blueberries are from? And the answer was, oh, the grocery store. And I was like, there is a bigger disconnect here. A few months later, I was down in the Bahamas opening another restaurant, and I sought out a local farmer to get produce for the restaurant. And I ended up meeting this amazing farmer named Sakane, who had a love and passion and joy for food and farming. He shared with me that the weather patterns he grew up with are so different from the ones today that he doesn't know what to plant, that he was one of the first people in his family to go plant-based and one of the only ones to not develop a chronic disease. And we looked into the distance, we saw trash fires. And I said, Sakane, what's that? He said, there used to be 12,000 farms in the Bahamas, now there are 1,200. Everything is industrialized in the US, shipped in on styrofoam, wrapped in plastic. They send it to the landfill and they burn it. And despite all these challenges he was facing, he had a joy and a passion for food and a deep understanding of how deeply interconnected our food system is with all aspects of our lives. And I was so inspired by meeting him that I called Simon, who was at the New York Film Academy, and he goes, let's film an interview with him. I was like, I have no idea how to do that. I don't even know where to start. What do you mean? And Simon, in his wisdom, said, we'll figure it out. I know how to do it. And we started filming interviews with farmers. And we were so blown away, and we thought, more people need to meet farmers. Why aren't farmers the celebrities in our society? And what role does our food system play in solving the interconnected challenges we face, from health to our environment to society at large? And that was the beginning of Feeding Tomorrow. And that was 7 years ago, and we haven't looked back since.
Okay, well, last time I asked, that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that, firstly. last time I asked Simon what it's like working with his brother, and I don't think I gave Oliver fair, ample time to respond, so I'm gonna switch it. So you can think about your response, Oliver, while I come to Simon first. And I'm gonna ask you, there were so many stories you could have told as a filmmaker. And obviously we understand the backstory a little bit, but tell us from your perspective why you chose food, and really why you chose the nexus of food and health, and really where the last name that everybody's scratching their heads if they don't know kind of tends to come from, which explains also your relationship to food from such an early age. Your entire family has been really involved and engaged in this, so you've really had that privilege of firsthand experience. How did all of that inform you and your journey to making this documentary?
Oh boy. I think I said this last time we spoke, but when I was in the 5th grade, I saw the film An Inconvenient Truth. And that was like one of the first times I really realized that the grown-ups weren't taking care of the planet in the way that I thought they were. And I really, since that day in the 5th grade, I've just the climate anxiety I've felt and the hopelessness I've felt and the hopelessness that a lot of people in my generation feel was just so overwhelming that I knew that I had to do something. I couldn't just sit in that anxiety. So I've always loved filmmaking. I was making films with my friends. It's the classic story. I was playing with my dad's VHS camera and, playing with army men and, setting them up and reenacting movies. And I had a camera and I was in a lot of kitchens and it seemed like the very natural step. And I knew that food has such an incredible impact on our environment and it also can be used as a vehicle to fix climate change. It was just a very natural and organic, yeah. So.
And your dad was cool with that?
What?
Your dad was cool with that?
My dad was very cool with it. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Cool dad.
Cool dad.
For so many
yeah.
reasons.
Yeah.
Oliver, what was it
Shut
like
up.
working? What was it like working with your brother?
Oh man, I feel honored and privileged every day to be able to work with my brother. And people ask us this all the time, and the truth is that we have very, very complementary skill sets. If you were to look at it from a restaurant perspective, as we might, I am the front of house and Simon is the back of house. And together, we create this sort of creative energy and force that we share a common vision and a common mission, but we do completely different things. I can barely even turn on a camera, to be honest with you. And Simon would not want to be the one talking and schmoozing all the time if he could avoid it.
I'm so nervous up here right now.
But again, if you asked me to put the settings on a camera, there's no way I could even begin. Simon is a wizard. Likewise, I do all of the producing and the executive producing and that whole side of it. So we have a shared vision, a shared mission, and a shared passion, and a very complementary set of skills. So we don't even really step on each other's toes that much. We barely even argue, and if we do, it's kind of silly. So I feel lucky and blessed every day that I get to work with my brother. It's truly just a joy, and it makes what we do so much more special and impactful.
Okay, family gold standards, we get it. This is amazing. So let's see a little example of what you put together. With that, if I can cue this clip that we've chosen to show you all today.
All right. Take the chairs, keep the chairs.
My dad was diagnosed in 2002. The wonderful medical team who took care of him cautioned, that he may not see my daughter's kindergarten graduation. At that time, I thought, okay, we have to make this better food available. I began researching like crazy, looking at all the pathways, particularly to pancreatic cancer. What gene expressions can you impact with food? How could I now help my dad set himself up to prevent a recurrence? came up with a list of foods that we knew can definitely impact the outcomes. For cancer, many of the foods were exactly the same as what fuels elite athletes. We're just beginning to understand, what the rainbow offers. We know orange vegetables give beta-carotene and lutein and zeaxanthin, which help with our eyes. The whites, like the mushrooms, cordyceps, lion's mane, chaga, shiitake, maitake, give us great antibacterial properties and great for our immune system. The reds with tomatoes with lycopenes and preventing prostate cancer. This was a real opportunity for me to take my sports nutrition hat and now put it toward cancer. I became very interested and I dove into our contracts to understand how can we get better food and how can we provide that food as a healing, delicious meal that tells you we care. St. Joe sits on 365 acres here in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and we asked if we could take 25 of those acres and return them back to farmland. So we used draft horses and we plowed the land. We purchased our first hoop house in April of 2010, and then a second one in September. And we hired a farmer. We were the first hospital in the United States to have a farm that paid a farmer living wages, and we are able to connect that food that we grow to our patients.
Really, the future of healthcare looks like having more healthcare providers who wear big straw hats. It's an idea of I get to smile with people, I get to share my passion for local food, we can eat together, which is just the basis of feeling good.
The difference between purchasing from a small-scale farm like the farm at St. Joe's and an industrial-sized farm that uses glyphosates in their soil is the micronutrient composition difference. Having a farm on a hospital campus definitely speaks to who we are, that we are going to walk the talk, that we believe food is medicine and that it can prevent disease, or if you do have a disease, it can reverse it. Started our farmers market in the hospital lobby, and the first one was sold out in minutes. So there was a demand there. Our employees were very responsive to letting food be medicine and learning about the basic tenets of how to heal and how to get better. My father's story truly changed my belief and passion for what our nutrition can do, what the power of plants are. I'm so passionate about it because I've been at the Olympic Games where athletes have won gold. I've been with athletes who have hoisted the Stanley Cup. I was with my dad crossing 26.2 miles from somebody who never ran before after having pancreatic cancer. And him not only being a survivor, but a thriver. You know, he just feels amazing. And he just had his 82nd birthday.
All right. A little applause is well deserved. You can get a glimpse of what the documentary is like. How many of you have seen the documentary? Let's see a show of hands. Well, okay.
A lot of opportunity for
A
improvement
lot of
here.
opportunity.
A lot of new viewers I see in this room.
Who is going to watch the documentary? Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Who's going to tell all their friends about it? Hey, there we go.
Don't do another one.
Now we're
And
talking.
where are all the places
That's
you can
enough.
watch it? Let's just plug that while we're
Apple-
on the topic.
Okay, well, Apple TV, Amazon Prime, and Google Play.
Prime Video.
Prime Video.
Okay, so we saw a segment, and you're in for a treat when you watch the rest of the documentary. I was able to finally watch the whole thing too, and there's so many things I want to give away, but I will restrain myself. But we can talk about this, right? So why did you choose this segment in particular to share with this audience?
Yeah. I think when we started this documentary, you know, we were asking a lot of questions, and we were wondering, with all of these challenges we face, health epidemics, climate change, environmental destruction, inequality, is it some like future technology that we haven't yet discovered that's going to save us? Is it some future pill? Like, what is it? And what we realized in making this film is that we have all the solutions already. We know how to fix agriculture. We know how to provide healthy, nutritious food to members of all communities. We know how to improve healthy food access and healthy food justice through providing food through school programs. And this clip proves that. This school farm is not rocket science. Everyone's heard the phrase, you know, let thy food be thy medicine. And that has been true in cultures and amongst people for hundreds of years, thousands of years, all around the world. And this farm, again, not rocket science, a smallholder, organic, regenerative farm on the grounds of a hospital, providing nutrient-dense food for members of this hospital, helping to heal cancer and other ailments. This is powerful. This is real. This has been there for years. So many of the challenges that we face already have working solutions. And our goal and our vision and our mission in sharing this film was to show all of us that we already have the solutions. Now we need to scale the solutions. We need the food and the food system and the solutions that we talk about to be at the forefront of every conversation in schools, in the policy conversation, at restaurants, throughout society. And so what we're trying to do is to create mass systemic awareness so that everybody in this room and everyone that we're talking to is talking about food and the food system as the most powerful vehicle for change that we have right now on this planet, from an environmental perspective, from a health perspective, and from a societal perspective. And a hospital farm in the Midwest is just one example that we talk about of the solutions that we have already.
It's so smart. Go ahead, Simon.
What he said, that was
He concurs. Good.
like watching the clock go down. I'm like,
We got time, don't worry. We always have time to talk about this. It is so important that we are able to draw people in where they care, whether it's health or environment or social issues, but bringing them into the bigger picture, which is the planet is warming, and that's going to change every aspect of our lives and every decision we make. And it's really brilliant you're doing this. And you must know that a lot of other those that are in the public space and have platforms are similarly talking about food and health. So it's very much a collective effort to reach audiences all over the United States, all over the world. I just came from my panel with Jane Fonda, who was here for South by Southwest, and she said exactly what you just said, right? So you are doing what those are preaching, are saying that needs to be done. You're actually doing it, and it's incredible. And one thing I know is important to both of you is to not reach those who already know, right? But to actually get to those audiences through various platforms and through where they care about these issues. Why is it so important for you to not be preaching to the choir? Why is it important to reach new audiences?
because everyone who's already, in the choir is already on board, and we're not going to get anything done with the people that are already into this. We need to reach out to people who have no idea about these issues and convince them to make a change, because that's the majority of the people on this planet, and it's going to take every single one of us. So if we're just barking up our tree, then we're not going to get very far.
how would you handle that question? Why is it so important to reach audiences? And I'm saying that it's a little bit to say that I've been working in climate for years now, but I've only seen movement once you bring in the Brothers English, once you bring in the Jane Fondas, once you bring in like the Swift effect. Quite honestly, we know that people resonate with those that they trust, that they're entertained by, and the restaurants that they go to, and the brands that they recognize. And there's science behind this. This is behavioral science. How much are you going to listen to the person who's communicating to you? And so that's why you have such a critical role to play. And that's why I'm so pleased to see the increased numbers of influencers, celebrities, church leaders, soccer coaches, what have you, but trusted people in various communities to send these messages out there. So in that regard.
Shata, will you come everywhere with us? You're amazing. I think, just come everywhere with us. You're amazing. You know, when we first met that Bahamian farmer, you know, I asked Sakani, who had this deep wisdom and joy, like I said, I asked him, Sakani, how do we get people to change? And he said, no one likes when you point a finger at them and tell them that what they've been doing is bad, what they've been eating is bad, and that they're part of the problem. You have to grab their hand and say, come on, take a walk with me. Let's see what we discover. And that's how we approached this film. We actively avoided topics and subjects that people were just gonna immediately turn off and shut off by. We realized that filmmaking is a powerful source of soft power. And hard power is when you get people to change by force. You point a gun at them, you have more money, more weapons, more guns, and it's by way of force. Soft power, like the restaurant business, is showing people a better, alternative, happier, healthier, more equitable way of being, and making them feel like they want to change because of a new, better way of thinking and being. That's why films are so powerful in this movement. That's why restaurants and hospitality are so powerful in this movement. They have the capacity to plant the seed, forgive my food puns, I say a lot of them. They have the ability to plant the seed, show people a different way of being, and instill in them the possibility, the idea that they want to be part of that change. Not because they're told to, but because they want to. Because they have a parent or a child who is experiencing diabetes or obesity, or they have a parent or child who has had cancer, or they have seen environmental destruction in their own neighborhood. They have seen these challenges up front and say, there is a new way, there is a better way, and I want to be part of that change. So this is going to take all of us, and that's what this movement's about.
Okay, so I've asked you this before, so I already kind of know the answer in advance. But I'm going to take it a little bit further and challenge you to think about what surprised you in the making of this documentary. No, so not what did you learn through the making of this, because of course you're going to put the assumption for you are going to learn something. The whole point of this was to explore human behavior and what makes people tick and how to really message in a way that resonates so people come on board and they care about the food that they're eating and the bigger picture of climate. But what surprised you? I'm sure there's some surprises here. Maybe some you're not allowed to talk about, but have another glass of wine and maybe we'll come back to it.
I've had enough, thank you. I'll kick it off? Man, I think what surprised me is that, it's not as if the people in our film started with a tremendous amount of resources. They didn't start with huge amounts of money or huge grants or trust funds. These are people who, in their small corner of the world, in their schools, in their hospitals, in their farms, went out and said, the system is broken, and I'm gonna go ahead and create a new model that works. I'm gonna go ahead with the limited resources that I have and show people that there is a different way to grow food in holistic regenerative systems. We're going to show people that there is a new way to think about holistic health by building hospital farms. There is a new way to think about education, where you bring in healthy local food from regenerative farms in the region, where you teach nutrition and you have scratch kitchen programs. And that to me is deeply, deeply inspiring. Because what it says is, all of us have tremendous power in our daily lives, through the companies we work at, through the food that we purchase, through how we vote with our dollar and how we vote with our vote, to make a positive change in the world. And no one's coming to save us. No one's coming to save us. However, when all of us stand up as a united voice and decide that we're gonna go ahead and make a change in our community, in our company, then that is a powerful truth. And that surprised me. What surprised me is the individual power that we all have to make change and the collective power that we all have to make change.
Faith in humans. Okay. What surprised you? You had a few minutes to think about it.
I shouldn't have let him go first. Like, shoot. He's hitting all the things I was going to say. Yeah, I mean, just the ability these amazing people, like these people in our film, and when you watch it, which you will, these people are doing these amazing things, camera on or camera off, and they've been doing it for 30 plus years before we even showed up. So just like the breadth of amazing people who are really who really care and are actually getting up out of bed and trying to make the world a little bit better. It's just so inspiring, and it's just like, like Oliver said, no one's going to save us except ourselves. So I was just so surprised by how amazing everyone was.
Okay, so it's incredible that people have humanity, that they're willing to put in the work, that they're willing to learn, they're willing to do their part to overcome some of the big challenges we have, big global challenges we have around food security and health and all of the different places that a warming planet creates nexus. What do you hope the audience will take away from all of this?
The power of one. Mark Shepard, the main farmer in our film, we asked every person in this film, all right, I like it. We asked every person in this film, how do you make change? And Mark Shepard, the main farmer in our says, believe, quote, to emphasize my point, thank you. He says, quote, believe in the power of one. Believe in the power of one. And a quick story, when I was working in the restaurant business, we had this rule. And an older manager told me about it when I was a little bit younger, and he said, if someone comes in and makes a comment, why'd you take the salmon off the menu? Why do you still have plastic straws? Whatever it was. We assumed that maybe 15 to 20 people were thinking it. But maybe someone didn't want to say it because they didn't want to cause a fuss. If 2 people made that comment, we would make a note in a little book. If 3 people made that same comment, we would make that change. And we, as a small business, we grew up in a family restaurant business, if we as a business depended on our consumers for our survival, grocery stores depend on their consumers, politicians respond to and eventually listen to their constituents, and even big corporations eventually listen to consumers if there are enough people saying, we want to do things differently. So in every way that we can, when we decide to go to the farmer's market, when we decide to support local, when we decide to support organic and regenerative agriculture, when we decide to compost, when we decide to grow food and flowers in our front yards, we are saying that we believe in the power of one. And when we believe in the power of one and we share that power with our network and our friends and our family, we are a collective force for good in the world. And in healthy farming systems, the healthiest farming systems have plants and trees and animals and biodiversity and are focusing on the entire health of the ecosystem through time. And what I love about Food Tank, and I've told this to Danny and Bernie and Kenzie and the whole team and Shutta, is that the people in this room represent an ecosystem. The people in this room, farmers, environmentalists, filmmakers, entrepreneurs, people who love food, we are a collective ecosystem. And we grow together when our voice is united. So when we stand up and in the small way that we can in our corner of the world decide to support a food system that is healthier and more regenerative, we can create a massive, massive momentum of change. Massive. So believe in the power of one. Believe in the power of one.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Simon this first, and then I'm gonna go to you, Oliver.
I get so nervous when you say my name.
You have a friend in me, or a mom, whatever. Anyway.
Just don't ask me to edit anything or film anything ever.
What do you got? What do we got?
So, I'm a behavioral scientist. We've been down this road before, and I can't help but ask this line of questioning because it's about communicating, obviously. I'm a big fan of communication and using various vehicles for communicating, whether it's broadcast, whether it's audio, whether it's visual, all of the above, right? We need to reach people through various means. Now, how do you measure impact, though? I get asked this all the time, so I need to know your answers so I can steal them. We need to know how you are sure that you're succeeding, and maybe you're not, and that's okay, to just be authentic about what challenges you're facing in that, and then maybe we can collectively figure out how to address that. But how do you measure impact? Let's start with that.
Okay, cool. How I measure impact, I mean, okay, the grocery store I go to back in Venice, it is Venice, California, so it's a small microcosm of whatever. But now I'm starting to see labels on the food that says regeneratively grown, which 5 years ago wasn't even mentioned at all. So I think you're starting to see this conversation and this word regenerative get into consumer packaged goods. These companies that capitalism, for better or worse, they're responding, like Oliver said, to consumers. And I think we're starting to see that change, and I think that is a great way to measure change as a behavioral scientist. And now to jump back, filmmaking, I think is one of the most powerful ways to inspire change. Like I said earlier, I saw the film An Inconvenient Truth when I was in the 5th grade, and it changed my life. Now I'm a filmmaker that makes films about the environment. And now people here are seeing films about the environment, and they're asking questions, and then they're going to demand from companies, where's the regenerative logo? Where is this food growing? So film has the power to change people, and people have the power to change the world that we're living in.
Nice. You're going first from now on.
What? Yeah, I know. Watch him. He's kicking himself right now.
Over to you.
Measuring impact is sort of the biggest thing here, and I think the impact that we need to see and the scale that we need to see it at, we need both bottom-up and top-down change. From the top down, we need to ultimately impact the federal farm bill to support organic, regenerative farming, to support healthy school programs and healthy lunches that actually are nutrient dense and nourish the children of America and around the world. We're not quite there yet, but through systemic awareness, through our film, through our friends at Common Ground, and other amazing films that are out there right now in the world, we can start to create, and we are starting to create, a mass systemic awareness so that every time one of us goes to vote for a local politician, statewide politician, or national politician, the food system better be part of their conversation. And if it's not, raise your hand and say, excuse me, ma'am, sir, whoever, why aren't we talking about this? And on the local level, we measure it district by district, school by school. A couple years ago, we started to build a regenerative school farm at a public middle school in Santa Monica. And we hired a farmer. And it's the biggest school farm in the district. And every single kid who goes to that school, and we built the school because the principal saw the film and understood the premise and the power of these ideas. Every single kid who goes to that school now spends time outside on the farm learning about biodiversity and carbon sequestration and where food comes from. The scraps from the cafeteria from that school are now brought to the outside compost, returned to soil, and used to grow more food. And we have parents on a daily basis come to us and say, thank you so much. My child never used to eat kale. My child couldn't get them to eat green beans at Thanksgiving. Now I can't get them to stop. And by the way, here's the compost. So that's how we measure impact. And we can't be satisfied with that yet. The true test of where we need to go is going to be our ability to alter the farm bill at the national level. But also, we believe deeply that Feeding Tomorrow is about making sure that every school in every community, in every part of the country, in every part of the world has a school farm, has a school garden, and the school farm and garden is integrated into the core curriculum. So kids are learning about where food comes from, how it grows, and that's how we begin to solve the interconnected challenge of health, environmental, and social inequality throughout the country. That's what it's about.
Amazing. Let's give a huge round of applause to the Brothers English.
I like that. No, Brothers English is good. You're good, Shata.
I'm just going to pick up on one call to action that Oliver said. If you care about food and the climate, you know what you need to do come November and all the way down the ballot. We need to make sure climate and food stays top of mind for our policymakers and decision makers that are going to determine our collective future. So with that, thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Shata.
Bigger round of applause. Don't leave this room either, everyone. Give them a huge round of applause. I want to thank Shata, Simon, and Oliver. This marks the end of the program for our virtual audience. I want to thank again our incredible partners, Houston-Tillotson, Barr Mansion, and Driscoll's, and a huge thank you to everyone who joined us online and participated during the summit throughout the whole day. You're incredible. For everyone here in the room, I'm excited that we have the